In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed.
All right, lads. Hello and welcome. We're going to get into episode 102 of Flat Earth Fridays here in a few minutes. But before we do that, we're going to watch the intro video cut by Proud. All right, here we go. All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Back with like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
I think that Antarctica has the highest elevation in the world, and there are pictures of what looks like an ice wall. As to what it is, what's beyond it, I'm super open to there being stuff beyond it. I think that that makes the most sense. And we basically live in the Hunger Games, and they drew a circle around us, and everyone's in a playpen, but they don't even know they're in a playpen. So to me, it's logical that there's stuff out there, right? But we do know we can't go past the 60th south latitude freely. They only take you to a little island to see some penguins, and it does have the highest elevation in the world. So, you know, in terms of that, yeah, it would be an ice wall, I guess, right? The water's up above the ice is above the water, right, with a higher elevation. This is actually pretty funny. So I'm sure you've heard of the rapper B.O.B.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he dropped the Elements mixtapes, and I was listening to all those already, and he was just on point with the conspiracies, right? I already researched all of it, and he was just batting 1,000. Then he said the earth was flat, and I'm like, man, you're making me look crazy, because I just told all my homies go listen to you to kind of wake them up, maybe to listen to rap music, right? So I'm like, not even sure what that means, I guess, was my reaction. I like, what does that mean? So he had the picture and everything. So I'm like, well, this is pretty stupid. We'll just look at the earth from space. So I went to look up pictures, and then I found out that the last claimed real pictures were from 1972. This was 2015. They didn't even claim to have any more real pictures. And I'm like, all right, this is immediately super suspect. I knew the Apollo missions were suspect. So I'm like, there should be millions of pictures, right? So that started me down the rabbit hole. And the thing about flat earth is it's like the preponderance of evidence, basically, right? So it's just never ending. It just keeps compiling and compiling and compiling. So I've been looking into it for a few years. There are definitely things outside of our ability to like verify it or understand it. The metaphysical realm exists with or without the Bible, right? But I do get your point. I get your point. And so it doesn't really come down to that. These are both like philosophical. I guess what I'm saying is truth matters, right? So whatever the truth is, we figure it out, and then we can philosophize as to why or how. And the earth is provably not moving, and we use interferometry to measure it.
Awesome intro. Retweet for the boys. Retweet for the boys. All right, turn that down, and I will join the space.
It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, 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 yeah. Globe got no...
That way, we off the top rope with it!
Yeah, yeah. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack, smack, smack. Flat, flat. Yeah. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. Hey. Take it off, yeah. Globe off, yeah. Live stream, yeah. Everybody here, bringing up air. Gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate. The globe is gon' hate. The truth I face, and it don't break. We just killed space. Yeah, it's all fake. Back in the safe now. Hit me that tape. 10 toes in the mud. Measured earth, and it's flat. Yeah. We're dawn in its fields, and that's facts. Yeah. I ain't trying to fight you too emotional. Now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go. Fade it out the globe. Had to bounce right quick. Wonder wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this. Got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit. Hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, flat, smack. Flat, smack.
Flat smack.
Globe, no curve, turn that flat into fat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flat, I'm smacking. Flat, smack. Yeah, flat, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Thoyam. Thoyam globe spoken ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about we gotta call up. Call him nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game around here, bro. Cause we're hang no sphere, bro. Little nigga, do you got a problem? What?
Oh yeah, we got mics open.
Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Good times represent victory. To the same globe's just dead to me.
It was in your mentions all week.
I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leave in BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free globers. Just trying to diss me. Okay. Yeah, flatten, I'm flat. Yeah, flatten, I'm smack. Flat, smack. Flat, yeah. Globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost.
Fridays, we break the rule. Spreading truth, y'all, it's tunnel. No globe, no curves, just a plane that's flat. Keeping you up all night, no need for a nap. Conspiracy theories, they're the talk of the town. We got the facts, yeah, we breaking them down. Nothing but truth, we ain't playing pretend. The world's flat, it's time to comprehend. Late night sessions, we dive deep inside. Exploring the truth, taking it for a ride.
Yeah, we get down.
Tonight, cause we're wide awake. Questioning every few rules we break.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
How many Fridays we gotta give them? Keep it G like.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us.
Hi, haters.
Welcome to your new
anti-flirt.
The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know, cause it
Has to be.
really got a lot of nerve. I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve.
Shout out Waldo.
Talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine. No, man, but the globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid.
My
What
bad.
do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge? Are you ready to step out of the matrix? Or are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense?
Simple.
I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy.
Be the squad in here.
Flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality. The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect. See?
You know y'all watching.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Black the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated me, generated.
Go with it.
18, 23.
Forward see the creep, patient get deceased. When the recent leaves taken by the beast, running around like a head chopped off. Won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost. I'm sorry, that's your ego. Sorry, fun around cause the skies are
Double heads, we locked in.
Yeah, I can't gun them down cause the word my Glock. And thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door. Should've read George. Food supply absorbed. Wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Since your ship is war, better bring your sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming through the speakers, you're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. So deep that they drown. And I wonder what sounded to the perturbation, reverberation. I heard to hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in.
To the show. Welcome to the show. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are the Levelheads. This is Flat Earth Friday. Welcome. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Please enjoy the show.
Levelheads, you with me? Season 2, 102. It's Flat Earth Fridays. We just got a simple question. If the earth isn't curving, then what is it? Is it a spinning rock?
You ain't hear it was pear-shaped?
Let it go over your head. No gravity. I see the level heads in here, Proud. I see the squad. Flatman, what up? Alan, I see you. Space Ghost, coast to coast. Ted Taylor, what up, Taylor? Uh-oh, Gary in here. Uh-oh. We in trouble, level heads. Shane, I see you. Banksy, what up, Ken? OG. What up, TM? Donna in the building, Cug in here, Civil in here, D3. Brock in the building, Keith. Leliana. Facing, what up? Ryan 79, Chris, 9 Rev, Ashes. Not Brian Sweet, what up, Cage? Sam Fink. Flat Lads. What up, Blaze? We got the mayor in here. What up, Ron Boston? Ominous, Howdy Bill. Lucy. Big Blue. Beasticle, I see you. Jason, Justin, Michael. Karen, Nebulous. 202, True, Flurf Coin. To the moon. What up, the dude? Dirty Roof, Warren, Globe Skeptic, Homegrown David, Nazarko. Who else in here, Proud? Oh, Stone in here too. What up, Stone?
He's Stone. I just seen KC pop in here too. We got Bowser Nose at the bottom. We got Eric in here. We got Donatello. We got Wendell. We got Plain Obvious. Big Pine Sailing. We got Standing Still. We got Positive Impact. Johnny, JJ, J Bear, Jesse. We got Derek, Grouper, Sun God. Welcome? Some new faces in here. Sam, Jedi, Chatadonius, Third Eye, Globe Skeptic, Trapacan. Is your name Trapacan? What's up, Luke, Tony, Matt, Dirty Roofer? We got Maria in here. Barbara Dan, Flat Labs. What's up, Conspiracy? We got Torin, Steve, Uncle Frost. I see Not Brian Sweet, Tammy Lou, Ride 79. What's going on tonight, guys? Donna, Malika, how y'all feeling? Got a full house. Hey, D3 in here too. And Canon TM. I see Go. Mr. X, I see Run Boston. Gang's all here.
Yeah. I see Ted in here representing for the Phone Booth Pod. What's up, my boy? Oh, F-Bombs just slid in here too. And y'all know that F stand for flat. Hey, I don't know about you guys, man. I'm feeling good. Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays, whatever it is, I'm with it. Plug me into the ether.
I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
I'm just saying. And we got some things to get to tonight. You know, sometimes, like we was touching on last week, we got to get back to the basics. We got to make things simple. So I'm looking for the globe earthers, looking for the anti-flirts. We're going to see if they can answer simple questions. And maybe we can get to the bottom of whether this is a globe or a flat earth. But in order to know how we got here, you got to know the history, right? It's all about causal mechanisms. And shout out to Proud. Y'all go pop into my pin tweet. Go check out her pin tweet, which was on the tinfoil hat pod. He was laying it out so eloquently.
Very calm and respectful conversation. Y'all
You
know
know
we
we
don't
love
get that
those.
often.
That. So as we get through this conversation tonight, bending and warping in space-time exists. Gravitons. Or is this attracting force pulling us together? What is shaping our world? There's a lot to get to tonight. There's a lot to get to. And we're going to bring up some of the squad in a minute. But before we get into Flat Earth, you know this is what the platform is built for, to talk about the true nature of our reality. The fabric of this conversation resides in the community. And depending on how you look at it, it could be unfortunate or fortunate that we may have to have a conversation about the community. Now, I don't want to drag this on too long, but I feel like it's important because if we don't establish standards for this already polarizing conversation, we're not going to get any value out of it. We're not going to progress. Yes, this is social media. We're here to have fun. But the purpose of this was not to take advantage of each other.
What's happening?
Not to abuse each other. But like I said in the beginning, find some common ground. Whether it's us learning or whether it's the other side learning. Now, everything is about balance, so I get it. I get it. But at a certain point, some things has got to be spoken on. Some more serious than others. And I feel like I'm compelled to use my platform to address a few things. And I'll bring some of the people up. We could, open it up a little bit. And after we kind of talk about it, we'll get back to the topic at hand because, I do want to get to the physics and the sciences. That's what we do over here, right, Levelheads? Throw some hunter stuff from me.
And honestly, bro, I came in, I wanted to freestyle, I wanted to wild out, but then you humbled me and made me want to talk about some other stuff, dog. Touch my heart, dog.
Hey man, listen, we're gonna keep the energy up. Matter of fact, you gonna bring us back once we have to go to a few places. But shout out to you, Flatman B. You over there on TikTok too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I see you over there putting in work. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about, though. Again,
I wanna preface this conversation, guys, by saying trigger warning. Just for people who might be listening, who might have kids listening, or just may not be prepared for certain conversations. Tread lightly.
Thank you, Proud. Yes, trigger warning. This is a very serious conversation. Like I said, I feel like it needs to be addressed. Of course, there's going to be some back and forth disagreements, maybe some slight turmoil, like on the timeline, with friends. Not all flat earthers agree. I see some of the stuff on the timeline. I see, the back and forth. I wish that wouldn't happen, but I know, it's going to happen. We're not all perfect. We're going to have disagreements. But I wish we would handle each other a little bit better, especially in the public eye. Because at the end of the day, we are supposed to be friends. We are supposed to be family. And we all have one common goal to search the truth, no matter what our journey is to it. So just be aware that people are watching your actions. I'll preface by saying this. People are watching your actions, no matter if you think they see it or not. Now, on a more serious note, when you have these platforms, we need to be responsible. No matter who you are, myself included. We're not here to abuse each other, take advantage of each other. And when that starts to happen, we got to call it out. No matter if you're
totally agree, dog.
Feel me? Whether you're globe earth, flat earth, anti-flat earth, donut earth, pineapple pyramid earth, it don't matter. If you do something wrong, I'm not cool with it. I'm pretty sure Proud's not cool with it. But damn sure the level heads don't represent that. And we're going to call it out no matter what. So before I get into some of the things that I've learned over the past couple of weeks, I will say that even if you are a flat earther, if I find out that you are abusing anybody on social media, specifically women and children, you will be held accountable. We do not play that.
Hell yeah.
Now, with that being said, it's come to my attention that there have been some people in the globe earth / anti-flat earth community that have been accused of some horrific things. Like I said, I don't want to drag this out. But I think it needs to be said so we're aware, just to bring awareness of these type of things. And if anybody is dealing with this type of thing, please reach out to somebody. Whether it's on the internet or off the internet. It's important. Your safety and those around you, it's important to say something. No pressure, but there's people that care about you and want to help you. Just know that. Whatever situation you may be. What I found out on TikTok, that there are some platforms in very high statures, which is in question now. I don't even know if the credentials are real, but they definitely have a social media presence. And I find out that they are taking advantage and abusing women and children. None of that is acceptable. It really applies to men too. What men gonna do, what men gonna do. But specifically, women and children, unacceptable. Not here for it. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And the reason why I'm going to name drop today, this evening on Friday, is because it needs to be an awareness about it. So you know what could happen if you have children on the internet, or if you're in contact with people on social media. Planet Peterson. What's his name? Probably Eric.
Yeah. Eric Peterson.
Has a social media presence on TikTok, does these like one-on-ones, debating the shape of the earth, religion, a plethora of other topics. He's also a school teacher. I believe he's 33 years of age. And he has TikTok, YouTube, and a platform in question, a Discord. Now, the reason why this is even more egregious is because Discord is a different type of social media, right? It's like a private setting. It's not public. It's accessible to the public, but it's way more intimate, if y'all know Discord. Now, we have had teenagers join Flat Earth Fridays before in a public setting, of age, in line with the rules and regulations of using X/Twitter. And we always preface, when we find out who we're talking to, whatever we talk about here, do not believe us. Go talk to your parents and do your own research.
And what's good too is there's a lot of witnesses here. It's not like we're trying to take them into a private room just between us. You know what I mean? That'd be weird as shit.
Exactly. This is a public setting. And anything, if we ever find out that it was someone of a certain age that didn't meet the requirements that Twitter lays out, they're not allowed over here.
Hey, does anybody know this dude's place of employment in public?
That I don't know. I'll leave that for y'all to do your own research. But I will tell you, he is a teacher, so he is around. Maniners. I'm gonna try to speak in code. Shout out to the YouTube chat and the space auditors.
Hey, bro, and if I could throw in like a 20-second thing really quick, you know what's really weird about this is that like 3 days ago, Dr. Disrespect got outed for being blase, right? It's just weird, bro. It's like synchronization or something.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into both accusations. I'm gonna let y'all comment, and then we're gonna get up off of this and we're gonna go into Flat Earth Fridays. But again, it's important because if you're here, you're engaging in the conversations, which means you're a part of the community. And I feel like it's my responsibility to let you know what's going on in the community, because I'm over on these different platforms. You know, we're not just on Twitter. We're trying to seek out these anti-flirts and globe earthers. They got 2,500 years of science and we can't find them on a Friday night. But anyway, so we on different platforms and we're hearing different things. So if you guys are over there or over here and you're hearing it, y'all need to be aware, because this is in the community that we're in. So if you're having minors on your platform, they need to be protected. Maniners. You're having maniners on your platform, they need to be protected, especially if it's in a private setting.
Bro, if I may say like 10 seconds of something.
There's one thing, man. I really want to get through this, but I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. But I really want to get through this. And
I really appreciate that, brother. I just want to say something. Like I had like a rift in my Discord server because people wanted to bring minors over, you know, to have prayer and stuff.
Maniners,
bro. But it's like I can't.
Maniners,
yeah. Okay, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I wasn't comfortable with that. I'm like, what do their parents think? Blase. Like, you know, we gotta be careful. And so yeah, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta protect the kids, bro. I don't know, it's weird, bro. Like, I wouldn't let my son or daughter do what these people are asking. You know what I'm saying? It's weird, bro. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you good. But yeah, it's definitely weird, but it's more dangerous than it just being weird. Okay. Especially if you're putting them in harm's way. So if you have a community that you're building and you are going to allow maniners in your community, they need to be protected at all times, as much as possible, right? I'm not saying you got to be perfect, but there needs to be things in place so that way these people do not get or not been put in harm's way, right? That you got to protect them. So if they are in harm's way, you need to take action immediately. It's come to my attention that Planet Peterson was doing the direct opposite of this. I mean, and they got hours of images of conversations. Again, trigger warning, guys. This is a little bit triggering. Mounds of conversations with these maniners in Discord around PDF files. Let's call them PDF files. Let's call them that. Confirmed, didn't care, kept it going, and only when it became public, everything got deleted. But someone was able to capture a lot of evidence and a lot of proof of what was going on in that Discord. Now, I'm not saying that Planet Peterson did anything sexually to any children. But if you're putting them in harm's way, knowing that there are known abusers within that community, that is a problem. And you need to take responsibility for that. And anybody defending them are approaching this from the complete wrong approach, like literally a complete wrong direction.
Yeah, I completely agree.
The number one thing that we need to do is protect the children.
As an adult, there should be no situation where you're in a forum with children and you're making sexual jokes and kiki and laughing, sexual commentation with children, and if you do find yourself in that setting, please remove yourself from my vicinity immediately, because I don't believe that should happen. All of us are well over the age of 18, 19, 20 even. So I just don't see there being a reason where you are in the same forum as a child and you need to make sexual comments, especially when we're talking about the shape of the earth. Yeah, I get we joke,
Or
oh, you Globers love your
religion.
balls.
Yeah,
But no.
yeah, exactly. Or religion, 'cause that was another conversation.
Unacceptable. These people have the platform on Twitter, but their reach expands way past TikTok. Sorry, their platform is on TikTok, but it expands way past that. If you got children that you're teaching during school hours, and then you have a TikTok where children can join, and then you have a Discord where you don't moderate the age of who comes in there, there's a lot of red flags with that. And I wouldn't want nobody in no Discord talking to children sexually to be my child's teacher. Absolutely not.
Or allowing others to do it. Or allowing other abusers to make private contact with these minors. All of these is egregious, cross the line, not acceptable. Y'all need to know about it, because again, this is someone that apparently has a platform in this community. Didn't really know him until I went over to TikTok, but yeah, it's crazy. And he's not the only one. There's another large platform, goes by the name of Professor Nixie, which I think his credentials are in question. Again, these are people on TikTok that we just finding out about. And it's coming to find out that, like, oh my goodness, like 20 plus women are coming forward saying that they were being like abused by him. Not physically, I don't think.
Mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, like taking advantage.
Although there have been alleged reports of like intimate pictures being shared. So that is technically revenge porn, and it is not allowed. That is actually a felony. But regardless, if you got a platform and you think you got Riz in game and you want to sauce all the flat earth bitches or the globe earth bitches, like, keep your shit under wraps, yo. Do better. And it's not game if you gotta lie. It's also against somebody's religion if you're married and you're doing all this.
Oh, right. He was married too. On top of that. Since these allegations that have come out, I don't think he's been charged for anything, but this is like just happening in real time. So I don't really know. You know, again, like I prefaced, like if something's happened to y'all, please say something, and encourage you go to the authorities and report it. So we'll see what happens in the upcoming weeks. But since all of these allegations have come out, Peterson is denying them with all of his screenshots, saying the wildest things to these minors and letting all these other abusers self-proclaim abusers. Like, oh my God, it was disgusting. He's just flat out denying it. I don't know if he knows that all that the evidence is out of all the screenshots of the messages. But yeah, it's like 3 hours of just disgusting conversation that shouldn't be had with people underage. He's still here denying it. However, a professor, or not a professor, not really sure. There was somebody else, another PhD, that was questioning whether he had a PhD, and we had got no confirmation. So he might be posing as a professor. That seems to be common in the Globe community, right? Not a professor, Dave. Anyway, this is not about you. This is about the survivors, I like to call them. Because they were victims, but they're here. So I like to refer to them as survivors. He has since deleted his platform completely. I think he almost had like 1 million followers or something like that on TikTok. But someone's like completely always in the flat earth, globe earth debate. You know, another anti-flirt. In my opinion, a little toxic. Not all the time, but most of the time.
And if you're on social media, you understand what it looks like, or the ramifications of turning off your comment section. NASA, going private, hiding your account, deleting stuff. It make you look very guilty.
Right. Just disappearing without anything. I mean, I guess the best thing you could do is shut the hell up. But I mean, I know if I didn't do anything, I would be right here. Like, what y'all talking about? So, anyway, don't know what that's about. Y'all can come to your own conclusions about that. I'm not going to get into the psychology too much. I'm just going to explain to you like how it works a little bit, and maybe Proud can speak to a little bit more. So, like, when they do like lives over there, it's kind of like Spaces, but it's a live with like a live stream. You can have people join and have like a panel. It's not as much as you can have on Twitter Spaces, but you know, some people could join. But you can also have moderators, kind of like co-hosts. And if you're a moderator of a large platform, it gives you like this, I don't know, apparent stature in the community. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know the TikTok thing, but this is like the TikTok thing. So if you have a moderator of a large platform, you're viewed differently in the platform. You might get a little bit more visibility, you have a little bit more power, or whatever, perceived power anyway. And supposedly these women were mods and being taken advantage of it, or being taken advantage of because of it. Almost like, okay, I gotta do this in order to be a mod type stuff. Again, I wasn't there. I'm just listening to what these survivors, survivors, have come out and been talking about over the past couple of days, or at least the last week or so, about some of these allegations. All awful if they're true. It seems to be a consistent pattern, but again, this is not my field, so I'm not going to diagnose. But again, the platform is gone. It's more than 20 women that came out, like having these safe spaces all over TikTok for them, so you know they could express exactly what they went through. It seems really bad. Like, this is, you don't want this to happen. These are all people that had trust in, you know, their community. Most of them were globe earthers. So like, put it in perspective. You know, we like to call out a lot of toxic behavior over here because we try not to behave that way, even though we like to have fun. But when you ignore the toxicity, or maybe you may not see the toxicity, you could be taken advantage of, or taken advantage by it. Because that type of behavior is unwarranted. This is not about globe Earth or flat Earth, although it is strange where this is coming from. Because we call out the same thing on this side too. But you really need to protect yourself. Social media is not a safe place. Try to be aware of who you're interacting with on the timeline on a day-to-day basis. And if you are going through something as serious as this, if you're a minor listening, or if you're someone that's being abused physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, whatever the case is, please reach out. We do not want to see this. This is not a win in any way. This is not like a aha type of thing. It's sad. They call them the trusted experts, the trusted professionals. These are the people that's guiding our society, right? We're just voices on the internet. These people supposedly have credentials. They're teachers. They're around minors all the time. Or they're around people trying to get into that profession.
The next generation.
The next generation, yes. And we all
Also,
know. Go ahead, bro.
I just want everyone to know, if you see us interacting with somebody of questionable nature, assume we have no idea. Don't be afraid to tell us. Don't just tell us, hey, it's a Glober, I think he's a pedo, get him out of there. No, no, no. You better bring some substantiation.
P3 though. P3 though.
Sorry, I thought that was the slang. PDF file. Yeah, like don't just let us interact with somebody who has questionable history. Definitely give us that heads up with the receipts, and we'll move accordingly. Because we didn't know any better. We didn't know what Not a Professor Nixie was up to. We almost interacted with Peterson. Thank God we didn't. But like, we want to be aware of these things. If it happens, it happens. But we don't want to continue to interact with people who let stuff like that slide. And that goes for PhD Blitz as well. He's on that questionable list too, because he was playing apologetics for Peterson, and that's not okay.
Right, like there's, you cannot. This is why I preface all of this. I promise y'all we're gonna get off of this, but it's important. I'm gonna let y'all say your piece. I preface all this by saying, bro, I don't care what your perspective is on the nature of our reality if you are hurting people. I do not care. That is not level-head behavior. That's not what we do. Like, if somebody want to come up and embarrass themselves, that's one thing. Taking advantage and abusing people, that's another, especially those that cannot defend themselves. I don't care about relationships, bro, when it comes to protecting women and children. And you shouldn't either. You should not defend somebody because you think they're cool or funny, or you think they have, I don't know, a future optimistic. Like, none of that matters, bro. None of that matters. I don't care how smart you think they are. None of that matters. You do not defend that type of behavior. You don't give no passes. Now, I'm not saying don't give someone a fair trial, right? Obviously innocent until proven guilty. However, when there's evidence right in your face of direct violations, things that should not be said to minors at all, or and others, on top of personal DMs of those abusers reaching out to the minor, like, no, that there's nothing to defend. It doesn't matter what you think this guy's future is in the globe earth science community, bro. You become just as wrong when you start defending that behavior. Relationships do not come before that. I don't care. So just to wrap this up, I don't know if probably you want to say one last thing. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. Doesn't matter your perspective. Doesn't matter if we've been knowing each other here on Twitter, or if I just knew you. If I find out you're doing weird stuff, if I find out you hurting people, I'm going to let the world know. So that way they can protect themselves from you. Because that is not what I'm in this conversation for. This is like, no, bro. No.
And definitely hold your people accountable, whether you're a globe earther or flat earther. If a globe earther is doing something that you don't align with, don't sit in silence and wait till the smoke clears. Speak on it. Show that not all globers are the same and that you don't stand by none of that type of shit. So your audience and people who might be compelled to listen to you see like, oh, okay, at least I know he is trusted within the globe community or flat earth community. Like, definitely make sure you speaking against the shit that you don't stand for. Don't just call it out when it's a flat earther and you don't like flat earthers.
Right.
But we could let the people say their piece before we get into it.
Yeah.
I know everybody's probably confused. Like, what's going on TikTok?
Oh, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. I'm just saying that, bro, because I do not want that coming over to Twitter. And I know there's some weird stuff over here, right? I'm just glad it's not a part of this community. I'm telling you, if I find out, bro, it's over for that. So I'm telling you, so that don't start leaking over here, bro. Like, this is home base. I'm not playing with that. I'm not doing it. I don't care. Like, I'm putting a stop to it. I'm trying to bridge that gap. Before I bridge that gap, I'm not letting no weird stuff seep through, bro. I'm not doing it. So let's hear from the squad. Again, I know this is a touchy subject. We don't got to spend too much time on it. But I just care about your guys' well-being, and I don't want y'all to be taken advantage of in the same way. So see something, say something, feel compelled, speak about it. And if you actually going through something, please go to the authorities, please. Because if you don't say something, they might be hurting somebody else. Again, I'm not putting pressure on a victim. I'm just saying, you may not be the only one. I'm not finna let these people feel like it's safe over here because it ain't. Not when I'm around. I don't play that. Anyway, I love y'all. I don't know if y'all want to, say something. We can get to it.
Yeah, man. Hey, much love, dog. I mean, that was powerful, dog. Take a second and like everybody just like absorb that. Like, yeah, dude, that's some real talk, bro. Like, we gotta protect the kids, dog. The kids aren't just gonna do it themselves, bro. We gotta stand up, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Back in my day, the kids protected themselves. Or whatever.
People can't be rolling over, dog. No, it ain't like that, bro. I'm saying, dog, come on. We gotta be gangsta when you know what I'm saying? You gotta be a little mafioso every once in a while, bro. You know how it goes.
Hey, Alan, right. I had like limited supervision. I was doing stuff.
For real, dog. My dad said come back when the
broke my wrist like 3 times. Like, y'all love me.
When the street lights came on, right? You had to be inside before them street lights came on for sure.
They was wilding out, bro. My parents was tripping, bro. Sometimes I didn't know I couldn't get in the house. I'd have to like ride my bike around the neighborhood for 2 hours hoping I could get in the crib, dog. I mean, it's crazy, bro. You would never see this stuff in like regular reality. Like, I mean, it's wild, bro. Them parents was tripping, man. I was crossing streets that was like state roads, you know what I'm saying? They're going 50 miles an hour. I gotta cross this to go visit my mom at the apartment or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That was an everyday thing. But now that would be like wild, you know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh my God, you're a victim or something. I don't know, man. We live in some crazy times.
Society definitely changed.
But
that's
hey,
why,
man,
like, people gotta be aware. Like social media is a thing.
I totally want to bring it back to what you was talking about. Yeah, man. Real talk, man. That was powerful, bro, for sure. We got to look out for the fan bam, bro. Like deep down, spiritual. Don't care if you're a glober or flat earther. Like, we gotta look out for like human beings and the children and all these things that may or may not be happening. I don't give a fuck if you believe you live on a turtle. You know what I'm saying? Like, if your daughter's in trouble, I'm gonna come help her. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's this weird schism. I don't know, bro. It's Shane gave me a thumbs down. What's up, Shane? What's up with the thumbs down, dog? What's up, bro?
It might be a little delay. He's in listens right now. I'll bring him up in a second. I think we got some. We're gonna rotate. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought he was about it for a second. I'm like, all right, let's go.
No, I think he was thumbs downing the bad man, not you.
Oh, I'm just playing, guys. No, I'm just playing with you guys. No, man, I wanted to come in and freestyle, and then it got all heartfelt, and now I'm all like in my emotions and shit.
I mean, it's never too late to freestyle, bro. Haven't you ever seen 8 Mile? We could drop a beat. We could drop a beat right now.
Y'all tripping.
This is your moment, dog. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity with Cavendish or whatever.
Mom spaghetti.
With Cavendish. I got mom spaghetti and it doesn't have the Fogoth pendulum with it.
Nice. I love that song. Go ahead and rap though, Flatman. Send it.
So retarded.
Sacred, can I say something?
Yo, Gary, we're about to freestyle, bro. Give us a minute.
Gary, he gonna drop something for us.
I just want to say thank you for what you just talked about. I respect you for that. It's 4 a.m.
gone now in the UK, but it was worth listening to. So thank you very much. But I'm going back now.
God bless you, sir. You're a goddamn patriot as far as I'm concerned.
It's from a rival nation, bro. Don't.
If you want to look at the video, I posted the video and I tagged him. I put it in the jumbotron, guys. The entire 3-hour video.
I'll have a look. I'm serious. That was fantastic. Yeah, I'm going bad.
God, dude. I mean, you had an experience, man. You might want to put this, write it down in your old Nika book. Nika. The old Knicker book. Knicker with a K, guys. Calm down. Spelled with a K. I tell you, these people, man. Anyway, Sacred, I love you, brother. Man, you freaking killed it, brother. Yeah, for sure, bro. Hey, look, if you want to jump, go ahead and jump off. You don't want to mess with us, it's your loss. I don't give a fuck. I came to act out, so if you act like you're quick to check out, most of y'all dudes is fakes to go home, acting like you're real when y'all is all clones. Never know when that you get shown. Word about the mouth. Oh my god.
Yo, that was fire, bro. That shit was tight. Nah. He was ending it, bro. That's how you land a plane. That's a textbook landing, Nicolas Cage. You just fucking, just relax, bro. Textbook landing.
My bad.
No worries.
Hey, we drop a lot of measurement. Hold on.
And he's back, baby. That was just a
I
ruse,
smoked
Nick.
too much weed, bro. Dropped a lot of measurements you wish I postponed. All up in this shit. My name is well known. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I can't do it. I can't.
Yo, where did
He's
Flatman go, dude? Kanye's here. Is that Ye? Am I wearing Yeezys right now?
I'm too high,
Dude,
bro.
what?
I'm too high.
The words are fucking them, man.
All up in your face, I'm known to throw sweats. Looking at your coat, we all could break sweats. You don't want to see me shining my best. Do whatever you want, because I'm not impressed. Quick to hit you off and have you punked out. Looking in the closet, it's time to jump out. You don't want to step to this, so back down. The time to act out. The time is right now. Hey, I'm the motherfucker that's keeping this shit raw. Got you contemplating and waiting in all forms, because I don't give a fuck.
This man said he was too high to rap, but he dropped straight bars. I'm not seeing a correlation here with the amount of highness, brother.
Suddenly his highness went away.
I needed the bowl. I gotta find the bowl, bro. That's what
He needed inspiration, man. I was not getting impressed. And he had to
Give me a higher bowl.
Kanye West.
Dog, just give me a beat so I can freestyle. I don't want to. Who wants the acapella? Acapella is like gay, bro. Acapella,
your acapella is fire, though.
Skill, boy. You know, look, it seems it's kind of homosexual to me. I don't like it. I'd rather have a beat. Put a beat on it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, what was that? I like that.
I mean, the man requested a beat. The
like
beat was
2-second
provided.
beat. I can't. How can I rap to like a fucking 1 second gift? Dog?
You haven't seen the 2-second beat challenge, bro,
What
on
the
YouTube?
fuck are you talking about? Now you're driven, bro.
Dude, you know how
Wildin' out.
you know how Vines were like really quick comedy? There's a new thing where it's
Holy shit,
really
bro.
quick
By the
rapping.
time I found out Vines existed, they were already deleted, bro. Yeah,
Dude,
real
that's how
talk.
quick it was.
I missed that whole era,
You're
bro.
blinking, you miss it. Dude, I saw a Vine and I laughed, and the length of my laughter, like Vine was over. I missed all the other Vines.
And then it like glitched out, and it was like the app needs to be deleted from your phone.
It just length contracted.
Yeah,
Length
dude, you
contracted
gotta
out,
think
dog.
about contraction, bro. God, dude, are you even a scientist, bro? Don't you realize that the fucking app and the video contracted, bro?
You can identify.
It's like we're dealing with amateurs, bro. I don't know how much more I can do it. I've been in the game a hot minute, bro, and I just, it's wearing on my soul, brother. You know what I mean? Can I
No.
get someone that's genuine and really wants to find the truth, bro? While also protecting the kids, like Saker was saying, as well.
While,
We'll throw that
while
in there.
also dropping a
It could
fat
be like
beat,
fucking
though.
like Flat Earth Chris Hansen's or something. We're gonna do this shit. We will make this happen. Yeah, dude. Black power, fucking fist it. Yeah, I feel you. I'm a white guy with 2 black babies, so I'm a great guy, obviously. And I employ Mexicans. They clean my bathrooms. They clean them so good. But anyways, we gotta chill out. I gotta keep it PG-13. I'm telling you, dude. I've been talking to myself. I'm like, you gotta be a better guy. You can't be a dick no more. Listen, dude, I'm going through this whole process. I can't afford a fucking psychiatrist, so I've been doing it to myself. I'm giving myself.
How's that working for you?
Sessions. I'm giving myself my own session.
How much do you charge yourself?
It's free, bro, but you got to remember that at the end of the you got to do what I told you or you failed, bro. And then I owe myself money in a bank, and I mean, like, what am I? Then I have to create some sort of. I'd have to create like a Biden clone or something, and then make a bank account for that guy. And every time I fuck up, I just put the money in the bank that I put it in that bank account. And then when I die, if I fuck up and I become
bro, you just uplifted us with your freestyle.
What's that?
You just uplifted us with your freestyle.
Oh, thank you, man.
That man bars.
I'm being too silly, bro. What's up, dude?
Oh, I love it.
That's that comedian porn out of me, dog. We gotta chill out.
You're over here doing Trump impressions. Did everybody hear Biden poop his pants yesterday?
Oh, he did it again. Dang it. My favorite.
You could hear it. It was nasty, bro.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
He's been a nasty girl. He's been.
You know when the leader of the free world accidentally shits himself. That's super unfortunate.
Oh my god.
I've been shit in my diaper. I've been shit in my diaper.
It's like you're supposed to be in charge of District 13. What are you doing out there?
It's Flat Earth Friday!
Blah, 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 blah. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
I have no sound.
Go. I've been waiting to get that one out. Woo! Go
Space goes coast to coast. What up, Space?
Not much. Hubby's been working hard on the shirt. If you guys don't care, I'd really like to share it up top. But it's a little snippet. It's not the whole thing yet. He doesn't want to put the whole thing out there just yet. He's like, no, I want to wait for the shirt. When the shirt comes in, we'll get pictures of the shirt and da. But it's gonna be dope. It'll be a cool summer shirt. If you guys like it, let us know. We'll make more. If y'all want a Flat Earth Fridays shirt, let us know. We can work something out. But regardless of that, give a fuck less, right? I'm just hyped to be here. Flat Earth Friday is going down, and I was super stoked. 102. Wow. Hey, I hope you guys enjoyed your vacation. I know I didn't really get to talk with you guys much last week, but I hope you enjoyed yourselves. You know, if ever you need to take another break after a few, just let us know. We'll hold it down in the best way that we can. But anyway, super stoked to be here. Seeing all these people in here, freaking stoked. Look at all these people. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm taking up time, taking up space, but I love you guys. I'm gonna hop down to listener. Mwah, 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 mwah. Space Ghost out.
For sure. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Much love.
Yo, Flat, you drop a little parting freestyle for your girl?
Yo, girl, I appreciate everything that you brought to the table. They can understand that the globe is a fable. We've been showing them flat Earth for a little minute, so I'm kind of getting messed up. I don't know, maybe. I don't think I can do it. I think I might have to do
dog.
that.
No, that was
I
sick,
gotta
dog.
go to
You got
sleep.
it. You got it. That was
Smoking
sick,
a
dude.
nugget. There you go. That's you almost had it. You just had to finish out that smoking a nugget, so it kind of goes, hey. Anyway, I'm talking too much.
That was sick.
Awesome.
Dude, you guys should do a track together. When are you guys going to collab?
Settle down,
You guys are
Alan.
nuts,
Stop.
bro. She's finishing your bars, bro. Soulmates,
Dude, you fucking
besties.
kill me. You fucking kill me so much. It's hilarious.
We call it B and the Ghost.
Yeah, I met her on Twitter, man. She finished my bars. I was just there spitting on a Friday night. thought I fucked up, and she finished my nug bar.
You know my
Calm
husband
down with the
rolling.
nugs, guys. Calm
He's
down.
just sitting in the background like, well, fuck me then, huh?
He's over here just laughing. He's like, oh god. Oh, that was funny. That was great.
Watch out for those minors.
Hey, I was gonna say minnows. That would be a nice way to do it. It's just a minnow.
Children?
You know?
Children?
Yes.
Oh, Keys, I think I saw you requesting. I don't know where you went. If you're still in here, if you don't have too much time to talk, I mean, I can't ask you, do you have your parents' permission before you get up here? So I don't know how that's going to work. But yeah, there was a menorah in here just a moment ago. Hope he comes back.
With a permission slip.
Let's not call them manures, though.
Yeah, it sounds like you're calling him manure. There was a little manure in here, and we scared him away. And then someone was trying to get us to protect the manure, but this message is very confusing now. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
Can someone who can solve a Feynman diagram give me morality?
I was sitting a little low in the audience for that one. I'm sorry.
Hey, let's lie. Appreciate you, Space Ghost.
My Twitter is glitching, so I don't even know who my soulmate is. So it'll just be lost in the ether, guys. God bless you.
Well, we may never see her again, bro. But I'd like to think that she's still there, kind of, like in a background perturbation or something. She's always with us.
Gone with the ether wind.
Never found again, but somewhere out there. Just a beautiful, kind soul. Hey, it's me. I'm right here. No, it's not you. I'm telling you, it's somebody else.
It's like he knows between himself and Trump. I love it.
It was in a trans, it was a transcendental. It was in the sixth dimension. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't. Would you look just like her? You do. I could have sex with you, but it would not mean anything because really, I'm in love with a woman from a different universe.
Hey, let's let Cage jump in. What up, not Brian? Sweet.
What's up, everybody, man? Yeah, everything you said, brother, 100%. I did.
I appreciate that.
I bookmarked that pinned tweet of Proud's there to watch later. I don't know if I'll be able to, but yeah, that's some bullshit. No one should put up that. Yeah, everyone should be protecting the kids. Feel you on that. But kind of moving on from that, I don't know, man. We had Flurfurter in earlier. He was kind of drunk, couldn't do much. But we got Sir Flurfdom down there. Slayer.
Hey, wait. The herder joined y'all space and he ain't coming to Flat Earth Friday?
I even asked him, Mama, like, how come you didn't take the mic?
Yo!
He was too drunk to even answer questions. But yeah, I mean, it was like 9:30. He was already drunk. So I don't know where he probably passed out now. I don't know if he's gonna. But we got.
Hell no! I cannot believe that. Didn't I send him co-host last week?
First co-host, man. Could have had it.
So he ducking.
He ducking. He scared of you guys, man.
I just heard him quacking. He's a duck.
Dude. No, he's not a flurf herder, man. He had some flirts to herd too, man. Could have been co-host. Could have been. He could have muted me. He could have
heartbroken, bro.
He had the opportunity to mute me, and he chose to chicken out. But yeah, we got Sir Flurfdom Slayer down there at Parkinson's, thinking I posted some globe proofs, so he can come up if he wants. But I just want to let you know that me and my dad, we got some beers, we got a telescope.
It is X2 and X3 is 60% off, folks. I mean, we're literally about to shut down, folks. That makes sense to you. Go ahead, Nick Cage.
Come on, man. You're stepping on me, man. You're stepping on me. I got my beers here. I got my telescope. Come show me the moon. Got Clay Jackson over here. Moon boy.
It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Was that Alex Jones?
That was Alex Jones, baby.
It was Alex Jones, folks. Literally, I go out to the end of my driveway every day and I grab up a good scoop of gravel and I chew on it, and then I tell people the truth, folks.
It's like my daddy always used to say.
Yeah,
We're literally all waiting.
Yeah, my daddy wasn't much of a talker either.
Yeah, my daddy used to say,
It's like retarded, dude.
yo, that is one way to hook everybody attention.
I would go,
Listen,
Dad.
folks, if you eat a bunch of gravel and talk like me, people are gonna listen, folks.
Yeah, I used to go, Dad, I have a problem at school. Will you help me? And he would just look out at the window, not reply.
Take a sip of his coffee.
Take a long drag of his pipe, look at me in disappointment, and then look back at the window and like let out a
Make
sigh.
dad noises. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I didn't know you were
dad
gonna fail me,
noises.
son. I didn't never imagine that you were gonna fail me like this.
No, he never spoke. He said it with his
Yeah, I
eyes.
was gonna say that's even too much.
Yeah. Bit much for Dad.
If he looked at you, that was quite a bit.
Oh, dude, acknowledging your presence. Like, oh, dude. I don't have dad issues. You have dad issues.
Yeah, it's like quite impressive how much you failed me, son.
I'm
I didn't
actually
know
allergic
anybody
to
that
dad
could
issues.
like achieve this, but you did it. You did it. I'm proud of you. Look at my son. Nobody ever was a terrible kid like him, and nobody that couldn't do it. But he did it. He did. They told me. He said he's the worst son that anybody's ever had.
Listen, Jack, you're a
This
felon.
thing is so animated. Steve Dog, what up?
What up, man? Hey, welcome back, dude. I tried so hard last week to like.
Oh yeah, this is the first time I'm really seeing you. What's good, bro?
Bro, y'all invited me up on stage, and I'm like, oh, I hope we get some hands. And then I like showed up at my girl's house, and I had to go, bro. I'm so sorry.
I feel that, bro. Hey, can't be mad at that. Can't be mad.
Yeah, no, she always wants all my attention. Plus, she only speaks Spanish, so hey, I'm having to learn Spanish. But yeah, man, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the downtime. I had so many people hit me up. When they coming back? When they coming back? I'm like, y'all, life, bro. Like, even if they never come back, it was the most epic run ever. Let them live their life.
We miss
But,
11 heads too, man.
Oh, for sure, man. I knew you'd come back. Dude, you could have taken 2 more weeks off, and that would have been cool. But no more than 2 more weeks. That would have been like, okay, it's getting a little long.
Bro, with a whole flat signal thread. I'm like, oh yeah.
You saw that with Ken?
When Ken put it back.
Hey, Sacred, somebody told me some merch is about to drop. Womp, 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 womp. Let's go. Where's that at? Is there a link? You got to drop a link.
You talking about the shirts?
I can't buy shit if I ain't got no link, dog. Like, I'm just, I'm
Yeah,
in the,
so
I'm in the
hang
fucking
tight,
twilight zone.
because all that's left to do is slap this baby on a shirt and get it printed. So we're working on getting the little kinks figured out. We still are trying to figure out how to get the background transparent, and then
I might
So
have to
we're
just, like,
as soon as we get
physically-
that. Dude, as soon as we get that figured out, I'm literally gonna post it everywhere. Just keep an eye out. Like we plan on having it done
Alright,
before
that's
the
cool,
end of
that's cool.
July.
No, I'm not trying to harp on you. It's just that, like, yeah, now that you're saying, you know what I'm saying, so then we're all gravy. But yeah, like,
Hell yeah.
you know, sometimes people be dropping shit, they forget to, like, bro, drop links everywhere. But
hey, I just wanted to say, you know, what you said needed to be said, and I don't care which side of the argument you're on. If you're out there hurting kids or hurting women or hurting anybody in general, like you have no place in this conversation. You know, like I hate to say this, like you don't hear this coming from the flat earth side, but should anybody end up being part of that, you damn best understand that we are going to call you out on that, and we are going to put you on blast in front of everybody.
Yeah, that goes beyond like flat earth and globe.
If you're a
It's
glober,
like a human being thing.
No, if you're a glober, like you need to call your people out, man. Like don't be sitting there saying, oh, well, they're on my team, so like I gotta have numbers, and like don't be a pussy, dude. Like be a man, stand on your own 2 feet, be a woman, whatever it is that you gotta do. You know, grab them ovaries and pull your britches up, whatever you gotta do, man. But but hey, just to lighten the room up a little bit. So only Proud and Sacred can answer this question, okay? Because everybody else already knows the answer, or a few people do. So, Proud, Sacred, do you know why you can't see elephants in trees while they're hiding?
All right, what are we doing, guys?
Got something to do with Trump.
Well, I was thinking about that. Hey, Ghost.
No. Hey, hold on.
You mentioned Ghost. Just give me one second. I was thinking about that, Sheep.
Hold on, Flat. Hold on,
think about it. It's about Ghost who just mentioned the transparency background thing and trying to figure that out. If you need some help on that, I just followed you. So hit me up on here. And
wait, is that Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
we
can
can't hear you.
in seconds, Ghost.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, your mic's a little off, Stone. It's not coming through with that beautiful crisp quality that it usually has. Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Let me check the level.
Yeah, it sounds like it's either using a different mic. Yeah.
No, it's right here. Hold on. Let me
Blink
check.
twice if you're stuck in a box.
Do you need us to send a freestyler to save you?
Blink twice, dog, and we're gonna come
Source.
save you, bro.
This is the only mic source I got. It's got to be this one. Oh wait, let me pull the camera. There could probably be some stupid shit going.
Okay, you should be able to hear me a lot better now, right?
There he is.
Wow, that's
Oh, my
way
goodness.
better. Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I thought
20,000
so.
times better.
Yeah, it's my camera mic came in by default there. Hey, all I wanted to say was Ghost. I heard you mentioning you were trying to figure out a transparent background. If you want to get that shit figured out in seconds, I just followed you. So hit me up in a PM and swap some work, and I can help you out.
Yo,
that
hit
sounds
Stone
awesome.
up.
I'll get that sent to you ASAP. Like my hubby's right here. We can I can actually get you his Twitter as well, and that way
If
you
you're
guys
on-
can get back and
If
forth.
you're on Telegram, it's even faster. I'm at Man of Stone. Pretty easy.
Okay.
Awesome.
Fucking just like totally interrupted my freestyle.
Well, that's too
Just
bad.
kidding.
We were in the middle
I'm
of a
just
joke.
fucking
anyway.
joking. I'm just
Bad luck.
joking. I'm just joking.
Totally interrupted my solo, but it's all good, man.
It's
Oh,
good.
no.
So now, what's the punchline,
Did I
Chief? If
slip
they
in
haven't
for a
figured out
quick
the answer,
little?
I've done lost the whole conversation, dude. I'm just gonna let it move on to the other hands.
No, man, no.
I can't leave me on a cliffhanger, man.
no, we
You
had
guys
the
are
elephant
silly,
hanging
bro. You
trees.
guys
Why would
get
just-
mad.
Hey, you were asking. Okay, you were
Everybody
asking
shut
how
up.
it is that an elephant, right?
Let Sheep tell the joke, man.
Bro, I want to fucking rap about an elephant, bro. Go ahead.
No, like I wasn't trying to tell a joke. I was just trying to help him remind.
Yeah. So tell us.
We're like
Why
like
can't
as
you see
flat earth as like a
elephants hiding
fucking
in
elephant in a
trees?
fucking china shop, dog. Let's
As
go.
long as everybody keeps
Drop a
talking, there ain't
beat,
no
man.
reason for me to talk.
Hold on, Flat Man. Hold on.
God damn, dude.
Long as Dad joking.
I know. Holy fuck.
Okay,
man.
my bad. I'll shut the fuck up.
All right. So why can't you see elephants hiding in trees? Because they're really good at it. Wah, wah, wah.
I love it.
I'm trying to think of trunk references. Trunk
I don't even understand that joke.
blends into the atmosphere of Sheep. I'm over here racking my last 3 brain
I think I'm
cells.
on one because I don't even understand that fucking shit he just said, bro. Let's go.
I was like the trunks
get it, baby.
of the elephants in the superposition and
That's
the
what I'm talking
trees.
about, dog. You know what I'm saying? Let's get great. Yeah, let's get gangsta with it.
Have you
Yeah,
guys
Dad,
heard
why
the
can't
joke
you
about the
see
bed
him?
yet?
Is that why can't you see them? Because they're good at it. Yeah, that is.
Have y'all heard the joke about the bed?
They're good at it.
I'm tired of hearing about elephants, dog. I want to hear about galaxies.
Have y'all heard the joke about the bed?
What bed?
Tell us.
It hasn't been made up yet.
Okay, so is that like a joke for?
So a blind guy walks into a bar and a table and some chairs.
Right. Because he's blind, he walks into a bunch of shit. That's kind of racist. It's kind of messed up. I think I might be triggered a little bit.
Ableist is
I feel like I'm attacked. This doesn't make sense, by the way. Everybody go ahead and go to my page and follow me because I'm being attacked. Because I'm a social justice warrior and just people are just attacking me, which is fine, bro. I will stand my ground. I will, girlfriend. You don't know nothing about me. I've been around the block a hot second, okay? I will. It's fucking sacred.
From Boston, what up, bro? Yo, Sheepdog, that was dope, man. Appreciate it.
It's Jesse. Jesse's next.
Oh, is it okay? Jesse, what up?
So, again, I just want to thank y'all for allowing me to even participate in this stuff because y'all didn't even know who I am and I'm kind of new. But that's why I don't want to follow a bunch of people is because you never know who these people really are. But we need to stand up as a community and go against these people instead of running to the cops because obviously the cops ain't doing nothing about it. And we need to get rid of government to start with. And if we keep running to the cops, we're just building them up. And again, if I found out that I follow...
Sorry, Jesse, can you hear me? My bad. I just wanted to I wasn't sure if you was just talking about like the nature of our reality, like the flat earth globe.
No, this pedophile
stuff. You're talking about the abuse.
This pedophile stuff.
Oh, okay. PDF file.
Yeah, PDF file. If I find out that somebody I followed...
We got to say it a specific way so that way my guys...
Yeah, you uploaded a PDF file, dog.
If I find out that somebody I followed did that, I will personally make it my mission. I don't care if you're in another state. I will come and find you. And if somebody in Texas y'all find out does it in the globe earth or the flat earth, and it's somewhere around Houston, y'all can let me know. We'll go try to deal with that. That we do not. That's not tolerable.
Allegedly, Twitter. Allegedly, Elon. Allegedly.
We ride at dawn.
Well, that's again, yeah. But just let me know, and I'll do my own research. And if I think that there's enough evidence, I'll take care of it myself. I'm not scared. I mean, I'm from the South, man. We don't play games, and 100%. I'm gonna ride out, but I'm ready to go whenever anybody else wants to. I mean, I don't even have to be a part of it, but I got people that are. This is not something that we should take lightly at all. And this is why the transgender movement got so big, is because we did take it lightly. And they are pedophiles themselves.
Not all of them. Not all of them. But I mean,
I agree with if you're a grown person, you can do whatever you want. But the majority of them are trying to indoctrinate the kids. So you take it however you want to. 100% is not right. And
they're going on TOS, yeah.
And I know not a lot of y'all know me at all or here, but I'm not shy to say this is my real name. If you go look in the comment section, I posted something from Snapchat. It's got Jesse on there. My name is Jesse. And some little 15-year-old girl was trying to date me, apparently. And that's a perfect example. What you should say if you get put in that situation. If you're saying anything other and you're leading them on, you are a pedophile.
My
pedophile.
God, dude. We need God to help us. We're living in a depraved generation. I'm sorry that
the only person I have on Snapchat is my daughter,
dude. We live in.
The only why I'm even on there is my daughter told me to be on it.
Give a shit about how?
Hold on, flat man.
I feel like y'all can't hear each other. Hold on.
Yeah,
so y'all talking over each other.
Yeah, Flatman and Jesse is talking over each other. We got to make sure that people can actually hear what's going on. Maybe we got to drop one of y'all down and bring you back up. But go ahead, Jesse. Finish what you were saying. Yeah, you're right on. You're right on about that. Might have to unmute.
You still there, Jesse?
Oh, I didn't even know I got muted. I guess y'all muted me.
Yeah, we had to mute the whole space because y'all were talking over each other. We didn't know if you could hear
Nah, you should probably drop and come back. I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him. Jesse, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Shaky.
Okay, Stone, drop down. I'll bring you back up.
But anyway, so my point is just do what you are saying and call out anybody, even if it's your best friend. If they're into this, you should call it out. I mean, there should be no kind of partiality to anybody that does something like that. And again, I would like to say that Alan, he almost made me forget what I was thinking about because he is a funny guy. I like this Alan guy.
There you go. Been
Alan
here
is
all
the
week.
Yo, dog.
Does it, bro? But yeah, man, it's definitely serious. And you know, the craziest thing about it is we still dealing with stuff like this in 2024. And it's like, you know, some of this stuff is like hitting too close to home. Like it's just weird when you find yourself like around like this type of weird behavior. It's like, wow, I actually interacted with, you know, people from this community that would do some weird stuff. So it's definitely important to just keep in mind and just so that we can protect each other as much as possible anyway. Definitely the kids and including the women. So
If you're a grown person, you should not be going after kids anyway, no matter what. I mean, if you can't somehow connect with another adult, you just need to be celibate. There's no reason for you to do anything like that.
Well, I mean, there's no reason at all because you guys are you're not even on the same page as far as your life goes. Like you're clearly that is full on just a lust issue. That's there's no future in that. That's clearly just predatory. It's wrong.
yeah, I think we all know that minors can't make informed decisions, right? You know, that's why they're minors. You know, they need parental consent, parental supervision, like all these different type of things in order to engage in society. So, of course, you know, adult things is like completely off limits. And there's no excuse for it, like at all. So we're going to continue.
Well,
Go ahead, bro.
A personal thing that happened to my family, and again, the cops said everybody were wrong about it. When my brother was 14, a 40-year-old woman got with him, took him to another city. My dad called the cops, and they straight up just said, "Well, he's a boy. What do you want us to do about it?" He's still only 14 years old.
Yeah, minor's a minor, no matter what. Minor, sorry, y'all.
Yeah, man. Hey, man. Dude. I just want to jump in and say I got your back, dog. You know what I'm saying? Don't feel like you're alone, bro. Might be not a lot of us, but like, yeah, bro, we're super against that. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be quiet about it because, you know what I'm saying? The government and stuff. I mean,
oh, nah, you got freedom of speech. Well, I mean, depending on what country you come
Screw the
from.
government, man. They ain't got no control over you unless you give them the control. That's the thing about all of this. If we would stand up for our own individual selves and our own, we know is right, they cannot control anything we do.
Yeah, well, one thing I will say, though, or one thing I did learn over, like, listening to the course of some of these things being spoken about and coming out, is that you definitely don't want to make decisions based off of, like, your emotions. You don't want to react if, you know, this conversation is a little bit triggering. I know you're willing to, you know, probably go and protect and do whatever you got to do to make sure that those who need protection are protected, but you don't want to put yourself in a compromising situation either. So it's more just about awareness. I'm not trying to, like, you know, galvanize everybody up and, you know, go get somebody. I
get what you're saying. There would be no way I would just straight up go after whoever this dude. I don't even know who this dude is you're talking about, but I would do my own investigation before I would do anything. Yeah, I would definitely look into it myself, and I would try to do it faster than the cops would get to him. Because the thing is that they go to jail, and then some of them don't even go in there for that long, and then they get out on probation, and they're out doing the same thing. Just like in my daughter's school, the ag teacher ends up sleeping with the underage girl. Well, they just moved him to another city, and we don't know where he ended up at, but come to find out he did it at another school before he ended up at this school, and they did the same thing there. All they're doing is bouncing him around. So nothing happened to him. And is it getting bullcrap?
Yeah, man, I feel you. For anyone that's just joining, we're just kind of going over some of the allegations and evidence that actually came out regarding a couple people from, I don't really like to call it the flat earth, globe earth community, because this is not about what we do, but we have seen some of this stuff in the past and we're seeing it now again. We seen it on TikTok. Apparently professor, or not a professor, we don't even know if he has a credential. It's in question, but his name is Nixie over on TikTok. Seems to be abusing over 20 women, using his platform to coerce them and do things off platform. It gets a little wild. And then we got Planet Peterson, who's endangering minors around known and admitted P3 So, again, I know not trying to bring the energy down, trying to keep it light, but again, I just want you guys to know about it. I want you guys to be aware, and then, we can get.
Yeah, Don, I also want to let you know that I got your back, bro. I know it's like uncomfortable.
It is uncomfortable, man. I hate this.
Cool
Like,
thing to
I hate
talk
this.
about. Everyone's silent. No one's really speaking up. Yeah, dog.
Do y'all
so
have like these names written down?
Like there's some messed up stuff going on, and just like as human beings, and especially as men, we gotta be like the protectors. So definitely got your back, brother.
Yeah,
and we got Shane with the thumbs down, bro. So you might as well just leave, Shane.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Nah, I'm just giving him a hard time. He's my friend.
So, to answer the question,
Y'all have his names written down somewhere so I could know how to spell, like what the spelling is and all that, because I have no idea who these people are you're talking about.
Yeah, we probably should put. We don't really have anything like to show you off with Nixie, because it was just a bunch of people coming out and talking about it on TikTok. Like all the women were just like coming out and saying, "Yeah, me too, me too." Like I was a victim. I was a victim. There's probably some screen recordings, but his name Nixie, Nixy. He calls himself a professor, but that's in question. Apparently, I didn't even know that. I thought he was a PhD, because there are a lot of PhDs over on TikTok that we do have conversations with, and we are trying to bridge the gap, between Twitter and TikTok, or just anybody in any different community and different social medias. But him particularly, I thought he was a PhD. Everyone referred to him as an astrophysicist, and that's in question. And Nixie, Nixy, is in question for abusing over 20 women. And then you got Planet Peterson, and thank you, Proud, for putting that in the top in the nest up there. There's a link. Again, watch with caution. Trigger warning.
Yeah, be safe out there, guys. You know what I'm saying? You got.
I also want to say that Peterson guy, that's 100% going to be a Jew. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, it's got to use discernment. It doesn't always have to be a
sure.
Jew thing. You know what I mean?
We don't want to assume, but you can do your own research on who he is. I gave y'all the basis. He does work with children or as a profession. Did have a social media that he was, putting these minors around abusers, known abusers, and abusing them in different ways, right? Like he wasn't like completely innocent to anything besides like just putting them around like abusers. He was actually, but hold on, bro. He was actually attacking, the kids in weird way too. So, any type of abuse, it doesn't just got to be just one way.
That's heartbreaking, bro.
So if you guys want to go learn more, probably put the link up top. And it's a lot of content, so just be aware about that. But
we got
let's slide over to Ron Boston. What's up, Dave?
Hey, thanks Jesse, for popping up on the mic. Thanks for sharing, from your heart. I know it's awkward to pop in here and talk, but what I want to say is I think by design from the enemy is this ball spinning in space, not knowing which way is up, which way is down. You inject scientism all over the place and act like it's fact. You got people confused about, what's right and what's wrong. Now, I'm not saying believing in the ball earth is going to make you an evil person. I'm not saying that at all. But I am saying that when you truly understand what is a deception or what's the truth, the ground is stable. It's not spinning at all these speeds and up is up. It gives you a foundation to grow from. And I'm telling you, man, this is a spiritual battle. This topic, globe versus flat, is a spiritual battle and a spiritual topic. but everything is. And what I found in this community, in people that are open-minded, critical thinkers, looking into things like, is the jabby juice good for you or not? Or what's in our food? Or what should I be eating? Or how should I be resting? You guys know I train. Like, what's the best way for me to train and rest? I have these questions. How should I raise my kids that brings glory to the Creator? How do I treat my wife so I can have a long marriage with trust and honor? So, I mean, that's my personal goal, is to keep finding the light, keep finding the truth in all things, and spread the news, spread what we find, you know. And as I hear other people that are much more academic than me sharing knowledge, like real knowledge when it comes to science, actual science, it's music to my ears. And that's really my prayer, just praying over these women and children, just that they are protected by people that are stepping up into the light, because it's important. And you know, like I said, by design, there's a deconstruction going on. But at the same time, as we're seeing everything around us going crazy, there's also an awakening. And there are people that are tired of the deception and tired of the old road. And anyway, I'm gonna land the plane with this. Even if you've made mistakes and you're embarrassed about something, you can come up out of that and be a totally different person. Just take one day at a time. Don't beat yourself up. Ask questions. Don't feel stupid. And yeah, thank y'all for being here. It's an awesome community.
Yeah, nah, Rumboss, I 100% agree with you. One thing that I was saying over the past couple of days while kind of listening to everything that was coming out was like, the truth will always come to light. I just kept on saying that, right? You know, the truth is going to come to light no matter what. And we might not be right about everything, but, you know, we're trying to figure it out. And, you know, what sucks about, you know, trying to have this conversation is, you know, there is somewhat of good faith we got to put into the other side if we're going to engage. And, you know, like I said, there's no win in this "I told you so," like these guys are weird. Like that's not the win that we want. We want to bridge that gap and have conversations so that we could bring our information, y'all information, bring it together and try to really figure it out. But we can't even, if your own community don't even trust you, you know, it's going to be hard for us to even engage in a conversation. And it just hurts everybody, especially when some things like this is coming from, like, supposedly the highest levels of science. Like, you know, they're looking up to these people like on these platforms as these are the guys that know science, you silly flirt. And we're like, hey, we don't appeal to credential. I don't care who he is. We just want to talk about, you know, what we learned and what you guys learned. But then when things like this happen, it just destroys the whole balance, you know, between the parties. So it's very polarizing. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to figure out. Current science even acknowledges that they don't even know everything. We know even the surface level things aren't even unified. Can't figure out anything. But what's more important is, who are we talking to? Who are in these communities that we're engaging with? And how do we protect ourselves while moving through the conversation that's already polarizing? So appreciate you adding that in there, JT.
Yeah, man, I always appreciate the time, the mic, and you know, Flatman, I know you've said it a few times tonight that you got our backs, and I know that. I like your channel over in Discord. I like accountability. I like talking with other people, seeing where they're at. It's like this whole thing is about helping your fellow brothers and sisters out to rise up out of the muck and mire. And I have a lot of hope. I know there's a crazy stuff going on, but you're doing the right thing, proud and sacred. This is a great place. I'll listen for a while, drop down, and then I'm gonna get some sleep because I got to run in the morning. But yeah, I love y'all, and there's no reason to be fearful, and let that anxiety go, because we are awakening, and more are joining us every day. So peace, y'all.
Stretch before you run.
Who y'all think run more? The anti-flourish in y'all comments, or JT every day?
Man, it's still
moving.
It's the anti-flourish, man.
JT called me on Telegram one time at 9 a.m. and I was like, "Oh, what's going on, buddy?" I was still asleep. He was like, "Oh, I just ran 14 miles." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm doing a come down run." I was like, "What's that?" He was like, "Well, I just run 4 more miles." What, bro? You already ran. Now you're just running for what? What? Come down. Come on, bro. Now you're just being greedy, bro. Look at me and my legs running. Come on, man.
I ran for 14 miles. I got to warm down and run more.
Dude, I've run when I'm being shot.
Bro, I said that was my cool down. I was cooling down, and I thought, man, I'm chilling. Why don't I call Alan? I think I was motivating you before you were debating somebody. I was like, hey, man, you're going to crush this thing. Just stay calm, deliver the information. It was when you were first starting to debate, so I got your back too.
Yeah, dude, you did. And you ran forever. So some say he's still running.
Well, I'll let y'all know when I run my first
moment.
I'm gonna let y'all know when I run my first 100-miler. I think either next year or the year after, I'm gonna try to do 100 miles at once.
Nice, dude.
Dang, man, you breaking down miles like we breaking down episodes.
Do you even own a car? What's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point? Just run there.
Just run there.
When you got 2 legs?
Not being lazy.
Run. Damn. Dude said 100 miles. I wouldn't even.
And then motivate people while they're about to have their debate while you're doing it.
Dude, right. Dude, it wasn't enough for him to run 18 miles, right? And break it up into 14 and 4, right? He had enough energy to call and lift me up, dog. Like, yo, I know you're about to go into this debate, but you gotta, dude. That's why he's the mayor, dog.
That's my mayor. I was just about to say that's my mayor.
That's my mayor, dude.
That's awesome, bro. Let me pause right here. Give a little inspiration, and then run a little bit more.
Man, y'all are wild.
Dude, you know how we read PDFs for fun? This dude runs for fun. Right? Like, that's crazy. He's like, oh, you know what I'll do today? I'm just going to move my legs, but faster than a normal person would do when they're walking for an extended period of time. How long, JT? I don't know. Forever?
Till I'm done or forever. Either or.
Man, to be honest, running just has been, I started running in 3rd grade. I'll be 44 in July. So like, it's always just been play. I love climbing trees, running around, cross country track. But here's the thing. I probably was one of those kids that would have been classified as ADHD. I couldn't pay attention. I couldn't focus in class. And when I run, I can listen to audiobooks on tape and my brain locks into every word and I can understand it on a deeper level while I'm running. That's my drug to get me in the zone and calm me down and get me to focus. So I don't know, man. It's helpful to move the body.
Someone in the chat said, who are you running from, JT? It's safe, bro.
No, hey, listen, this is for real. This will be my last thing. I actually find it hard to train to race at my best because I'm so chill. Like, I'm such a happy guy. Most people that are running marathons or ultra marathons, they're running from something. That is a good question to ask a runner like me. Like, what are you running from, man? I've got so much peace. I have to extra motivate to even get out there because I would rather just chill with the family. But I've been given a gift from God. I've been running my whole life, and I got this string going at Boston. So like, I'm doing it to encourage others, call Alan during the cool down, and to see what I'm made of. I want to be a runner when I'm 70, still be running. But anyway.
Well, that's why they got the Pony Express. They got the JT Express now.
All right. I'm going to drop down. Y'all need to get this fired up.
Later, man.
Peace.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
He's going to go start running now.
No, seriously, I run when I'm being shot at. Okay?
Yeah, if you see me running, you should run because I don't run.
Or if you're trying to rescue somebody.
Clay, are you getting dropped or can you not hear when you come up?
Who can we get here?
While we get Moon Man back up, I think it was RG.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's good, y'all? How's everybody sound?
The artist. What's up, my man?
What's up, Russ?
Just cooling, guys. Appreciate y'all hosting again and having me on. JT said something a minute ago that really struck a chord in me that brought up an old memory. And I haven't thought about this in a while, but when he said don't have fear toward what's happening, in yourself, like don't let fear build up. But so the most commonly used, or actually the most used phrase in the Bible is "Do not be afraid," and it just popped up, made me think of it. So I'm kind of like that, I guess, in a way, and my pursuit of trying to find out things, not to be afraid to ask questions and look dumb sometimes, you have to, I guess, to get to the right point of knowledge. And speaking of that, do y'all mind if I ask a couple of questions, what I've been researching lately, kind of off topic of, what the prior conversation has been about, if that's cool?
No, feel free, bro. We're about to transition off of this in a minute, so yeah, go ahead.
I got you. Okay, so I've been looking at the analemmas, trying to find as much as I can about the North and the South. From the South looking North and the North looking South, you would basically see, if you could go the furthest north, I think that's the Tropic of Cancer. And then the bottom of the analemma in the South would be the Tropic of Capricorn. I think that's as far as they travel. And if anybody knows the answer to this, is the furthest south it goes, is it the 60th parallel?
Yep, the 60th south.
Okay, and then the north, it would be the opposite, right? The 60th north?
I feel like it was a little bit higher than that because I feel like there's still territories in 60th north.
Yeah, that's above Canada almost. It's like North Alaska, maybe? I haven't. But my point is, I can't find anything online. I found one picture of any analemma ever taken from Antarctica, first of all. And then second of all, I don't think you can actually get that much of the analemma from the north if you are at the Arctic Circle. Because I've looked in almost every country and whatever I could type in would, now I put that in the purple pill as a visual from Antarctica. And my issue with that is supposedly they were taking it at 4:00 in the afternoon. Each day they would snap a picture. And second of all, the bottom of the pictures they took of the analemma is still really high above the horizon line. So I feel like they're leaving out some info maybe. If anybody could chime in on that, man, I'd appreciate it, because I really want to get to the bottom of why there's the lack of information and why the secrecy of it. It seems like from the photographer, which I can link the website if cool. It's from the European Space Agency if y'all want to see that.
Yeah, bro, throw that in the purple pill.
Yeah, I've got the picture in there, but I'll throw the article and what they say from their perspective of, why 4:00 and why not 12, where it would be, a lot higher and you can see more detail. But I'm gonna fall back. But yeah, I'll chime in later if someone could just help me out why you think there's that lack of in the north and south analemma information.
I'd like to contribute to that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So when we see the analemma in the north, we're like, oh, looks like the sun's traveling a further distance, right? And this is, of course, where the elliptical orbits and all that comes from. But if you go to bitshoot.com and type in Man of Stone and go to a video titled "Couple of Thoughts About the Sun," you'll see Stone plots the analemma against a specific time of day for noon, so that there's like an established point or whatever. And when you map out the analemma in the north and south, it's actually symmetric. There's only a 3% deviation in the sky. So that elliptical orbit they always tell us about? Well, that only exists as a 3% deviation from a perfect circle. And anyway, so what we think is happening is that the analemma is like an optical phenomenon relative to the latitude. So you would see a symmetrical phenomenon in the south, right? And it wouldn't be like the inverse, how it would have to be on a globe. So we're thinking that they're keeping it under wraps because we've actually been looking for analemma stuff ourselves. It would be a huge falsification on the motion of the sky, because what it looks like is happening is that everything is happening in a circle, and the circle is just oscillating over top of us over the course of a year. So when they get into all the planetary effects where they're like, oh, stellar aberration, stellar blah, blah, blah. Well, there's an annual oscillation to the, to that orbit itself. Right. So it's like the whole path changes over top of us, and it just moves left and right, back and forth essentially over top of us. So, that would, contradict the way that they want us to conceptualize it, right? They need us to conceptualize it as in the way that we see it from the north, because that's the only way that it would lend itself to heliocentrism.
Now that's
Thank you for that. Yeah.
For those who don't know it, the analemma is like the periodicity of the sun over the course of the year, and it makes that like infinity sign. And normally when we see it, it has like a smaller loop and a bigger loop. What they're proposing is that because there's such a lack of observations from the southern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere plane, maybe they're hiding that to hide the fact that it may not be that shape. Because if it comes out to be a different shape, then we might be living on a different surface. It might not be us in motion causing that observation. That's interesting.
Yeah. It would be devastating. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But yeah, it's hugely significant. Yeah, we're looking for the same thing. So if anyone finds any southern analemmas, hit us up, because we suspect that they're going to be hella symmetrical to the north.
Yeah. I just to chime in on that too. So what I've found out, and I've asked scientists or whatever teachers on the equinoxes, right? They're supposed to be where that's the point where there's what they call even day and night, right? But I asked these guys, I'm like, so do y'all base the equinoxes off of the celestial equator or what y'all call our physical equator? Because what I found is they don't happen over the equator. Even on an AE map, the equator is a little bit south of where they cross paths, both of the equinoxes, right? And they always say the celestial equator, but all they're doing is superimposing the sky onto the earth. And I think that the reason why when you map it out like that it's not even, like where the equinoxes, it's not perfect over the equator. And there is, I think, that 3% difference of what you're mentioning. I mean, could be. I don't know. What do y'all think about that?
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. My headset messed up. What did you say? Like the last 30 seconds?
Yeah, I was saying, so when the equinoxes happen, they are giving us examples to go by of the, they're chopping our world in half or whatever, the equator they call it.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
where the equinoxes happen, it's the equator on the Earth, not the celestial equator, but on the Earth is further south. Like the equinoxes don't happen perfectly over the equator.
Yes.
And I'm thinking that might be that 3% difference you're talking about.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. There's a video by her YouTube channel is Flat Fact. And it's can't remember the title of the video, but I'll pull it up here in a second. But anyway, she was, going on about the sun, and she discovered that 3% deviation, exactly like what you're talking about. And yeah, she was thinking that that the sun's like that the analemma is just going to like recede into itself and then just become nothing or something. I don't know. Like, how people get, and they're like, I don't know, maybe it's going to nothing, or it's just oscillating over top of us, and that's just part of its periodicity. So like, yeah, it'll be further in, and then it'll be further out over the course of, X amount of years or whatever. 100%. Or I don't know, 100%, but that's what I think is happening.
Right. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I just needed someone else to hear my thoughts, because it was all jumbled up in here, and But yeah, I'll fall back and let y'all speak. But thank you, Sacred and Proud, and I hope to hear some good convo, man.
No, I appreciate you, man. That's giving me some new thoughts to think about. I never considered that. And quick sidebar too, y'all. Let me know in a purple pill, the space link. Is it just a link, or is it populating for y'all? Let me know. That's why we were starting a little bit late today. I didn't want the space to be glitching out. Last time that happened, man, we couldn't get a speaker on Flat Friday.
Oh, hey, one more thing. I'm sorry, but one more thing. So when they say the spring equinox, there's that deviation. They say from the 19th to the 21st, somewhere it varies each year, right? So, and then the fall equinox is the same thing. It's like a 3-day period, a shift in and out. It's kind of like a leap year in a way. So maybe, I haven't looked at all the years, but maybe they do line up every once in a while over the equator, but I haven't seen it myself. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it would be interesting to see that too. Let's slide over to Mr. X and then Ken, and then we'll get into the topic. Mr. X, Xavier, what's up, my boy?
What's up, my guy? Heavy conversations to start off, man. No, but it's definitely necessary. Yep. To that point, a lot of times with exchanges, it'll go left and they'll say, well, you don't. I'll see often that, well, you don't understand actual science anyway, because you believe a man could be a woman, and somewhere along the line that leads to, changing genders for children or minors, etc. And then someone along the lines, and often it's a flat earther that calls the globe earther a pedo. And then it was, as much as I don't like anti-flat earthers, which is distinct from globers, I think it was Ken who pointed it out, as a wise man as he is, that's a very serious accusation to be thrown at somebody. Now, in this case, it happened to be correct with a weirdo, whatever his name was, Peterson, Glober, or whatever, but we understand that's not the majority of Globers we talk to, and that is a serious accusation to throw around, and a lot of times it's false, right? And sometimes we know there's false accusations. How many times have people been white knight? You just read police reports where somebody said that they touched their daughter or whatever, or their girlfriend, and that ended up being a lie. People took justice into their own hands, like people have been talking on the panel, ended up being a lie. And justice, vigilante justice, was served incorrectly. So with these subjects, understand you have to be responsible. Yes, government is useless most of the time, but you got to do things by the book, if there was such a book, to just move correctly, so to speak. Ask questions, don't accuse unless you have hardcore direct evidence, so to speak. But anyway, to add on to the sun conversation, I put something in the nest. The Ether Cos folks had a really good presentation on the sun. They went into various topics, and I think a lot of things that stood out with me is that it talked about the nature of the sun, right? And we talk about a lot how the source of light that we see may be a reflection, a aberration, so to speak, but it may not be the source of the light that we see. And it goes into how it could be during its circular path that it takes around the year, it could change altitude, and the way it reflects that can, off of whatever it reflects, could mimic how it seems to go faster or slower, etc. Witsit talked about coffee cup caustics. Just keep that in mind when people are talking about the speed of the sun going faster and slower in its quote unquote, in our quote unquote orbit around the sun. Understand there could be different explanations around that too. I think one of the biggest phenomenons that stood out to me, if you ever, anybody could do this, if you go to the beach with a group of friends and you spread out as far as you can, watching the sunlight set from the sun, you get that light personal to you. No matter how far you're spread around, each person will get that sunlight directly to their feet from the sun, to the horizon. Now that's weird. That's not how light behaves. Wherever the light source is, it will reflect off of the surface coming from that light, but not the sun. The sun does something weird and different. So excellent presentation. It's in the nest. When you guys have time, bookmark it at your leisure. There's a lot to learn from there.
Yeah, no, man. Thank you for bringing that up. I was talking to Alan the other day, and I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. It's definitely in my playlist. They said Shane killed that off the cuff, man. My man Shane's a Sky Optics whiz. I can't wait to watch it. Shout out to Anti-Disinfo League.
Dude, speaking of Sky Wizards, I invited a Sky Wizard on to come and have a conversation with Shane regarding, like optical derivation of the 69 miles per degree and all that, and celestial navigation and triangulation to see if we can't figure out what's going on with there. I hope he comes on. It was a really interesting build they had going, and you can kind of see when you're using these global tools, right? Maps, coordinate, and the coordinate system associated with that, it's always going to come back to the globe. And it's just like the breakdown of the mechanism of how and what that means and how they derive distances has just been fascinating to learn. Because it's like, I see why people always think it's a globe now. Like obviously the surface level narrative of globe, the globe. But then when you look at the math and how they're deriving everything off of distances to the stars and arcs and all that, it's very fascinating. And it only lends itself to a globe if you just want to go ahead and believe in it, right? Like that's why these deciding factors are so important, like the things that we go over, the experiments and stuff.
I always tell y'all, looking at the details matters so much.
Yeah,
these guys go every day.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, they claim to be measuring curvature and they seem to consistently reproduce measurements that give them, Earth curvature, but there's no Earth curvature to be found when we do it. So what are we doing wrong? And well, it turns out it's the curvature of your eye. They're not accounting for it, and that's it. And they just attribute it to the radius of the Earth from the celestial sphere perspective. And it turns out that there's an optical equivalence with the limit of your vision sharing that same radius, especially when it's applied to the sky and used for longitude lines or latitude lines. So it's it's crazy to see that unfold and to like watch an argument where it's like, oh, but I believe it's this coordinate system. It's like, well, why though? We have another one that's, anyway, it was great.
Shaping what's beneath your feet by looking at the sky is crazy.
Didn't you guys
Still don't work out.
Didn't you just make an argument that there's observations in the sky that support a flat Earth?
Who's that, Meow?
Clay Jackson. But earlier when the guy was talking, he was literally talking about observations in the sky, and you said they were hiding the observations because they support the flat Earth.
No. Not that would support necessarily the shape, but definitely the motion, right? I said it would disprove the heliocentric model, and with that I meant the motion primarily, not the shape per se.
But it can maybe not definitively prove it, but it does offer some insights to the shape, maybe.
I mean, maybe if you want to believe in it, but I don't think so.
No, it's not a belief. Just like can you make a logical inference of saying like the sky does this and we see these celestial bodies do this, and that works better on a globe model than it does any other model. So that's support for a globe model. Is that possible?
Quite the opposite, actually.
I'm not asking if it's real, if the observations are true that do it, but is it possible that would be the case, that you could make observations that support one model over the other as far as like celestial bodies and lights in the sky?
Well, we know the refractive index of water is 1.33, meaning it's light that goes into water is 1.33 times slower than if it were to go into empty space. And there's been experiments that light heading in towards an angle, I think we know where we're going with this, that's supposed to slow down if we are orbiting the sun. And the way that light retards in the direction of travel, you would have to tilt the apparatus that's viewing the light from the celestial body even more so to compensate for that retarded speed. But we found experimental evidence that we didn't need to do that. So logical inference wise, as well as experimental wise, it actually leads to a non-moving Earth. So
that's what the movement. Again, do you think the observations in the sky can inform us at all, or not even inform us, just support one model over the other? Because just as
well, your obliqueness necessitates movement.
Well,
you know that, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, geocentrism is also a globe model idea.
An oblate spheroid necessitates the movement to get to that shape.
I mean, but when we're talking about just like in the most like general layman's terms, right? If the Earth was a globe and if the Earth was flat, you would see different things in the sky. And how
but to be exact, we're not speaking in general layman's terms. Your model asserts an oblate spheroid, which is chubbier, as per Neil deGrasse Tyson says, at the bottom than the top.
Well, let's say there's a conspiracy that the Earth actually isn't moving. Either way, the shape of the Earth does there. You would see different things if the Earth was flat versus if the Earth was a sphere. Just when looking in the sky, like those two models predict different things happening in the sky just by inherently. It seems silly to say that like, oh well, looking in the sky can't at all tell us about the shape of the Earth. It's like, well, no, it kind of can, because each model would predict different things, and you can kind of use those models and those predictions to see which one is more accurate to our observations.
Yo, real quick, does your model use a radius of 3959 for the center of the celestial sphere? If so, mine also uses 3959 for the radius of your vision. So they make the same prediction. Actually, they would see the same things in the sky, and all globular evidence is just misunderstanding that. So,
but no, if the Earth was flat,
no. Same radius of vision applied to your eye. So no, you would see the same thing in the sky.
What do you mean same radius of vision applied to your eye? What does that even mean?
Everything that you think you see that's mutually exclusive to the globe based on 3959 is seen through your eye at a radius of 3959. It's the same. You would make the same observations.
I would argue that like seeing like
you can't though. How? We have the same radius of vision.
No. Let me finish my statement. I would argue that seeing like sphere planets with moons orbiting around those sphere planets is pretty exclusive to a globe model, because that's what the globe model predicts. The globe model predicts there's empty space with spherical objects, and smaller spherical objects orbit around those bigger ones, and we see that in space. So I'd say that's strong evidence for me for the globe model.
I have a question for you.
How come we don't see that around the moon? What smaller objects? What are you talking about?
Well,
let's let Alan respond, and I'll let you guys jump in after.
Yeah, I was going to say, so like I said earlier, looking at the sky and misunderstanding what's going on up there and then trying to apply it to the ground. Like, so you're saying stuff moves around in the sky and it looks like a sphere, and that's a prediction. How it looks is a prediction of the globe. That's that's one interpretation you can have, and you have a philosophical interpretation, and that's all it is, right? So you're up here arguing philosophically of what you believe it is based off of motion in the sky, and you're like, oh, it looks like a sphere, so we must be sphere too. No, but we see the same thing, bro, on a flat or globe.
That's a straw man.
It's 1-to-1 what you said.
Well, can I explain why I think it's a straw man? I'm not just saying, oh, I can't. Okay, so I can't explain myself. Sorry about that.
No, because it's not a straw man. It's what you just said.
Well, no. Can I explain why I think it's a straw man?
No.
Or no? Or,
is it not? Is it not what you just said though?
Well, maybe I was unclear. Let me explain what I actually meant to say. If you interpret it that way, what I'm clarifying, what I'm saying is, I'm not just saying, oh, because there's spheres in space, therefore we have to be a sphere. I'm saying the celestial bodies in space like let's say like the moon's orbiting planets, right? I would say that's a demonstration of gravity. And when we see the moon orbit us, we can apply those same principles. So I'd say our observations of our planet, right? Well, even if it's a flat, I'm still going to call it a planet, of our planet with like the moon orbiting around us, would be equivalent in the same kind of phenomenon as like Jupiter's moons orbiting around it or Mars's moons orbiting around it. Not just oh, there's spheres, we must be a sphere, but the fact that even spheres exist in the sky, I think, is a demonstration of gravity. I mean, that's what gravity suggests. So I think.
Can you prove that they're
Okay.
spheres?
All right, one second,
Yes,
one
I can
second,
prove
one
they're
second,
spheres.
boys. 1 second, boys. Okay, so to recap all the way back to what Xavier originally put forward, right? We see these things moving in the sky. Maybe we're moving in the sky with them, right? Well, every time they went to test the velocity of the Earth, they couldn't find a velocity that matched the model that they had. And the attributes that you're attributing to gravity to explain the periodicity of events is proportional to the periodicity of the event and then other constants that are just, it's just a ratio of constants essentially, right? It has no physical meaning. The test of the motion, right? Putting water in the telescope to see if the angle of light has to be corrected to compensate for Earth's velocity, using interferometry to measure the velocity of the Earth around the sun. All of these things produce nothing that corresponds to the Earth actually moving. So when the things are moving in the sky, that doesn't reflect the shape of what we're standing on, because like I showed or explained earlier, we have an optical equivalence. So everything we see you're going to see it as a globe or a flat Earth in that regard, right? Same radius of vision, same radius of Earth, or same radius of celestial sphere. And then, I mean, that's really all it is. That's why I said, like, you're just arguing from philosophy.
Well,
it's not
you didn't address.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Fully addressed. And it's not even a straw man of what you said. It's fully what you said. And you just kind of keep repeating it. And Xavier already addressed it with the experimentation, right? Because what you have is observations. You see thing move in sky. So what? What do we do with that? How do we manipulate independent variables? Well, water telescope, right? Changing the induction rate of light. That's how you would start to do these things. And they've been done and they don't correspond to heliocentrism. So it doesn't matter what's moving in the sky or how you feel about it or what you think is a straw man.
Well,
it
you
just
didn't
be what
address-
it be.
You didn't address my main point or my main observation between the two our planet and celestial bodies. We see moons orbiting around Jupiter and Mars, and we see a moon orbiting around us, consistent with us being a globe. Like, how is that? At least, even if you don't think it's true, you have to put yourself in the mindset where, like, that does kind of make sense. That if we see moons orbiting other planets in the sky, and we see a moon orbiting around us exactly as it would look on a globe, that is like just like a common sense interpretation of that data would kind of lean someone towards a globe model.
For sure. So when I said that all you have is empirical observation and that you're arguing from philosophy, what part of that did you think didn't directly address what you just repeated again?
Well, I want you to address the specifics of it. Like you addressed the specifics of everything I said except for that. Like what's the explanation for that? Like, why would you see other planets with moons orbiting around it, and then you see our planet with a moon orbiting around it in a way that's completely illogical on a flat plane, and just say, well, that's nonsense. Like, what? Come on. Like, it's just a common sense interpretation of the data, right?
Nothing but incredulity.
You got to listen, Clay. You got to listen. He's going to answer one more time, and then we're going to go to Ken.
Well, can you address the specifics?
Yeah,
the specifics
I'm actually not going to answer for the third time, so we're good. We can wrap it up here.
No, I want to know the specifics of why there's moons orbiting around other planets,
I got
but
you,
not
Brody.
around ours.
I got you.
Okay.
Nobody knows why they move, bro. They already tried to attribute the causal mechanism of their motion to being gravity, which was experimentally falsified, right? Because if you're moving due to gravity, you're going to produce a velocity, right? To have this model where the Earth is moving, it has to produce a velocity of 30 kilometers a second. There is none, right?
I didn't say why it moves.
Yes.
I just said, don't you think? Don't
you said,
I said,
dude, stop. You said things are moving in the sky. Why doesn't that lend itself to a globe? This is moving around this planet. This is moving around this planet. Why doesn't it make sense that the Earth is moving around us and we're a sphere too? Don't care, man. That's a philosophical argument. You not understanding that is where I'm going to go ahead and eject from the conversation, brother.
I think that was a straw man again, but
I was a straw man. He's literally addressing what you said.
No. I'm not just saying vague. There's just vague things moving in the sky, and that makes us moving. I'm saying we see a celestial body orbiting around us. Our
oh shit!
Mass.
Oh wait, my bad.
You're presupposing.
Hold on. No.
Same thing.
Hold on, wait. I didn't know that you meant that. That totally changes nothing about what I said.
No, it does, because you're saying, oh, we just see things move in the sky. No, I'm saying we see things orbiting around our mass, and we see things orbiting around other masses. There's a direct parallel between things orbiting around us and things orbiting the planets in the sky. And for you to deny that is like just so silly.
So the real issue here is when you're getting into the causal mechanism of why you're assuming moving, of why they're moving in the first place, and you're just breezing over that, and you're like, oh, but they're moving though. No, I don't care, man. Like, you can just wrap it up, B.
The way
but you are invoking that too, Clay, because you called it orbits. Orbits presupposes something circulating an orb. It's orbiting due to gravity. You are imposing it, even if you're not using the words. And he already explained it 3 times, and it's like you're not even listening to him.
You can easily prove it's an orbit around the moon's orbiting around us. That's like one of the easiest things anybody can prove to themselves.
Okay, so you're presupposing that. Maybe easy to you, but we deny that claim. You can't prove it.
Can I show you why I think it's orbiting, and then you can tell me why you think I'm wrong?
You can go, but we have people waiting.
I'll show you some math while you're wrong if you want.
So as the moon sets, it doesn't appear to get bigger or smaller, which is consistent with an orbit. And as it sets, one side is consistently facing the Earth, which is consistent with an orbit and completely impossible on a flat sphere. That's why I think it's very easy to prove that the moon's orbiting around us. Similar to how the moons orbit around Jupiter. That's what you'd see on other planets. You see moons orbiting around them. We see a moon orbiting around us. It's a pretty common sense globe proof, I think.
So I'm gonna link you a video from Vsauce on the moon's terminator line and how it doesn't always align in the way that you just suggested it does. And the explanation that they give to it for that is, wouldn't you know it, curved visual space and apparent positions. So I encourage you to watch that, and then maybe you can kind of understand. Oh, actually, you're not going to watch it, but for the audience, I'm going to link that video, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Apparent objects in the sky moving, curved visual space is your perspective. They've mapped that to a coordinate system to express it geographically, and then through correction angles, there are deviations from the assumed perfect celestial sphere with a radius of 3959. They've made us a nice coordinate system, which Clay has philosophically adopted as his entire belief.
Alan, what happens when objects
hold on. You've been jumping up on this mic as quick as possible. I got a question for you now.
Okay.
Have you ever actually sat down and objectively thought about your viewpoints, or do you just continuously regurgitate and spout it as if you were still in high school and you're being graded on a test?
No, I've watched hours of flat Earth documentaries. I've definitely thought about it. And if the Earth was flat, I care what's true. I don't care about any specific religious or philosophical ideology. So if the evidence suggested the Earth was flat, I would believe the Earth is flat. But I think the evidence suggests the Earth is not flat, so I can't believe it.
But when you're talking about your space orbits, you're talking about lights in the sky. You can't even prove that they're matter.
No, they're not lights. Well, planets aren't lights because multiple planets have phases, so you can see light shine at them at different angles. And by the mere fact of light shining on them, it proves they're spheroids.
Ooh.
That's how phases work. That's what a phase like when you have a phase, that means lights are shining.
So when they don't align with the parallel light ray though, and there's like an excuse for it where it's curved visual space, like what then? It's like I do agree we do see some phasal stuff in the sky, but is it always in proportion to what it would be with respect to the sun being 93 million miles away, ejecting parallel light rays?
That's a good question. Well, let me answer. So when you're talking about like exactly how the model works and exactly like how light shines on it, and if light bends, and if there's like all the stuff you're mentioning, right? You can get into that. But we're just looking at like, what do you see? You see light shine on the objects in phases, okay? And you can go into the details of exactly how that works, and the people have different ideas.
Bro,
and theories.
If the phases don't match up, then that's a wrap, dog. Like proceed no further. No, they don't. Though.
They do.
No, they don't.
But then No. Okay, you're doing the same thing that you were just yelling at me for.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Stopping
It's just, yeah, I apologize. It's super repetitive though.
And you were yelling at me and screaming and how, like, come on. Okay. So when you're talking about like the moon, right? You're saying you come up with an excuse why the moon doesn't appear to get farther away, or it doesn't appear to shrink as it gets farther away, and why everyone sees the same side. And you still say, oh, even though that's not exactly what you'd expect, there's explanations for the phenomenon. In a similar matter, when like there's a globe Earth and you see planets with like different phases, right? And there's explanations for why it doesn't perfectly align with what we'd expect. You're just doing the same thing. You're trying to figure out exactly how things work under your model, right? So I'm just saying we observe that like there's planets in the sky with phases, and that strongly suggests there's solid objects that light is shining on, and there's different ideas of exactly how and light shines on them in like what orientation.
Which light?
And all that.
Which light's shining on them?
Well,
would it be
well,
the
you would
sun?
assume you would assume the biggest light in this you see in the sky, which would be the sun, right? Like just common sense interpretation.
So when the phase isn't in alignment with the sun's position, then like still
that's what I just said.
still sun lighting it up though, or no?
Well,
Because you know the other stars aren't close enough to even
Can I answer?
do
Can
that.
I answer?
Go ahead.
So when that happens, right? People come up with explanations, goes, okay, this doesn't exactly match. Similar how to when the moon doesn't match what you'd expect on a flat Earth, you come up with explanations of like why you see something visually that's not exactly there. So the theories you mentioned, like the Vsauce proposes a theory to why that is, right? And you can't just outright dismiss that because it's not perfectly aligned. Otherwise, why can't I just dismiss the moon, the observation of the moon with the
You don't understand what the implications of acknowledging that.
Yeah, Clay, and on top of that, he doesn't just say like a theory of what it could be. He gives the actual explanation of what it is and how everything you see. No, everything you see in the sky is an apparent position. Agree or disagree? It's an apparent location. Yes or no?
Yes, because that's how light travels. But just from like a common sense interpretation. Well, no, let me answer a little more.
One sec. Well, you don't need to, because that's the basis of what you're refuting. You're acting like he's proposing something different than what's being put forward by the heliocentric model. This is you just said that he tried to come up with a theory, and I'm telling you what the theory is now. Right? You haven't had time to watch the video, so I'm explaining to you that he's not proposing anything differently than what mainstream science is saying how it works. Right? When it's convenient, they'll talk about how everything's an apparent position in the sky, and you see in curved visual space, and it'll produce a quote unquote illusion that the moon is in a different location, and it just quote unquote looks like it's not in the proper spot to get that alignment with the light, and it's just purely illusion based. But just acknowledging that and how it works, just so you can like hear it come from someone who's not a flat earther, and how you see things and how it's mapped, it would be extremely important for this conversation, because that's everything you're talking about right now is directly related to that. You're like, oh, there's light in the sky. We know that there's phases, lends itself to a globe, light shining on an object. Like, yeah, for sure. But if that object is being lit up in a way that doesn't align with the thing that you say that you assume is the source of the light, then that's like a model refutation, and you can't just blind eye that and then keep talking, right? And then be like, oh, but that's somehow a prediction of the model. Maybe it works a different way. Like, no, it's already falsified on the face of it. Whatever's going on in the sky, nobody knows. Go ahead.
Let me push back on that. So like when I'll use this exact same logic of the flat Earth. Okay, so if we have an object or a light in the sky, like the moon, it's from how human perspective works and what the model would say, it's impossible that everybody would see the same side of the moon. Different people from like hundreds of miles away would see the same side of the moon. So I would say that's a refutation of the flat Earth model. But then wouldn't you say, well, that's an illusion, and that's the apparent like position of the moon showing the same face to every person? Like, wouldn't you be doing the exact same thing as Vsauce is doing?
Well, no. The only reason that the heliocentric model has credence to it, right, would be the moon landing. The only reason that people think
no. Address what I said. No, address what I said. It's specific. Like, would that not be the same thing when you're explaining why everyone sees the same face of the moon? I'm not talking about the moon landing.
Listen, the only reason you have the preconceived notion that the default of what the thing in the sky is a rock is because of the moon landing. You think that it's a physical object. So you think that the interpretation that the flat earth has is that it's just an apparent object in the sky and we don't know is like retarded, refuted, blah, blah, blah. And the underlying baseline of why you think that is because of the moon landing. Nobody knows what's going on with the stuff in the sky, right? They can't even tell.
That's not true.
Yeah, dude,
I don't
buddy.
believe the moon. I don't believe the moon's solid because of the moon landing.
Buddy, okay. Believe it's solid because of the craters. That's great. That's a philosophical
that's not philosophical. I just
hold on, dog. It is because when the light doesn't line up with the phases and you still see them, it's a philosophical preposition because you don't know what the hell they are now, right? But you're still latching onto the crater. Oh, but and then like how do we hold on one sec? How do we further reinforce it? Well, moon landing, right? There's where yes. If we actually have the same position, you just think that yours is correct.
No. So when you're talking about like the sun shining the light, even if it doesn't line up perfectly with the sun, you can still see there's some light shining on the moon. Like that's an objective fact. You look at the jumbotron, you can see the craters cast shadows, and you can see light on the moon. The moon has phases. So Alan, this is you because of some presupposition, probably a religious belief in God or something. You're saying even though I can see clearly the moon has light shining on it, I'm going to suggest it doesn't have light shining on it because it kind of breaks my model. That's why I don't like flat Earth.
It's actually
debates in general.
It's actually the opposite, right? Because what we were just talking about was the causal mechanism of the sun shining the light on the physical object to light up the craters, but that would also have to be in proportion with the Terminator line. And when it's not, and the craters are still in phase, you can know, or you know that the source isn't the sun reflecting on it, buddy. Well, no, like that's the whole point of it.
What's more logical to say, Alan? Okay, let's say what's more logical. You have two options, right? The sun still is the source, and there's other phenomena explaining why it doesn't line up perfectly, or the moon just magically looks exactly like the sun shining on it, and it has phases and shadows and like light on it, but it's actually not, and it has nothing to do with the sun. What's more likely? Like, isn't it just like more likely to say, well, it is probably still is that big light in the sun, and there's probably like, since physics is so incredibly complex, and even you admit it with like stuff like the moon and the apparent illusion, that there's probably other phenomenon explaining why light doesn't exactly work like we would like it to, instead of just throwing out the sun and saying, well, I guess even though I can see shadows and light and phases on the moon, I guess the moon's just plasma now. Like that, like, why would you jump to that conclusion?
You still haven't done the homework I gave you months ago. This is amazing. You tell us that you watch these hours of flat earth videos, but you don't even engage in directed study. How reverse is that?
Well, okay. Can I just ask like a question for like?
Just float over that too.
You done talked enough, Clay, because I don't think you listening. Now we saying it.
I don't think.
Hold on, real quick. So the other possible explanation, right, would be that there's two lights in the sky, and that's it. And when they're orientated, and when they're orthogonal to each other, things in the sky happen, right? You get eclipses, you get tides, you get all kinds of stuff.
You even admitted that the globe model has explanations for why it's not aligned. The Vsauce video you would cite has that explanation. You just don't like the explanation.
No. His explanation is my explanation, bro. You just have supplementary stuff outside of your visual space, dog. You just don't know that.
His explanation.
If you're acknowledging what Alan is saying, if you're acknowledging the explanation from Vsauce, then you're acknowledging the whole flat earth position. How it applies to. Hold on, listen. How we say it applies to everything. So while you're acknowledging that, now you understand where we coming from. So now you have to concede that there's an equivalence. So
can I get a clarification?
What? Well, he said it four times, and I just said it for you too. What?
Well, no. So like, I'm confused on the specifics. So when Vsauce gives his explanation, right? His explanation it explains away and involves like the moon being a solid object that light's shining on, right? His explanation fits within that model. Are you saying that that in your model the moon's also has light shining on it from the sun, and it applies to flat Earth too? Because if you're saying it's the same explanation, how can it be the same explanation when his explanation is dealing with why light's shining on celestial objects, and your explanation is these celestial objects actually don't have light shining on them? They just look like they have light shining on them.
You forget everything we talked about.
Yeah.
So here's a. I mean, I want to divert the conversation to something. Other people can talk, but I want to. If people are still okay with me talking, I want to bring up something different because we've already talked
You
this to death.
just brought up the whole refutation that the light doesn't align.
No, but I'm saying
we just said the expert. You went back to the original.
Yeah, but I'm saying Vsauce would
Original
offer an
refutation.
explanation for why the light doesn't align, and that still allows for celestial bodies to have light shining on them.
And if
Your
you
model
acknowledge
doesn't
what Alan is saying, if you acknowledge that explanation, then that explanation also applies to how it works on a flat Earth in its entirety. So
but on a flat Earth.
therefore, you cannot say that your model is better.
But on a flat Earth,
There's an at least an equivalence. There's at least an equivalence in how they move in relative to each other. And even if we're gonna go, and even when you're talking about moving, but when you just like Mr. Xavier said, when you start talking about orbits, you're incorporating a mechanism now. And when we look at the mechanism, y'all haven't figured that out. So by saying that you have a better model, by you saying that you have a better model, it's not even equivalent because you rely on orbits and you don't even know what gravity
I think
you want to use.
Understand the difference. Yeah.
Do you agree that you need gravity?
Well, let me just clarify that.
Do you agree that you need gravity, bro?
Well, you need something equivalent to gravity, right? You need some explanation for
do you need gravity? Why is that hard to answer? Y'all love gravity.
I answered the question. Not everything is just
I don't think I heard you answer the question.
I said
you need gravity.
You need something that acts as gravity to explain celestial bodies orbit, right?
Real quick, Clay. Real quick.
What?
Okay. The reason you think that, right, is because of Kepler's laws and how you can backwards derive Newton's equations for motion with them, right?
That's not why I think that. No.
Oh, if that's not why you think that, bro, then you're completely not understanding your own position.
No, let me explain why I think that. I think you need gravity because I can see planets in the sky with moons orbiting around them. I can see a moon orbiting around our planet.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So when they went to test for the causal mechanism, in the lab frame on the old Earth, they didn't get the velocity needed. So applying gravity to the sky is not needed, right? They already have Kepler's laws, which is just a kinematic derivation of constants turning velocity into pi so that they can get the radius proportional to the the periodicity of the event, right? How long it takes to complete an orbit. So that gives them their orbital mechanics and ratios and all that and distances and stuff, but it's not real. It has no physical meaning. The distances could be anything, right? When you get into CellNav, hold on one sec. When you get into CellNav, where it actually matters, everything is 3959, right? So
yeah. Alan, pretend like you don't know any of that, okay? And like you haven't researched that, okay? If you're just making observations, you can see the moon orbit around us.
Buddy, I know. And I'm telling you, like, okay, you know what? You have
the moon.
I'm good, bro. Sacred takeover.
Clay,
can I finish?
No, you said a lot, bro. You said a lot.
Yeah, but other people have been saying a lot too. Like, if you don't want me to talk, that's fair. But let me.
We do want you to talk, but you're not even addressing anything that we're saying.
Yes, I am. You just don't like it. You just don't like my answers.
We're literally addressing it and showing you why you're refuting your own position.
No,
you're not.
I'm not. So when you're talking about like
I'll give you the last word, and then we're gonna go to Ken.
Okay. So when you're talking about the Vsauce video, Alan was saying like the movement of like the moon and celestial bodies, the same explanation he has in the Vsauce video also works on a flat Earth. I'm saying that we can observe these objects have light shining on them, and we have a big sun in the sky. So it's just common sense to suggest that the light shining on them is probably from the sun. And if it doesn't align perfectly, there's probably complex physics behind it. But if you're just looking at like the most common sense interpretation of the data and not pretending like you can't see the moon as clearly a solid object. I mean, everybody here can look at the thing on the Jumbotron I drew with the shadow and the light. And if you're honest with yourself and you're not presupposing a flat Earth, you would say that looks like a solid object and it acts like a solid object. So that's my final word. You can let other people talk.
Thank you. And the reason why we're talking about Vsauce is because that prediction doesn't work. That's why we're talking about Vsauce, because that light that you incorporated doesn't work. So I let you say all of that just so I can highlight to the audience that you keep on reverting back to the own refutation. Nah, that's it, bro. That's it. I let you get all that off just so I can show you. You went right back to the original position that doesn't bro. It doesn't work.
You
It
didn't
doesn't work.
say anything. You didn't say anything of significance. You just said the prediction. What prediction are you referring to?
He just told you about the Vsauce video.
No. I want you to explain
How the light,
what prediction.
I didn't see the video, but apparently the light doesn't align with the body that's emitting the light.
But you also said
and you're attributing it to something that we use on a flat Earth.
No, you also said that. So
Right?
the same phenomenon exists on a globe Earth and a flat Earth. So either way, it works, right? But now on the globe model, we can see light
so now
shine on
that
the
you
moon.
said so now that you said that either way works, that's called an equivalent. Wait. Now that you said either way works, that's called an equivalence, which is what Alan was trying to explain to you the entire time, the kinematic equivalence. Then when you start talking about orbits, you're incorporating a mechanism. And when we look at how the mechanism is applied, that also doesn't work. So you cannot say that you have a better model. Case closed, bro. But we will come back to you.
No,
Ken
one-
wants
I
to-
said,
we will,
please,
no,
please,
no,
please, no,
no,
like
bro,
15
no,
seconds.
no, bro, no, hell no, no.
No,
Are gonna come back.
Pull your hand back up. Just
Ken-
pull your hand back up.
Ken wants to say something to you probably. And I know he has a lot to say. We covered a lot. And I believe Stone wants to say something to you. And we got some new hands in the building. I think we lost a couple speakers because I allowed you to continue on.
No, I'm
my
good.
bad.
I would just point out that this guy sounds like a yappy dog who just will not stop.
I know.
Let's be nice. I didn't insult any of you. Let's just be nice.
Hey, dude, I'm just calling it the way I see it, and it's real easy to see.
God, let's be- That's not fair. Come on, guys, have a little respect.
Yeah.
And just
so
look up.
I'm taking us back.
Respect? How about the
little bit.
respect to go and do the things I asked you to do to get the information you say you want to see? Go do that. Show some respect, Clay.
Okay.
Did anyone check his homework before we allowed him to speak again? Come on.
And look up cymatics for your orbits. We can explain that with cymatics, no problem.
So when you're saying like the when I said like both like the apparent motion of stuff.
Ken is next. Clay, put your hand up. Then I want to go to Liliana, and we have a new speaker with his hand up. Then we can double back around to you, Clay, after you put your hand up. If you put your hand up before we go to Gold. Ken, jump in.
Yeah, so I'm my first thing, I'm going back just a little bit because RG was talking about the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, and he asked about 60th degree, and so I just wanted to correct it. It's the Tropic of Capricorn is going to be 23.4 degrees south. And Tropic of Cancer is 23.4 degrees north. And the easy way to remember that is that's where they get their 23.4 degree tilt. So they can explain how it moves from tropic to tropic as we travel around the sun. And Clay seems like he's got a little bit of a brain, but he don't listen. Hey, I don't know, man. Alan explained that 3 times to you. 3 freaking times. And I bet you can't even steel man anything that he talked about because he addressed everything you said specifically and clearly. And you just run right back to it. And what killed me is when you get to forget everything that you know and just tell me, why would he forget everything that he knows? Why you take the time to learn something and learn the specifics of something, learn the science behind it, just to forget about it so that you can, assume that things are what you believe they are? That's ridiculous.
I'll respond to that real quick. I understand now, in retrospect, that sounded bad, but I meant to just take the conversation back to your most basic observations, because a lot of times these conversations devolve into really complex physics, and even on the flat Earth and the globe model, there are observations that involve super complex physics. I just wanted to take it back to what do your most basic observations tell you, and what's the common sense interpretation? That's what I meant.
The most basic observations tell you that things in the sky move. and that every single scientific experiment that we can dream of to show whether it's the sky moving or the earth moving says the earth is not moving. Now, you can pretend that you've got planets out there with moons running around them. Therefore, we must be running around the sun, and the moon must be running around a globe Earth. But the fact is that you do not have any velocity. You're not moving. It's the same thing as standing by a car on the road and saying, this car is moving. No, we got no velocity on it. Yeah, but all the other cars seem to be moving, so it must be moving. It's a shit argument.
Well, I think I would argue. I would argue that you can clearly see the moon's orbiting around us as a globe, but I mean that's just spread.
We know.
Obviously, we're going to disagree about that. But I'd hope to the listeners that are undecided, like if you like you can go through that like in your head and realize that yeah, the moon does orbit around a globe Earth, and any flat Earth explanation is just very silly, and it's kind of like they already decided that the Earth is flat and there's a giant conspiracy. So like when somebody brings up, well, maybe the moon can't work, then they have to like say, oh, the moon's plasma and light's not shining on it. It's going in circle. Like it's just whatever. Other people can talk.
Why is it your super hope for super physics is what's trying to save your globe for you?
Quite a scattergun.
I would say that when you're talking about like physics and explanations, so we have observations for what the model is, and then the quest of humanity, and this doesn't apply to globe or flat Earth, this applies to everything, is trying to figure out how stuff works. So there's different theories of how stuff works, but at its most basic, like we've observed the globe Earth, we've mapped it out, it works. And people are still trying to figure it out. And sometimes
I know what you're saying is true. You're just saying random things that just aren't true at all.
Well, so I mean, obviously, and I would say you're saying random things that aren't true. I mean,
Wrap
it works
it up,
both
B.
ways, doesn't it? So
no, it literally doesn't. We're actually providing like substance.
No,
you haven't said anything, and you haven't even like acknowledged anything that we said.
I have, but you just don't like my answers. But I think the listeners
It just directly refutes your position.
It doesn't though, because my position was like you can see shadows and light shine on the moon, and there's probably an explanation why it's not perfectly aligned.
And then we showed that it doesn't always work, which is why we highlight.
No. You said it doesn't always work, but no. You said it does work. But the same explanation can work for a flat Earth, but it doesn't explain the light shining on the moon.
The motion.
Yeah, no, but I wasn't talking about the motion, was I?
You were talking about the motion.
No, I wasn't. When we were talking about, I was talking about the light in that
conversation. Didn't you mention orbits?
Well, yeah, I was talking about that earlier, but when we were
what's
talking
an orbit?
About, the Vsauce video doesn't explain why you can see light shining on the moon.
What's an orbit?
An orbit is a smaller mass going in a circle around a larger mass, which is what we can observe with other planets and our own planet.
If something's going around a circle, that you're saying that's a motion, right?
So yeah, because you can see the moon.
Right. So you were talking about motion. So why would you say that you weren't?
So host, when you see like the moon with the same face and the moon traveling down in the sky without getting smaller.
Bro, all right, hold on. All right,
doesn't that just naturally lead to an orbit? Come on, like just think.
No,
like maybe,
the orbit requires gravity, and then when you try to calculate those orbits using more than just two bodies, it doesn't work, and you can't even apply. And then, what you mean? Y'all solved the 3-body problem?
Well, it works. Like it's not perfect, but like we can observe.
Can you answer my question?
No, I haven't solved the 3-body problems. It works in the sense that
so it doesn't work.
In the most general, obviously, like when you're dealing with physics, there's always like people are making like nothing is 100%.
It doesn't work, right? Right. It doesn't work.
Do we understand how?
Wait, does it work?
Yes, but let me explain.
Wait, why is it a problem if it works?
Can I use an analogy? Can I use an analogy? Do we
why
understand?
Why would they call it a problem if it worked?
Can I use an analogy? Do we understand 100% of the human body?
You haven't answered like anything. Why would they call it a problem if it worked?
Because it's an issue within the thing that they're currently trying to figure out. But the model works because we can observe.
So it doesn't work.
Well, let me give an analogy, okay? Have we figured out?
Clay, does it work or not?
Can I give an analogy and answer the question?
Okay, answer first, and then you can give your analogy, and then
it does work, and I'll explain why with an analogy. So we can observe the human body work in cells and DNA, right? we don't exactly understand exactly how everything works in the explanation behind all the physics and all the biology. We still know it exists. We still know the human works. We can observe the human being existing. There's different theories, and sometimes it's proven wrong later, or like we thought this about human biology, but later it's proven wrong. It's the same thing with that. We can observe planets with moons orbiting around them. That's a demonstration of gravity, host. We can observe the moon orbiting around us.
So everything that he's saying is just patently false. He doesn't really understand the details of the three-body problem. So when they actually apply the three-body problem, what they'll do is they'll simplify because it doesn't work. So for example, they don't account for the actual stuff, the mass of the object. They say it's point. Wait, hold up. Don't censor me. I'm talking to the audience right now. So what they'll do is they'll say they're point masses. Because when they account for the actual quote unquote determined mass of these orbiting bodies, it doesn't work relative to using gravity. Then they'll do other things like they'll calculate 2 at a time. So they'll say, oh, there's 3, A, B, and C. Let's calculate A and B. Let's calculate B and C. And then we'll say, oh, we calculated A, B, and C. Because when you actually try to calculate A, B, and C, it doesn't work. Everything he's saying is just patently false and incorrect. So I don't even know why he over here capping unless you just really don't understand.
Did you not hear what I said? Can you please, like, if you're asking me to listen, can you listen to what I'm saying? Okay. So
I've already addressed it, and you addressed what I'm saying, and I think you won't. And I've already gave you a chance to speak, and we're gonna come back to you, bro. We already.
Gosh, can I please, you guys?
How long would no, bro? No.
Like 30 seconds.
No.
We didn't hear from Proud. She had her hand up.
No.
You don't.
Proud got her hand up. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you. I can't see. Hey, Proud. If you like to jump in real quick before we get to Ken, feel free.
So I did want to give Clay an analogy of his own by saying it works selectively is kind of ironic. I don't think you would buy a car with brakes that work selectively. So therefore, the model and your mechanism for gravity should probably work all the time. My original question had nothing to do with this, though. It was actually no, I take that back. My original question was more towards geocentrism and a heliocentric oblate spheroid. We talk about this, but I don't know if I ever got an answer. So if we are under the impression that the oblate spheroidness of our Earth comes from the motion or is dependent on the motion, when you think about a geocentric Earth, a stationary non-Earth in motion, that would be a sphere, what would be the dimensions of a geocentric Earth without the oblateness? Like, has that been calculated, I guess, to say?
Yo.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. But I do want to address the 3-body problem. And maybe, so just hear me out and explain if I'm like, I honestly...
do you want to hear from Clay or do you want to hear from somebody else?
Just, well, I'll finish this and then I'll let
literally anybody
talk for
else.
like an hour. I won't talk for like an hour, I promise. I just want to get a clarification. I'm actually trying to like learn. So like if I'm wrong in my logic, like I want to know why I'm wrong. So when you're talking about the 3-body problem in
That
space,
new guy down there looks cool.
The reason it's a problem is because like we observe spherical objects in space, right, with like orbiting around, and it doesn't exactly match our theory for how it works, right? So why, if it's all fake, why would NASA say, well, no, well, let me just finish. If it's all fake, why would NASA make observations that would cause a fake 3-body problem? The fact that a 3-body problem exists acknowledges the idea that there's spherical planets in space. The whole concept hinges upon spherical objects in space. So it's like the same with biology, right? We observe the human body working. We observe, and then we make theories of how it works, and sometimes those theories are proven wrong. But the idea that NASA would have a theory for how gravity works, they would make fake observations that have problems with the theory, and then they now have a problem within their theory because of their fake observations, is absolutely nonsensical, and that's all I have to say.
Clay, I'm just gonna say it because I don't know if anybody else cares enough to say it. Even if we were to grant you spherical celestial bodies, nobody on this stage is under the impression that the nature of those spherical bodies has anything to do with what we are standing on. I am going to literally tell you, hey, okay, if your moon is spherical in your model, if you believe that it is spherical, that still does not prove that we are standing on something spherical. So I understand you believe NASA, you believe all the observations, you believe what they're telling you. However, we can still agree that that does not definitively prove what you're standing on. It might add some type of credence if the math and the numbers align that they're using to back those claims.
And on top of that, he's once again speaking about things he doesn't really truly get. Because, hold on, I'm talking. Because when you actually look at the math and those equations, like, and Alan and Toby and Shane talk about this all the time. They all use an ECI, frame of reference, which they transform into an ECEF. But that means Earth-centered inertial. So they treat the Earth like it's the center of everything and that it's unchanging. And there's still a lot of problems with that too. And we can get into like relativity and physics and all that stuff later, but they count for real forces acting on it like the actual spaces spinning. And this doesn't align with like their current perspective or current framework of gravity.
Right, because they're making observations in space, right? Like these are observations made in space.
But you're saying, hey, even when NASA's sacred, and I say, hey, well, NASA treats the Earth like it's the center of everything and stationary, brother.
Well, no, but like, address. Can you address my point? Why would NASA?
I did.
Fake
you said why would NASA?
Space?
They don't fake it. What I'm telling you is that what you think it, they're treating it like it's stationary in the center of everything.
No. Can you? So you think? Do you think like the observations
even if it did happen, they're treating it like it's the center? Can you acknowledge? Can you acknowledge that they're not? Can you acknowledge that they don't treat it like it's moving, and that it's not the center of everything? Can you acknowledge that? Can you acknowledge that?
No, because it's not true. It's a lie. It's a blatant lie. Sometimes with some experiments they do treat it. Sometimes they don't.
What does ECI and ECEF stand for?
I'm not sure, but
the listening test.
But when
if like, you don't know, why are you just saying things with such like confidence if you don't know?
Because you're like a person that pretends like the moon is plasma, like you're completely detached.
No,
from
I'm a cyborg. I've been telling you that since day one. So you don't pay attention.
And you probably actually believe you're a cyborg, right?
Like, you believe you're on a spinning ball moving through flat space. You can't even understand the mechanism behind.
Are you gonna look? Hold on a second. Are you gonna look me dead in my oculars and tell me Sacred ain't a cyborg, my dude? That's one step too far. We've had good day, sir. Who else has a hand up? Anyone? Liliana, what's up, girl?
Excellent segue. You guys realize he actually like?
Nah, dude, buddy, we're
cyborg.
Yeah, it's all good. And Proud's also a cyborg, and I'm a bearborg, so it's fine. But anyway,
Alan, you pretend like the moon is plasma. Dude.
I've like, never said that it's plasma. Yo, Clay, please. I've never said it's plasma. And we're now going to talk to We're now going to talk to Shelf of Insanity. I don't know what it is.
Your religious beliefs make you dumb, Alan. Like, come on.
That's cool. Yo, Shelf of Insanity. What's up, my boy?
That's the funniest thing I've heard.
Choo, choo. Do you hear that, Clay? That's the train moving on. Boop, boop. All aboard. Conversations moving on.
You sound unhinged. You guys actually sound unhinged. Like completely detached from reality. It's weird.
Did I hear my name be mentioned?
Please. I want to start something to Clay. You just said about the plasma being something detached from reality, because I'm paying attention to what the flat earthers have to say for 3 years now. Before that, I simply roll my eyes whenever flat earth things appears on my timeline, okay? So I started to pay attention. And I'm pretty convinced by this far. But all the information I gather from them, the moon is a big mystery to me. Because the moon, it's not closing the equation of everything they say, okay? So yeah, I can say that of what the page that I am now, I will say that without any fear of being mocked, okay? But if we are in a sphere, the moon could be a sphere. But if we are on a plane, the moon has to be some kind of hologram. I don't need to explain why or how. If it's plasma, if it's a LCD screen up there, I don't care. If we are on a plane, the moon cannot be a sphere, cannot be a dish-like object, okay? It has to be some kind of hologram.
That's right. Yeah, no, you just nailed that exactly on the head. The flat Earth doesn't allow for a solid sphere moon. So anybody that's actually honest with themselves and not religiously or spiritually biased can clearly see the moon's a solid object. But because it doesn't work on the flat Earth, you have to propose it's a hologram or an LCD. Some people say the Bible says it's a light, so they can't say it's a solid object. So like, spot on. I agree 100%.
So we also gave.
Real quick.
So why saying that the plasma would be something completely detached from reality?
I'll explain why. Because the moon has craters on it.
For me, that sounded a little bit like a. For me, it sounded a little bit like a self-contradiction kind of person, because agree with me that could be a hologram, but saying that. Stating that it is plasma, it's a completely detached from reality. So please choose a position there, man.
Well, I'll explain why plasma is a completely detached from reality. Because you can see light shine on the moon, and the moon casts shadows. Plasma doesn't cast shadows. Plasma doesn't have texture and appear like a solid object. Again, I understand your position, right? You're convinced the Earth is flat and that there's a conspiracy to hide God, right? So you're 100% certain on this, right? And then you see the moon, and since you're so certain that the Earth is flat, you just have to say, right? Like you said, it's an anomaly, right? It's it looks like a solid sphere. It has shadows, it has craters, but I'm so convinced that the Earth is flat that I'm just gonna have to say the moon is some magical anomaly. It's a hologram. It's an LCD. It's a hologram, and the host is laughing because he knows this is true.
Okay, but wait. What kind of shadows are we?
Hold on. The reason why I'm laughing is because we've already had this discussion with Clay in the past, audience. As you can see, he's not like a new speaker over here. And Stone had already provided several steps for him to take in order to see if the positive claim is what's actually occurring in reality. And we know Clay hasn't taken any of those steps. So when he's talking to you guys, he's making it seem like there's only one thing that's making us think that the moon is, he's completely strawmanning us. But we gave him several different things for him to look into. And I bet you if you tweet at him and you ask him, hey, Clay, can you name the different things that the level heads gave you to go look into on why we think it's not a solid object as claimed? I bet you he won't answer. He'll probably just ignore you. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on the actuality of the situation, because he's just been saying just things that are just completely false this entire time.
Shelf of Insanity, Abdullah and Liliana have been waiting for a while, so just let them go first, please.
Okay, I'll wait for the next time. Thanks for now.
No, you're good. You're the one that was called on. You're straight, bro. I mean, you were up first. If you had anything else you wanted to add on aside from what you mentioned to Clay about the moon and the plasma.
No. The thing that when the host muted for saying that is because
I can't hear anyone right now.
Oh, sorry, Liliana. There seems to be some audio confusion. Shelf of Insanity was just speaking. You couldn't hear him?
No, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yo, Shelf, can you say something real quick? Yeah.
Yeah, the real quick is I was just curious because the host interrupted us just to know what Clay is saying that is a casting shadow on the moon. Is he mentioned the craters, or is he mentioned something in front of the moon, like in the pathway of the light rays from the sun to cast? Because we don't have sure if
it's the craters. I'll just clarify. It's the craters. I just posted a picture. Yeah,
that was my answer. So the craters on the moon says who it is a cast shadow. It could be a projection, just like we go to the movies. Just because it is a light projection on the screens that we recorded the actors acting, the shadows will not disappear on the projection because it is projecting the absence of light to give us the false impression there are shadows on there. So the moon,
I agree actually.
The moon could be a perfect projection on somewhere that we don't know how by this far.
So it's either it's actual shadows.
Let's say if we have an airplane passing on the sky and we have a very powerful lighter, flashlight, okay, and we aim to the moon. If we see a shadow of the airplane on the moon, okay, it is a cast shadow. Other than that, we cannot have sure. Even we are not even sure if the eclipse is actually the shadow of Earth on the moon.
Let me just, I actually agree.
That's what I was just going to say by this round. Okay, now I'm going to wait for my next turn to speak because I was just only to land my plan here by making sure of what Zu has said about the casting shadow thing. Okay.
I agree with you 100%. There's two options: either the moon, light is shining on the moon, is casting shadows, or it's a projection that somebody made to look exactly like craters casting shadows. So it's one of those, right? Either it is, or somebody try to bamboozle us, right? Like, oh man, I'm gonna put a movie screen projector, and I'm gonna take a picture of craters casting shadows. I'm gonna project that on the moon, so it looks like it's casting shadows. It's like, oh, I mean, you can believe that. I personally think that's silly, but hey, it's a free country. You can have whatever silly belief you want.
And that's why Alan is the GOAT, because he foresaw this moment, which is reverting back to relying on the moon landing to confirm your beliefs.
I didn't say anything about the moon landing. Straw man.
It's all about space activity.
Did I mention the moon landing once, host?
Bro, you probably mentioned it a couple of different times. I
didn't mention it once. Not a single time.
I'm not gonna lie.
Were you not listening to what I just said?
No, I tuned you out a long time ago. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, exactly. So you asked me to listen to you, and you don't show the same respect to me.
We've been listening to you. We've been listening
talking past each other.
About an hour already, probably longer than that.
Because no other globe earthers want to come here. That's why.
Well, you say talking past each other, right? But one of us, right, was saying things, and then the other one was addressing them, and then the other one was like, "I'm also addressing them, and you just don't like it." I mean,
just make a silly voice like you're like 12 years old.
Yes, that's how you sound in my head when you speak. When you hear it,
to be fair, it's how I hear him too.
Yeah, when you hear direct refutation,
you're all flat earthers. You guys are delusional.
Listen, it doesn't matter if we're delusional. If you're in a conversation with someone and they address your point and provide a supplemental point for their argument, and you don't address it and you just ignore it and then continue to say,
everyone.
Shh. All right, dude, have a good night, bro. Thanks for addressing all the points. Really appreciate it. It was a great build.
No, you just didn't listen to what I was saying.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
I genuinely try to refute every point you made. And but I would make points and you just move on.
So when I said when I said we don't need to replace gravity, the big G that's used to explain the dynamics of the motion of the sky, of the things in the sky, because it's been experimentally falsified here on Earth, where we can test it. And you didn't say anything about that, and you just breezed past it and then continued to say, well, you need to replace gravity to explain the things in the sky. Like, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, that's full retard shit. Nobody likes listening to that.
The problem that's a
It's
claim.
you?
So I can say,
agree.
I can also say, like, oh, well, we have experiments in space showing that that space exists and stuff like that, right? That's just a claim about something. And like, I don't expect me to be able to prove that scientists prove that big G doesn't work and that we need to redefine gravity any more than I expect you to prove that all the stuff in the experiments demonstrating in space are fake, right? Like, that's a claim. That's why these conversations only work when you're talking about stuff that people can directly observe themselves in logical inferences they can observe themselves. Because you just say all the globe stuff is fake. I generally say all the flat Earth experiments and stuff are misleading or fake, and that's just how it always is, because it's really hard to have substantial go into the details when you're just talking in a Twitter space.
No, bro, we could go into details.
Yeah, it's about we specifically go into details, and you say, well, there's probably some complex physics explanation to explain it, and it's like, there's not.
You just
bro, I'm
say
tired of
it's a
talking
word
to you.
salad.
No,
you just say stuff.
Oh, got you.
We say stuff. Oh my God, Clay, don't do this, bro.
They're
gonna be like, yo, Snecker, why you let him talk for so long? He said, y'all just say
The
stuff.
reason you're letting me talk for so long is because no other globe or wants to
Yeah,
spend a Friday night wasting their time.
For
with a
real,
bunch
you
of
could piece him out
delusional
right
people.
now. And we could have a productive conversation with literally anyone
But
else.
then it'd just be an echo
I,
chamber.
there's
just be an
something
echo
I
chamber
wanted
then.
to say to Clay. There's something I wanted to say to Clay when I get a chance.
Oh, go ahead, Liliana. You were actually up there.
Your chance is right now,
Oh,
bro.
sorry. Thank you.
Chances
Thank
now.
you. Hey, Clay. There's a picture, actually. I'm sorry, I'm kind of technologically challenged, so I don't know how to post it and all that, but I did have it in my timeline. I had posted reposted a post from someone else. But anyways, it's a picture, two pictures side by side. Are you listening, Clay? So, because
Yeah,
I'm
wait, I can't see who's my Twitter doesn't work. I can't see who's speaking. What's your profile name so I can click on your timeline?
Liliana.
Okay, yeah.
Ambassador to Flat Earth is your title, just so you know.
Yeah, I can yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Shane. Anyways, Clay, so it was a picture, two pictures side by side, and both had like a pitch black night sky, right, as the background. And the one picture on the left was the moon, and it may have been almost full, or it may have been full. I can't remember. It looked almost full anyway. But it was against the night sky. It was shining really, really bright, like literally like a light, right, in that photo. And then next to it was a picture also with the same black night sky. And then it was literally a picture that NASA claimed was an actual photo of the Earth from space. So I think that it was either, they claimed it was, I think it was from the moon. Anyways, long story short, what I noticed was that the moon was really, really brightly lit. And so if we're to believe that it's, gray moon dust and rocks or whatever, and it was shining and glittering sunlight, reflecting sunlight so brightly that it literally looked like it was its own light. But meanwhile, the Earth picture it was like you would have photographed Earth from several miles above Earth. It was just like a sunny day with clouds. So what I was thinking was like, my God, if this is just another body, a rocky body in space like the moon is, it should have been glittering literally 20 times brighter than the moon. It should have been glittering like a diamond, because water is very reflective, much more so, I would say, than gray moon dust or moon rocks. And then also the clouds on top, like, how we say every cloud has a silver lining. So when the sun shines on the top of clouds, it's very, very reflective, especially if you have a ink black sky, in the background. So I think that NASA did not really think that hoax through well enough, because I think that just does not make sense to see the moon glittering like this bright shining light, and then the Earth is just there like a picture taken on a sunny day, just against the night sky. It didn't make sense. So I don't know. I think I mean, this is just one tiny thing I observed.
Yeah. Can I mean, I don't. I don't know that like official
Don't take
explanation.
it personally when you find out he listened to almost none of what you just said.
So that's just being mean for no reason. I listened to it, and I
I'm
don't
just
know the
going with
official
stats, buddy.
I know the official NASA. I don't know the official like scientist explanation, but just like I can think of one explanation why that might be true, and you tell me if it doesn't make sense. So when you're talking about the Earth, right? The Earth has an atmosphere, and even in the flat Earth, there's there's molecules in the air, right? And when light hits an atmosphere, it diffuses throughout the atmosphere, right? It spreads out, and that's why you can see during the day, is because light's lighting up the atmosphere. The moon wouldn't have the same atmosphere as the Earth, so there would be no diffusion of the light throughout like the atmosphere, the non-existent atmosphere of the moon, and that might be one explanation I can think of, and that makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you, but I think assuming the globe model is true, I don't think that's necessarily a contradiction.
Explain me about a light queuing on distance in a foggy day and compare that to the bluish kind of fog that we have on our atmosphere, because the moon has to be close to us, because in the day we don't see the stars, we only see moon. So the moon has to be closer than the stars, okay? Like a very closer.
Yeah, that's right. The globe model says that.
So that would be an explanation why the light of the moon can go through this foggy effect, blue fog like that we have here.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't have much to say to respond to that, but I don't think that's really I mean, with all the things you could criticize.
By this far, I don't know which side do east. If it is the globers or the flatters. I don't know for whom do East advocating for. I don't know which side by this far.
I'm advocating for, or you're advocating for?
Abdallah's had his hand up for an hour and a half, I believe.
Let's go to him. My vote for. Let's go to him, because with Clay, the conversation is weird.
Well, I mean, like, I can let people that talk. Every person that's talked wanted to ask me a question. So, like, if people just want to talk amongst themselves, I'm okay with being on mute.
My question was low-key just for the room. I'm pretty sure somebody on here can answer my question about geocentrism, but so can ChatGPT.
Oh, wait, sorry. I did have an answer for your geocentrism question regarding the, what do you call it? The oblateness, right? If there's no motion. So regardless of how they would conceptualize the story of how the oblateness was formed, right? The deviation from the celestial sphere, from that perfection or whatever, right? It only comes in the form of, correction angles for cell nav, right? So I don't think they would. It is a really good question, but I don't think that they've even ever thought about it, right? Because it's just like, it would be kind of the same. It's just like, well, why are we correcting for this deviation if it's not an oblate spheroid caused by a rotation of the Earth and all that? And it would be like, well, it would just be, the topography of the Earth or something is just slightly different or whatever. I guess that is how they would do it, right? Because these are just small correction angles, so it's not like it would be. They're not like, oh wait, why aren't we 15 degrees off? It's like, for arc seconds and stuff. So I don't think they would notice. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And actually, celestial navigate. Yeah, so it was they just wouldn't have a story to explain it, right? I guess they couldn't say, well, they would just say God made it that way, rather than gravity did it due to rotation and and all that. Because everything else would be the same. You would just be motionless. Because the geocentric coordinate system is what they actually use for cell nav anyway. So.
Wait, were they making fun of the Sky Daddy again?
No.
Forget about this. Oh.
No, so probably was asking, if the Earth isn't in motion and you're a geocentrist, how would you explain like the oblateness that's required to explain like, cell nav and all that? Like, what would be the reason for the oblateness? And I hypothesized that they would just say God made it that way. Made it a little curvy in the south or whatever Neil Tyson says.
don't geostatists, do they have a shape?
So a geocentric Earth would still have oblateness to it.
Well, it would have to, because the correction angles wouldn't change for cell nav and stuff, right?
But that's just coordinate system based, right? So they're doing the bisecting meridians, looking stuff off the horizon. That's going to be the same either way.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They would just say it's oblate, when you get down to it, because they would have to, because otherwise, what are you doing with these correction angles? So you would just say God made it that way.
I thought the globe Earth existed to hide God's spirit.
We're not
address you for that.
Yeah, we're not talking to you, buddy. It's ABC conversation or whatever they used to say.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I didn't know if I cut off anybody.
No, you're good.
Is my voice
By all
clear?
means, please come on.
I'm sorry, but my hand got swollen because I was raising it.
You're good, bro. What's up?
That was a joke. Sorry. Thank you, Sacred, for giving me a chance to talk. And I would like to say a couple of things. I don't want to be long. The flat Earth is a fact. Actually, it's not a theory. It's been well known since thousands of years. The lights and the skies, right? The nature, the actual real nature of the sun, the moon, the planets and the stars are actually, they have specific objectives, like the sun, it tells us that it lights up the earth, right? And the moon has phases that tells us when the month starts and ends, or the days, and the planets and the stars, they're just decoration, right, to the sky. This is very simple information that God tells us about, right? If you go to a store, or if you want to buy a house, the lights above you, right? What is the main purpose? Is they light the place, and they designingly make the place more beautiful. I'm sorry, my English is kind of rusty. I'm sorry, guys. So the lights, you don't have to go and grab a ladder, and just go all the way up and take the light and just see what's in it, what's the, the details about it, what's going on. You don't need to. It's not. It's irrelevant to its purpose. So it's just up there to, design the place to make it beautiful, to light it up, and things like that. That's the whole nature of it. Knowing what's the real shape of the moon or the sun, it's I'm gonna be honest, really it's irrelevant. We don't need it. As human beings, we don't need it that much, because it's above the sky and we can't go up there. No one has went outside the limits of what we have. It's observable in everything. We can see it with our own eyes. And I would like to end my my topic with the scientific fact that the water does not curve no matter what you do. That on its own, all of the oceans in the world can prove to you that the Earth is actually not a sphere. It doesn't curve, and it's just a fact. I'm sorry. And that's all I wanted to say and share to you guys. And thank you for giving me my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, man, appreciate you, brother. Is this your first time on Flat Earth Fridays? Stationary Saturdays.
Actually, I know I follow other people, but yeah, for maybe it's the first time with you guys. I don't know. It's all good.
How were we? Like, give us a rating. We need to know. Were we your best or worst or in between? Like, what's up? I'm just kidding. But for real,
100 out of 10, bro.
Nice.
100 out of 10.
Nice. Acceptable.
For so far. I like what Alan says. He's very specific and sacred. Also, everyone. I don't know a lot of things, but thank you for giving me my time.
Yeah, no, man, it's great to hear from you. Stick around. Because we just kind of getting it started. Stationary Saturdays, yo. Shout out to the level heads, man. Appreciate y'all.
Dude, we've only been live 3 hours, boys. The show hasn't even... Is this the intro? Is the music still playing? Yo, Proud, you can cut the music. It's like, people are about to talk or whatever. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I am here for about 20 minutes. So 3 hours? Clay was speaking for 3 hours?
Didn't it seem like it's like 9 hours now because of that one dude? That's what happened, man, right?
There was definitely time dilation. Allegedly.
Now I believe in it. You're right.
You guys
Dude,
are literally asking me
it's
questions.
not just
At least have
math.
a little-
It's
have a
fine,
little
Clay.
integrity.
Clay, relax. It's fine.
No, have some integrity. If you guys are going to raise your hands and directly respond to me, then I'm going to continue to talk.
I know.
Don't ask me questions.
He was
about
joking. He was joking, Clay.
relax,
He was
No, he's
joking.
not.
Relax.
He's not joking though.
It's
He
a
actually
mild
believes that.
joke. It's a mild joke.
No, it
We're
wasn't.
half joking. Half joking.
Exactly.
Meet him halfway.
You will engage with me for 3 hours.
Hashtag trigger alert.
I mean,
Do you get
I'm not
points every
triggered,
time
I'm
we
just
divert
more-
attention to you, or that
I'm just
everyone?
flabbergasted about how dishonest you guys are.
Well, anyways, See my boy Beast. I see my Beasticles.
Yo, what up, everybody? Shout out to Sacred and Proud for Season 2, Flat Earth Fridays.
Beast, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you guys.
Is that Christopher Walken's joining us here from the gym? Chris, how much are you benching these days? Come on, bro. You're going to leave me ghosted like that?
Nah, bro, I'm way too big.
Oh,
way
dude.
too big.
I mean, that's what Flatman was saying, but he was dropping bars, bro. I mean, I don't know. I think you could drop a hella good walking right now. I'm just saying, if you're up for it, dog.
Bro, nah, I'm not too much on the spot, bro. Nope.
All right. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Walken is not here. He's not. It was a mistake. I thought it was him. There was refraction. It wasn't him. Anyway.
I heard he was a giant bitch now or something. I think is what happened.
Oh,
yes.
You're gonna put me on the spot.
Dude, I saw a tweet about that, Shane, and I retweeted it and liked it and hearted
I think
it.
it was my tweet. Yeah, it's effective.
Yeah, Liliana sent it to me, our ambassador.
Oh, it's double hard. Well, all right.
Anyway, what were you saying,
next
Beast?
time, I guess, yeah.
Something about Chris.
Nothing. I was just saying, what's up? Saw you guys partying up in here, doing the Flat Earth Fridays. Just popping in, listening, saying what's up. Shout out to everybody who came. Alan over here killing it. Chain's killing it. Liliana is over here. Shout out to Stone.
Ambassadoring it.
Right. Everyone else. Run Boston's in here. I see Ken. Everybody's in here. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. You know, God is great. Stay blessed, everybody. I want to just sit back and listen for a second. I'm getting ready.
Nice.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. We was kind of getting into it for a little bit. We do still have somewhat of a topic, kind of ties into what we were talking about. But yeah, just stay tapped in, man. Stay tuned in with us. Hang around for a little bit. We're gonna keep it rocking, man.
Yes, sir.
If the Earth isn't curving, what is it?
Stereographic. Haven't you ever seen asteroids, bro? Sorry.
Hey, you said teleport or whatever.
Those Awake Souls guys got me, man. I watched that. The mayor sent me a video, and I had to watch it, and I was just flabbergasted, as our other boy put it so well. And then that was nonplus.
If the Earth isn't curving, then it is God's true Earth, as described in Scripture. And I'm just so mad that the demonic Satan NASA guys are trying to hide that from us. I'm a flat earther now, by the way.
See, you still couldn't say it. Still couldn't answer.
No,
that is the purpose. That is the purpose.
It's a flat Earth, as described in Scripture, and NASA is lying about the globe Earth to hide God's true Earth and propagate evolution and meaninglessness in the lives of people. And I'm not in a religious cult. I promise.
Hey, sorry, Lily, but I gotta comment on that. Wow, Clay, like, how hard was that for you to say?
No, I'm a flat earther now. I'm not in a religious cult, I promise. I just think that there's a giant demonic conspiracy out to get me and lie about the shape of the earth and hide God's true earth. I'm not in a cult, I promise.
I mean, yeah, okay. Well, okay,
brother.
Welcome, I guess, but
yeah.
Like, still, how hard was that for you to say? Like, seriously.
I believe it because I know that the demonic conspiracy is out to get me, and all evidence of space and all those pictures, right? NASA's getting funding, literally, to deceive you and hide the truth of God from you, and you have this hidden knowledge that you figured out on Twitter, you know. And again, this is not a religious cult. This is just facts, right? So that's what I believe, and I'm glad you share my view.
I like this side of you way more.
I was just gonna say, so Alan's got this all on recording. So if you come in here and start arguing against that, then how do we know you're even being truthful? Well, on either side, for that matter.
I'd say if I come back and I'm arguing for the globe. It's the NASA or the CIA, right? They got into my mind.
They got him.
And or they paid me off, right? They could, because I'm a flat earther now. They paid me off and they said, "Hey, you got to hide God. Like our agenda is to hide the truth of the one true Yahweh as described in Scripture, and that we can't have that in the government, right? So you got to lie about the shape of the earth, because if the earth is a globe, people cannot believe in God. That's a common fact, right? In evolution, if evolution is true, God doesn't exist. So yeah, I mean, just watch. If I come back and I do that, know that I'm either morally compromised or my brain's been scrambled by the what's that thing the CIA did?
MK Ultra.
Brainwashed people. Yeah, they MK Ultra'd me, you know.
And also Project Sophia.
Yeah, all that stuff. They got me, you know. They paid me. Probably. I wonder how much do you think they'd pay me to like.
I'll pay Sacred right now to take your mic.
Northwoods and Tuskegee. But
this is
anyway,
not
yeah.
religious
So
cult.
Lily's had her hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I got disconnected somehow. I always get disconnected a lot. So I actually did not hear Clay's response, but maybe later Alan or Shane or someone can give me a little summary of his response, because
I got you real quick.
I don't really want a response from Clay right now, because I think that right now
you can't have somebody relay my response for me.
Hold on.
Yes,
Hey,
yes,
Clay,
yes.
Hold on. Clay,
Yeah.
Hold on.
The reason is that you repeat things a lot, and then you're just going to annoy everyone, and so I'd just much rather hear it from Shane or Alan later on about what the response was, because I didn't catch it. I was scrambling to get back on. But the other thing I wanted to say is, most Globers, like when I ask them honestly, I'll say, do you honestly feel like you're spinning, or do you honestly feel like you're stationary? They're never able to give me a clear answer. Like, they'll never give me an honest answer. They'll go into like, yeah, it feels stationary, but that's because blah, blah, blah. And they'll go into all the regurgitated dogma that all this dogma is so stale because we've heard it 100 times, million times. But yeah, so nobody can admit that, hey, you know what? Our lived experience is one of feeling completely stationary and being on a plane. Like, we can never, ever feel the curvature of the earth. Like, we can never sense it in any way, shape, or form, motion or curvature. But yet we're going to believe it because that's the dogma. And here's all the explanation for why we don't feel any of it. So it just seems a little kind of like contrived or something,
Yeah, but don't forget, it is. Just trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear the trust me, bro.
They're trying to hide God from you. Remember that, right? They're trying to hide the truth of God from you.
Well, yeah, because even the background cosmic radiation, what's it called? CMB? Whatever, cosmic.
You got it.
What's it called again, guys?
Oh, you know the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Yeah, even that points to the fact that we're at the center. So of course, heliocentric models say, oh, no matter which part of the universe you're in, you're always going to feel like you're at the center. But, let me tell you something, like, even to be able to see things that are literally trillions of miles away, to me, that is just such a blatant violation of all the laws of perspective, because there's just no way you could be seeing stuff that is that distant. I don't care how huge it is. Your telescope lens would need to be millions and millions of miles diameter. If you could even see things millions of miles away, let alone trillions. So this whole thing about all the trillions of miles, to me, that's such a crock of BS. It's like there's so many holes in the heliocentric model that I have no idea how people can even believe in it. It's so stupid.
because usually people are too busy to earn the living, pay the taxes, fill the stomach, and clean the asses.
Listen, I don't understand why, but other people do, and that's enough for me.
Yo, that was bars right there. Now, my favorite question is why would it matter? Why does the shape of the Earth matter, huh? Why would they lie? It's like my favorite question. Like, why would they lie?
Because in the spherical model, all we have on the map would be finite. But if the Earth is flat, as they claim, and we have an ice wall, the Antarctica is not an island; it's an ice wall, a ring around us. There will be very more vast lands outside the Iceland that they're hiding from us. So imagine what they tell the people, the ignorance of the age, before Christopher Columbus find out the Americas. That back in the day they called it the New World. So it's the same thing. They are hiding treasures from us because once the Admiral Byrd found out that there are more lands, the United Nations started to get the armies to protect the ice wall. Nobody would cross that part.
How would you get through the dome covering Earth to explore those other lands, though? Because the atmosphere has to be contained, right? How would you get through? Because even a bunch of globe Earth proof I've seen involves a firmament.
Are you just throwing turds on the punch from afar now?
No, that's a genuine question. I'm actually like, that seems like a contradiction.
Did people address you? I missed it. It was weird.
No, like that's a genuine question. Like
genuine question. Okay. How about
Yeah, is there an answer?
Well, how about in the south that the average height elevation basically is like 10,000 to 12,000 feet in the south. The average elevation is like the highest in the world. It's pretty interesting.
That didn't answer my question at all.
I wish I could get the question because people talk over Please say again the question.
Yeah, so my question is, for the most typical flat Earth models I've seen, there's usually a dome or a firmament around the flat Earth that contains our atmosphere. So like around the ice wall, there's also a dome coming up, and because atmospheres need to be contained under the flat Earth model because gravity doesn't exist. So if you're proposing that like outside of the ice wall, there's like other land, would the dome extend outside that, and would there be like other suns and moons, or like is there even a dome at all in your estimation?
Well, the best answer is you don't know.
Can you let him answer? I'm just asking what like his belief is.
As far as I know, when there is a video, because when flat earth say that there is an ice wall, there is a common question that goes like this: oh, but if there is an ice wall, why don't we go up down there? And then we have a video with that quoting, oh, if we have an ice wall, why don't we go there? And that video shows two ways that people try to get there: on a boat and on a small airplane. When they are on a small airplane, like a few kilometers after the ice wall, like out of the blue, those powerful Air Force airplane is going to approach and says, follow me or we'll take thee down. And the other one showing the boat, we have that huge ship, I don't know the name in English, the ship that we have airplanes landing on it, the Marine big ship, okay, armed to the teeth. And they're basically saying like, turn around and fuck off. So it's like, why do we have army protecting the ice wall? But in the footage of the airplane, the guy actually achieved to cross the ice wall, but not for very long. So we don't know how further beyond the ice wall the firmament is. And says who the firmament would be a perfect hemisphere. It could be some kind of a I will not be able to describe.
This is all speculation, basically, though.
No, it's a dome, like imagine a sphere. We are going to make a dome, okay? We don't need to cut that dome in perfectly on half. Just cut a tip of it. So it's going to be like if we look up, the dome would be like not so tall, but the walls would be very, very distant from us if the dome is not a hemisphere. That's what I meant. So we don't know how long it is. But the thing is, we have footage showing a weird reflection on thin air when we go to certain parts of the planet, like close to the dome. When the sun is passing near that part, we have this weird, curved, shiny, and sometimes rainbow-like reflection. And we don't know what is that. And by the way, there's a chance of having a firmament down below as well, just like that Australian guy, expedition exploring. He got the footage showing that deep in the ocean, the part that he was exploring, he found some kind of surface of water again, and beyond, below that surface, there was a beach. Sorry. English, my second language. Beach. There was a beach down there, and when he tried to geeky situations, and when he tried to dive down with the submarine simply bounced on that weird surface on the deep sea. So when he released this documentary, he got killed by a helicopter accident. So yeah, we could have a firmament above and another one below, like just like we have the Inferno by Dante, that we have several floors on this planet, hell below, whatever. We have no clue, man. I think the importance of this conversation that we have, like normal people are sleeping now, but we're trying to find answers.
Yeah, man, it's dope. Cool. How does with the sun? How would light shine on like the outer parts of the land, like the hidden land? Because like as far as we know, as far as like the flat Earth tracks, like the sun and the moon, it kind of goes around our little piece of land. Would it just be like super dark over there?
Hold on, you go put up your hand, Clay. Go ahead. I think it's Xavier was next.
Yeah, Xavier and then Huff.
Yeah, I just put in the nest just to keep it simple and there's simple logical syllogism. If there's a gas pressure gradient, which everybody accepts is true, then there necessitates a pressure gradient, which when you have pressure, you necessitate what's being pressed upon. Now, we can't go into the nature of what's being pressed upon because none of us have access there. We can't say it's a dome made of sapphire. Anybody who asserts the nature of said firmament has no proof. And the simple follow-up question you ask is, can you substantiate that claim that it's made of X, Y, Z? And you'll never get an answer because they don't know. So we keep it simple. We stick to what we can prove. Gas pressure gradient necessitates pressure. Pressure necessitates what's being pressed upon. As to the shape, no clue. As to where it stops, no clue. As to if there's definitively more land, there's speculation based on testimony, but no clue for sure. And see, we have no problem saying we have no clue about X, Y, and Z, and that's what's keeping it honest is about. Just to follow up what happened previously, this all started, the whole back and forth started because someone's claimed, hey, maybe we can't say definitively that looking at the orbiting bodies tells you what we're standing on, but it can give us some idea. And that followed up to the lighting on the moon. And Alan pointed out, hey, that's not always consistent. And then we went over to orbiting bodies. And then we said, hey, what does orbiting bodies entail? It depended on certain things. That was ignored. And then we said, hey, forget about observations that can have kinematic equivalence. What does experiment say? Because we can't have a subjective view of what constitutes evidence. Evidence is objective. Evidence is evidence whether we want to accept said evidence or not. An experiment is the highest standard, right? Cause and effect. And Alan brought up to your attention where certain experiments prove that it is an inertial body, and you can't have an inertial body relative to a presupposed orbiting trajectory not happen and still keep your heliocentric model. Everything will be broken. You can, like somebody brought up a great analogy. All these cars are moving. My car must be moving too. Even though I tested that my car is definitely not moving, I can just say, hey, because all of these other cars are moving, that I presuppose they're moving, by the way, I didn't prove it, then my car must be moving as well. So we can't have this can't be a conversation of agree and disagree when we're talking about science. You said earlier, what's more likely? And you brought in the word logic, and that's inherently fallacious. You read Karl Popper, I'm sure. If you're interested in science, what did he say about induction? Induction is inherently fallacious because you can't prove induction without implementing induction. It's inherently circular. All you're giving is the confidence level of predictability. All you're giving is probable confidence. How many tests does it need to happen to prove that all swans are white? How many white swans do you have to go out there and collect to say it's a high probability that all swans are white? There's no amount of tests. There's no amount of exploring. There's none. You'd have to go to every inch of reality to prove that there are no more damn swans, which you can't do. Induction is inherently fallacious. The best way to test for these things is cause and effect experimentation, like Alan talked about, and that is not on your side, buddy. It's not on your side. So you can agree and disagree, but that's not very scientific. What does the science point to?
Well, you believe the entire scientific institution is inherently corrupt, and most scientific equations are propagated to lie the globe model, so God's true Earth is hidden.
I mean, you like to tell us what we believe. I've never said anything of that.
No,
I didn't say, and I didn't say one single of that.
You can't separate flat Earth from religious, spiritual beliefs.
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Yeah, that's
It's
your
up to you.
assumption there, brother.
Nobody said anything about God. You're the only one talking about God, actually.
Can I explain why?
You brought up God over and over again. You want it to be a religious discussion.
No, can I explain why? I think that.
No, because nobody brought up God but you. You want to make it about God. We all believe in God. Well, most of us do. But we don't need it. We don't need it. We could falsify you with science. We don't need spiritual in here. You're doing horrible without it. So why not stick to science that we can prove?
I'll explain why. So this is why I bring up God, is because in order to subscribe to the flat Earth, you have to think that like every single government, Christian nations, secular nations, communist nations, every
It's
single
like he doesn't listen to a word we
institution-
say.
No,
He just has a script that he just repeats.
Communist has no nation by definition.
You're catching on, X.
So you asked why I keep bringing up God, and you said that it doesn't. Flat Earth isn't entirely tied with God, and I'm explaining why I think it is, and you can rebut me, okay? So the flat Earth belief kind of entails that every single government, Christian, secular, every single conflicting nation, every single private institution, basically every single like college institution, not just from the U.S. but every nation, is lying about the shape of the Earth, and they're actively faking data. Every single, not just NASA, every single government space organization is faking images from space. And like, why would they do that? And the only reason that a conspiracy would happen would be to propagate evolution and hide God. And that's
And the thing is, you're not being honest, Clay. You know, I don't like calling people liars, but I've sat here and I've listened to people talk to you about compartmentalization. I've heard it. So it's not like you've heard it for the first time. People giving you homework assignments. I know you have to interrupt. People giving you homework assignments based on the questions you ask, and you ask the same questions over and over. So I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, but this is not an honest conversation. And I understand why people are frustrated with you, but it's not about you. It's about the listeners who's come here, and some of them who are on the fence, and they can hear us directly answering your question. They can hear us. You ask ABC, we say ABC is because of XYZ. And then you go out to QRS, TUV, all over the place. Can you stick to a question, we answer it, and then we get to ask you a question, and you answer it directly. Let's try that.
Well, let me clarify. So you said, like, it's I can't pronounce that right. I'm not good at speaking. But I'm talking like yes, sure. There are, like, let's say, well, there is a conspiracy. There are like probably maybe most people that believe or that work with space are kind of adjacent working in space, and they just kind of believe it, or they don't really think about it. But every government and every NASA organization, they're faking pictures of space. So like when you're faking like pictures of space and astronauts, right? Like at that point, there's people from every government and every space nation that is actively like, okay, it's not real, but we're going to fake it and pretend it's real. And you say, why does that happen? And the answer basically every flat earther has to give is because a globe model doesn't have humans at the center of the universe. It has evolution, and it doesn't have an understanding of God like you would like it to. And a lot of flat earthers use the Bible. I understand some don't as well. But that's why I bring up God, is because you can't separate an entire conspiracy to hide like a version of God.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
You can't separate that from your belief, because that's...
we can. Because if we have a footage, just like I just reposted on my timeline, go there and check a footage of a sun below the horizon. That's a fucking evidence. Excuse my language.
Of what?
Evidence that the sun is a little bit above the clouds. It is not billion light years away. It's here. It's an evidence.
The sun can't be above the clouds.
If we stand on the beach, okay, with a binocular and start to witness a ship going away from us toward the horizon, he is not tilting. I'm not even getting to the point of the ship is going to go down the curvature. Okay.
He brought up a direct thing. I want to answer his direct point, and I'm going to ask him a point right after. Let's not go all over the place. You're taking the bait, and you're going all over the place.
No, I'm trying to refute that he said that a flat earther by definition is someone with kind of religion.
No, it's not. He knows that too. It's a straw man that he's bringing up. But you said that.
Points. To be short, 2 points. The footage that I mentioned of the sun being local.
Let Mr. Xavier talk.
Wait,
I've heard all this.
The ship is not tilting.
Yeah. Hold on, Steph. Hold on, Steph. We're gonna get to it in just a second. But he's asking Xavier a direct question, and Xavier wanna acknowledge it. I'll let you go right
out. In response to all the governments having to be on it, we talked about compartmentalization before, but I'll give you the specific example based on what you gave. Robert Simmons, a visualizer for NASA. He doesn't work there anymore, but he is on testimony where he says, of course it's fake, but it has to be. I'm sure you heard that expression. And he's not a conspirator. He's not of the secret society. He's not taking adrenochrome. He's just a guy doing his job. And that's the most of everybody on these NASA, RASA, SpaceX. Everybody's just doing their job. It's not a conspiracy to hide anything. When you understand compartmentalization, very few people have to be in the know. You can have an entire organization. I didn't interrupt you. Entire organization can operate just as fine. The boss doesn't know, the cashier doesn't know what the boss is doing. We gave you ample examples before, and I've sat here and I've heard people say these examples to you. So now that we're going to give you that same answer again, now I'm going to ask you a direct question.
Okay.
Like Alan's been talking about, they have kinematic equivalence of observation. What trumps observation is experimental evidence. That is a fact. Whether you want to accept that or not, experimental evidence is what constitutes a higher hierarchy of evidence versus optical. Do you agree, yes or no? And do you acknowledge the experimental evidence that he brought forth to you earlier that undermines your model? Go. I answer you specifically.
Yeah,
I expect reciprocity.
Yeah. Let me just respond to what you said originally, then I'll get to that. So when you're saying like most people don't know, I'm completely fine with that in the hypothetical. But there's still they started lying about the globe for a reason, and there's still people at the very, very top in every government that would have to know. So you still have the problem of, sure, most people, let's say most people just believe it and they're faking it, but they say they have to fake it. But there still has to be a reason why the globe lie was started and why it continues to be propagated at the highest level, and that's where you have to kind of dive into some kind of religious conspiracy. As far as Adam's kinematic observations, I don't think it's really compelling. I think he picks and chooses. He uses some of the science from Globers when they do it, when it kind of contradicts their initial theory. Then he dismisses other evidence that they use and demonstrate. So he just like he picks and chooses what he wants to believe from mainstream science that aligns with the globe Earth, and I think it's a religious belief. I think it has to be, because the lie has to start somewhere. And I think whenever religion is involved, people believe objectively silly things, and this is true of every religion. And I would throw flat Earth smack in the middle of it.
Okay, Clay, that was a great tangent that you went on, but you completely did not answer my question. As you saw, as people listening saw, that I answered your question directly, and you did not answer mine. My question to you was, did you acknowledge the experiments, that Trump observation that Alan brought up, and I would like you to name at least one or two, and do you acknowledge that experiment trumps observational evidence? And if you do, hopefully you do, because that's not negotiable, what do you say about the experiments that he listed, hopefully you can name it two, that undermine your model? Go.
I haven't researched myself. I've heard Alan claim that there's experiments. I haven't researched them myself. I'm not inclined just to believe Alan because he says so. I mean, this is a guy that pretends like the moon isn't a solid object. But if you want to, like, I can look into some of them. I don't remember the specific names of them. But I am aware Alan made claims.
Oh, so when he repeated himself 3 or 4 times to the point it got everybody aggravated, you didn't hear one word that he was saying.
I did.
And you're interrupting me now because I'm highlighting that for the listeners, that as patient as everybody is, repeating ourselves 4 or 5 times without one syllable sinking in for you to repeat one of the few experiments that he says. So you're not here in good faith. You're not. So I don't know if Alan, if you want to take the time, I know you're frustrated with this guy, but for the audience, if there's any time, if you want to TLDR it, that undermines his claim about, if you want to talk about the velocities, etc., Fresnel drag or Aries, but there's a couple of experiments that undermine his own position. And since he's not going to listen, maybe you do it for the listeners who are listening.
But before Alan goes, let me respond to that attack on my character real quick. I mean, Alan repeated himself, but he just made claims that these.
Let me respond to that attack with an attacking on Alan's character. Hold on 1 second, I got you.
Alan, yes, basically, yeah.
Wrap it up, B.
That's how it goes. Okay, so like when Alan just repeated himself saying these experiments prove you wrong, this experiments prove you wrong. That's the equivalent of me saying
no shame.
pictures of space prove you wrong, Alex. Experiments in space prove you wrong. Experiments in space prove you wrong. I mean, obviously, if you look into it, the Globers have an explanation for why the experiments Alan demonstrated don't prove him wrong, and Alan has excuses to why the experiments in space don't prove him wrong. So like when you're just saying, oh, this guy did
because space is scientifically impossible.
Right, so Alan would never say experiments in space.
It flies in the face of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah. So that's complete horseshit. Alan would never say experiments in space. So now that you're done misrepresenting Alan, maybe Alan can speak for himself, and you don't speak for Alan. Clay, can you give Alan maybe 30 seconds to undo the misrepresentation that you've done for him? Thanks.
The guy that thinks the moon is not a solid.
No, I can't. I must remember one more time. Hold on.
Go for it. I don't think he's going to talk though.
Yeah. So what we got going on here is experiments to prove that the Earth is in motion, right? And that would substantiate the claim that the causal mechanism is gravity, right? Derived from your boy, old Kevin of the I'm sorry, I almost said Kevin of the fish. Kevin of the dish, right? So he's got your big G. When you apply those constants to the same ratios of Kepler's laws, you get the same proportional amount. So everyone was like, oh, bet mass attract mass must be what's happening in the sky, right? And they went to go and test that. So starting from Arago, where he put he half covered a telescope with a prism to see if the starlight would slow down in the prism such that he would have to correct his telescope to keep the starlight in the center of it. And then what that would mean is basically is if the Earth is in motion and that starlight comes in the Earth's velocity is going to have to be compensated to keep the starlight in the center, and it'll be proportional to the Earth's velocity of 30 kilometers a second, right? Like the angle, the correction angle and the Earth's velocity will be, you can derive one from the other, one could say, right? Because that's exactly the point of the experiment, right? So when he did that, he didn't have to make any correction angle. So what that implies, right, is that the Earth is stationary and the starlight comes in already, right? And there's no answer for that, right? They just moved on. And then Airy did an experiment a couple years later. I think it was like about 10 years later. He was like, okay, maybe if if I use water instead of a crystal prism, there'll be a different result. So the predicted amount was that they'd have to tilt the telescope 15 degrees over the course of 6 months and then tilt it back 15 arc seconds, and then tilt it back over the course of the other 6 months, right? For a total of 30 arc seconds over the course of the year, 1 arc second corresponding to 1 kilometer a second to complete 30 kilometers a second, which would produce the angles that they see in the sky for stellar aberration, right? So this was hugely important to decide, which is moving, because everyone knows, I don't know, I'm not going to say everyone because apparently they don't, but it's established that empirical observation is not the same as an experiment, right? When you do an experiment, you're introducing new variables to change the dependent variable, right? To see which is moving. Is the sky moving, or are we moving through the sky, right? So when they introduced the water, another independent variable, right? They introduced that, and it's going to change the dependent variable, which is going to be their hypothesized correction angle. If that correction angle doesn't need to change, the hypothesis that the Earth is in motion is falsified, right? That's how science works. So what they found is that they only had to correct the telescope by 0.8 arc seconds. So a fraction of an arc second, right? Not even a full arc, boys. So that falsifies their prediction and gives credence to a stationary Earth with respect to an ether wind. Clay, please don't speak. I don't care. Nobody cares. I'm going over experimental history of why the Earth is stationary and the sky is moving. Anyway, so
did the people conducting the experiment admit the Earth is flat?
Yep, they sure did. Yes. So
no, did they actually?
Buddy, come on. It's not even the point here. Why are you trying to detract into that? Right? These are experiments regarding motion. Is the sky moving, or are we moving? I don't care about the shape right now. This discussion is motion. If you're trying to detract or distract, you're being annoying, and that's unfortunate. Okay? So stop doing that, or Sacred's going to have to take your mic while I speak, and then we can bring you back up later. So anyway, what I was saying about the experimental evidence, to continue on, they did Michelson-Morley in 1887, right? They were like, hey, maybe telescopes and water was too easy for the boys, man. Maybe crystal prisms and telescopes can't quite cut it, right? We're going to use light, the velocity of light, which we already measured with Fresnel drag. So we know that we can derive a proportional relationship with velocity using light. Hey, what do you know? We can use light, a naturally occurring phenomenon, to measure velocity relative to an ether, right? A fixed space, right? Anyway, so they did their experiment, Michelson-Morley, 1887. So they took a coherent beam. So that's their control. They know the wavelength of the light that they were using, right? They have the independent variable, which is the time of day that they're taking the measurements, right? And then they have the orientation of the device with respect to the time of day that they're making the measurements. And that's where they're going to get minimum and maximum fluctuations in the fringes, and that's where they're going to take their measurements to see if their mathematical prediction, based on what they know about velocity and light, will match the heliocentric prediction. So they predicted that for a velocity of 30 kilometers a second, that there would be a displacement of 5 fringes. And what they measured was just over 1 fringe. What that means is they measured 5 to 6 kilometers a second and not 30 kilometers a second, right? So now we have 3 experiments. Well, I didn't even go over the early one that Arago did, but we've got 3 experiments now, but 4 total if you count Arago's other one that he did without the prism. And what we have there is a history now, a complete history of the Earth being stationary with respect to an ether wind, right? Because there was a velocity component measured, right? There was a little drifty drift, right? Now, what did they do? They said, okay, hey, you know what? Turns out everything's in motion. You can't tell. And the apparatus length contracted and time dilated such that you can't actually measure it. And that 5 kilometer a second measurement, that little displacement, you can go ahead and ignore that. The speed of light is actually a constant. and you can't measure linear velocity. And the Earth, you know how you think the Earth is going in the old ellipse around the sun, which dictates specific geometry to the ellipse, right? There's two foci points to an ellipse, which dictates you have to slow down and speed up. So if there's two of those, you're gonna have to do that twice a year, but they only measure once, they only measure twice, which corresponds to a circle, not an ellipse. But anyway, little digression there. And from that, kind of lost where I was going. Stone, help me out. I know you have perfect recall. They don't call you the flat Earth. Oh yeah, flat Earth.
Give me your last 20 words there. I was actually doing some editing.
Capillary ellipses, conic circles. You're doing ellipticity versus circular. 3% off circular, maybe? No, you going
No, I wasn't headed there yet. It was more in regards to velocity predictions, but kind of got off topic with the other thing. But anyway, to back it up a little bit, right? So to back it up a little bit, they didn't get the fringe shift patterns that they needed for Michelson-Morley, and they started, and that's where they came up with special relativity, right? With link contraction, time dilation, and all that. Oh, your velocity is in a different reference frame. You can go ahead and round off that measurement to a 0 and call it a day, right? And then from that, that's where relativity came from. And ever since then, they've been hiding the fact that you can measure linear motion. This was experimentally shown by Ruyong Wang in 2004, that you can measure linear motion relative to nothing, right? Relative to someone even said to me, well, it's relative to the apparatus. Ooh, measuring it with respect to itself is not the answer, I assure you. So at least not for that configuration, right? So there's no, like the whole absolute space argument and all that Einstein put forward is completely bunk, right? There's consistent experimental evidence that it's not true. People just want to believe in heliocentrism, right? They just want to believe, where you can turn to GPS, which would require velocity corrections. You spoke earlier about, oh, what about these experiments in space? How about satellites? If they were moving around an object, can you mute your mic, please, while I speak? How about if they're following around an Earth as it's moving around the sun at 30 kilometers a second, when it's parallel and perpendicular to that plane of motion, the clocks on the satellite should have to correct for 30 kilometers a second. And further, if they're sending a signal to someone who's on the Earth and is in rotation, and they're rotating into that plane of motion, guess what, homie? They're not rotating at 1,000 miles per hour plus or minus relative to their degree or latitude. They're moving at 1,000 miles per hour plus 30 kilometers a second, dog. And there's no corrections in that either. So there's no experimental evidence to substantiate that the Earth is in motion. You might say, oh, they did an experiment on the ISS. Cool, man. That's not what we're...
Funny you should mention that.
It's not the same as experimental evidence that the Earth is in motion, right?
Totally. When you mentioned the clocks and the satellites thing with the GPS, it's just one of those things with NASA, We've had this thing that Einstein conceptualized called, if we want to deal with the atomic clock, and that there's this time dilation thing with velocity, right? But they've been trying for over 20 years to get an atomic clock up onto the ISS so that they can show time dilation. But they just haven't managed to do that.
Oh,
just
Stone,
amazing.
Stone, you'll never believe this. We actually found, they claimed that they took some atomic clocks up there, and guess what? They found relativity.
They didn't go.
Just where they were looking for it, bro.
Where they were looking for it again?
Now,
no way.
Did they find it there finally? Wow.
Well, here's the thing with time dilation, right? You would have to show that if all inertial reference frames are equivalent, as Einstein states, you would have to show that that there's time dilation on the Earth relative that's exactly proportional to the time dilation that the atomic clock would be experiencing on the ISS, right? And that's never been measured. It's always a one-way proportional velocity with respect to what, right? You know what I'm saying, brother? Dude, how about that?
Wait, so did anybody conducting these experiments then themselves conclude the Earth isn't in motion?
Well, I'm plumb out of ISSs to fire up there and do myself, Clay. So
No,
I don't know about that.
No, Alan. I mean, I haven't researched any of this, so I'm just asking: did anybody who conducted those 3 experiments you You did. Did they themselves come to the conclusion the Earth isn't in motion?
Well, no, they don't expect
not?
there to be any motion.
I know, but if they did experiments themselves proving it wasn't,
Buddy,
why would they still say
do,
it's in
do you
motion?
realize what they went up there and did? They went up there and measured. Hold on, they went up there and
I'm not
measured.
talking about I'm not talking the ISS. I'm talking about those three you listed.
I'm sorry. Oh, Michelson, Morley, Aries failure, and
Did
Arago?
any of those guys? Yeah, did any of those guys conclude that the Earth isn't in motion?
No, they couldn't.
Why not?
Because the data set in their experiments
What's
argues against it. None of them say that the Earth is in motion. They don't provide any
That's
evidence.
the null result.
They actually, they actually. Do you know what they had to say to try and explain it? You want to hear what they had to say?
Why did they explain it? Why didn't they just conclude the Earth isn't in motion if the experiments proved it?
Because they believed in the Copernican principle, bro. These are all Royal Astronomical Society members. They all had a very specific. Hold on one
A
second.
stationary Earth would refute your model.
Yeah, it would refute the Copernican principle. They have a very specific belief system that the Earth is in motion. So when there was direct experimental evidence against it, I didn't even get into the what they actually said to explain it, right? So check this out, right? If you go to Wikipedia and you go Aries failure and you type in Aries failure and you start reading Wikipedia, right? It's going to say, can you mute your mic, please, real quick? It's going to say, hey, these guys failed to detect the ether. Oopsies, right? Your mic's not muted. We can hear a feedback and it's annoying. Please mute.
Sorry about that.
You're good. So anyway, and you're not going to get like the full contextualization of what they had to do to save heliocentrism, though, right? Because as shown, you can use light with however small the wavelength you're using for the light, you can measure motion at that velocity, right? Because it's just going to be the displacement of between the wavelengths, right? So anyway, they knew that they could precisely measure the motion, and when they didn't do it, what they had to say for starting with Aries failure and Arago, well, I guess this more applies to Aries, but they had a stationary ether theory, and the Earth was going to be moving through the ether, and it was going to cause that retardation, right? And what they had to say was that, okay, well, maybe there's ether inside the telescope and it's carrying light in the opposite direction of motion, if you believe that light's a wave. And then for the people that believe that light is a corpuscle little particle, you know how people talk about photons nowadays, and they've quantized light and they say it's actually little tiny bits of a massless particle called a photon, right? And they relate it to Planck's constant, or Planck's constant and all that for the amount of energy that could exist in 1 second proportional to that frequency. But what they do with that, they say, if you believe in that particle, that quantization of light, instead of the wave theory, you have to say that the light accelerates at 30 kilometers a second, which would be proportional to Earth's orbital velocity, so that there's no correction angle needed. And that's an absurd hypothesis, right? And Michelson Morley states that in his, at the beginning of his paper, he goes over the actual history of it, because that's insane, right? So the Michelson-Morley experiment was extremely important because it was going to give the definitive, like, this is it, end all be all, we know what we're doing here. Because before Michelson-Morley, they did an experiment called Fazal. Well, it was done by Fazal, but it's called Fresnel drag. And what the hypothesis for that theory was, is that the ether is made of a material medium, and that's what light's propagating, right? When we talk about perturbations and waves and all that, well, what's waving? Well, it's the ether, right? So it's a medium, so they conceptualized it as a material substance, and they said that it will be dragged by another material media proportional to that material media's velocity. So they came up with an interferometer configuration where they had water that was flowing through it, so that the light beams would be split such that it would have light going with the flow of water and light that goes against it. And when it would recombine, it would either be, either that velocity of the water either wouldn't have an effect, or it would, and it would be proportional in the phase in the fringe gap between them, right? And what they measured was, in addition to the refractive index of light slowing it down by 75%, there was an additional 44% velocity with and against the water. So 88% of the velocity of the water was translated to the ether, right? To that light propagation, which is what they measured. So when they did what's it called? Michelson-Morley.
My apologies on behalf of Alan. He's a little bit Euro challenged. The man's name is Fizeau, for anybody listening.
Oh, sorry.
It's Fizeau. Go ahead, Alan.
Sorry. Fizeau.
Fizeau.
Fizeau and the boys, right? So anyway, they did their thing, right? So they knew how much fringes they should be expecting, right? Because the equation that they used to derive their prediction is the same equation that they use now for ring laser gyroscopes. And I don't think anyone here would refute a thanks Bob if they had the opportunity to, right? So they know how to measure velocity with respect to light in its reference frame. And they've never substantiated heliocentrism in the slightest, bro. But they have a very specific belief system that they just keep perpetuating that took them to the illogical conclusion, but ultimately logical conclusion if you think about it, right? If you're starting from a fundamentally bankrupt premise and you just keep getting it wrong, and this is how you would have to justify it, you would have to go, well, it turns out you can't actually measure it. All motion's relative. And if you're moving at really fast speeds that are required by our model, you would experience length contraction and time dilation. And that's why you can't measure it, even though you can, but if you're in rotation, you can use light to measure it. But only if you're in rotation. But Copernican principle, Kepler's laws, Newton's laws, aren't we going around a circle? You know, we're applying centripetal and centrifugal forces, equivalence to what are we doing here? Or is this a circle or not? No, it's a geodesic. Space-time is bent proportional to the gravitational field of the sun, and we're actually free falling in a linear path. It's like, so you just made up a bunch of abstractions to explain that we're not moving? Okay, I see what's happening here. And suspiciously, everything, even though we're not moving and no frame is preferred, everything in physics and in relativity has to be backwards compatible with the lab frame. What's the lab frame, you ask? A stationary, non-rotating frame. All right, so that's pretty much the history on whatever I was just talking about. Thank you.
Back to you, Clay. Steelman.
So I have a follow-up.
No, he didn't hear any of that. He doesn't know that. Like, you didn't just say words, right? You wouldn't the history of interferometry.
You people are so
go
dishonest.
ahead, bro.
You guys are so dishonest. Okay.
We're just quoting the stats on you, Clay.
So
There's no
the claim
dishonesty
is that a bunch of people have done experiments, and apparently they recorded in history books, and the government's fine with those being in history books, whatever, and on an easily findable on the internet. Okay, whatever. We'll ignore that. But let's say they've done the experiments and they've proven the Earth isn't rotating or in motion, and yet because they are so dead set on this belief that of the solar system and the Earth revolving on the sun, they made up a new theory for why this is true. So my question is, what is the motivation between all these brilliant people in history? Well, I mean, you'd have to say they're brilliant, right? I mean, like, because if they're doing these crazy experiments,
for sure.
Why are they so? Why do you think they were so dead set on the globe? Like, what could obviously they were still convinced of the globe. Like, you have to give a reason. You can't.
I got you. Well, earlier you were saying you were accusing us, the flat earthers, of having a religious position and being, we just can't take empirical evidence. But even though you're presenting empirical observation, not actual experimentation. But in the same respect, they're having the same problem, bro. They're literally doing experiments that are falsifying their belief system that they have that's based off of empirical observation. And they're like, nope, I guess you can't measure it. And so it's just a belief. It's a religious belief system, bro. That's it.
It's not a belief system tied to any religion. What's the religion behind it?
That the Earth is in motion.
Well, why would that affect somebody's like worldview?
Good question.
No, you answer it. Why do you think that would affect someone's worldview?
Well, you already answered that earlier, right? We place the significance on us, right? The flat earthers take the geocentric position for the cosmos, right? That everything is rotating above us, right? Hold on. It's one step. Okay. It's a chip in getting you to philosophically accept nihilism, is what I would say. That would be my best guess at motivation. But on top of that, I would also say what you're asking me to do, right? You're saying, hey, guess why this crime was committed? I don't know. All I can tell you is that there's a crime, right? I can show you a long list of experimental evidence that shows that the Earth is not in motion. I can show you people trying to explain why they're not in motion, but there's no actual empirical evidence of the Earth being in motion, only observation. So it is a belief system. It is a religion. Why it's a belief system, why it's a religion, why they wouldn't let it go, why it's forced upon us. Couldn't tell you, brother. It's not my place. You should investigate that, bro. It's not me.
Well,
It's not for me. Hold on. It's not for me
Yeah.
to provide you with an answer for their motives, dog. All I can take a look at is I can see you who you're literally, you'll hear an argument and you'll go, "Nuh-uh, you have a religious belief system, but you're literally doing what you're believing is fundamentally based on all the things that were just put forward that experimentally show that my position of at least the Earth being stationary is substantiated, right? Like we might disagree on the shape, but the motion is not even in question, dog."
Well, so I mean, you're saying like you proved it. What you've done is you've said this is what I've researched, and this is based on all my research for these experiments. I've come to the conclusion that they definitively prove the Earth is in motion, right? Like
Where
from
do
my
the laws of
perspective,
physics apply?
no, let me finish, dude. From my perspective, right? Just because you say this is true and these experiments prove this, I'm not going to inherently believe you. So you can't say, "Oh, I proved to you. You got to admit that I'm right," right? So like that's super silly.
No.
Well, okay.
It's not.
Okay,
Hold
no,
on.
stop.
One sec. Okay, go ahead.
No, don't interrupt me. Okay,
Go ahead.
so that's the first thing. Okay, so just because you say this is true, you're also a guy that pretends like you don't understand how light and shadows work on the moon. So like I'm not gonna like just trust you because you don't seem like a very credible person. But I brought up the thing about the why the lie exists, because that's something that like you can just like intuit, like when we're dealing with a conversation where you can't spend hours of research and people can't come to their own conclusion on like each topic. When you're talking about like why the lie exists, that's something that like people can just like have a conversation about and see what makes just the most sense to them. Like, and when you say like, oh, like and obviously you said you don't know, but you gave a theory. You said, I suspect that it's the idea for the globe model and the motion of the Earth is motivated by nihilism, which would inherently be like there's the idea of a God who cares about you and loves you, and then there's nihilism, right? I think that if you look historically in the modern day, any time that anything is connected to like an idea of like of God or a religious motivation, that people super smart and super seemingly normal people come to some ridiculous conclusion. So like let's look at a Mormon, right? Like there's like plenty of people smarter than me and you that are Mormons, but Mormons believe that like all history concerning Joseph Smith is fabricated, and that like they know the true prophet, and like they're so convinced of this, and they think that like they have like the answer to God, and they believe a ridiculous thing because of it. Like obviously, I mean, I haven't looked into the experiments as deep as you, but like since I believe in the globe, I would suspect, just as a Mormon might look into history and still say that Joseph Smith is a prophet, I would say that you have a similar phenomenon going on in your mind where you think that you said you suspect this, like you can't deny this, that the globe model is to propagate nihilism, and based on that assumption, you go looking for information that confirms that, and you have made a really robust and smart sounding defense besides the existence of the moon. That's their weakest spot. But that's my response to all that you said. And again, I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong because I haven't looked into it, but I can't say you're right just because you say so. You don't have enough credibility in my mind, especially since religion's involved.
Why don't you go look into it for yourself then?
Yo, one second, dog. Hold on. 1 second. So it perpetuates nihilism because globular theory is supported by heliocentrism, right? Which is a result of the Big Bang, right? Which is a philosophy that from nothing came everything. Well, in reality,
that's not true.
Yes, don't interrupt. In reality, nothing comes from nothing, dude. So that's not a real position. That's fundamentally bankrupt on the face of it. And the only way that you could
every
get someone,
church father believed in the Big Bang.
Yo, guy, please. So
you interrupted me. I can interrupt you.
I know, but we're having like a cordial thing, and when I do it and realize I'm doing it, and you say, "Hey, please stop," I go, "Oh, okay, you're right, my bad." I don't continue to do it and go, "Oh, I'm keeping score," right? Anyway, doesn't matter what they believe in, dude. That's appeal to you believing in whatever somebody else fucking believes in, right? It's not the issue here. It's philosophically bankrupt on the face of it. I don't give a fuck if the Pope believes in it, right? If you're telling me that from nothing came everything, that's not an intelligent position to have, right? So That's where globular theory takes people, and to accept that cosmology, to accept what I say, hey, when I put my eye to a telescope and look at it, you have to believe everything I say. To get people to accept that, this is how you would do it, right? From globular theory. Oh, and then you could reverse it to from nothing came everything, right? It's retarded. So we have a difference in philosophy there, man. And that's okay.
Well, I think,
but it gets very circular, and then you turn around and go, "Oh, Alan's not trustworthy. I don't know these experiments." You don't know much about nothing, dog. You just keep repeating the same surface level stuff. Yet you're talking to people who have researched things. I've read all the experiments. You can read them too and come to your own conclusions. That's the beauty about cosmology and physics and science. You can go over the data sets and come to a different interpretation, dog. Did you know that? You're free to do that. So when you tell me, hey, moon, shadow, weakest argument, dude, you're literally retarded. That's your only argument, bro. It's not an issue for me. That's why I have no problem saying, hey, when the light phases don't align, I can readily go, oh, well, the sun's not the causal mechanism of it then, right? But you're sitting there still going, sun, causal mechanism. Alan has to deny it. It's very weird, and I don't like doing it and talking to you because it gets my blood pressure going up, dog. And I don't like that shit. It should be a nice back and forth. It should be a good faith. Like when you ask me a retarded conversation where you're trying to hinge your entire argument on, can Alan explain the motives of why they would lie? Oh no, he didn't provide a good argument to that. Well, I guess I can't accept anything else. That's literally our word speak, bro.
Well, so
I'm gonna end on that. You can say whatever else you need to. I'm fully checking out, bro.
That's fine. When Alan said that the globe model, that motion, well, let me just respond to like a egregious lie that Alan just said, like a flat out lie. When Alan said that,
never respond, man. Just
let me just respond. He said something that's egregious lie. He said that
I did not hear Alan say any lie. Alan did not say any lie.
Let me explain the lie he said. Let me explain. Let me explain what lie I think he told. Okay, so he said that the globe model and the idea that the Earth revolves around the sun leads to nihilism. That's demonstrably not true. The people that came up with that idea were religious, were part of the Catholic Church, and if you believe in the Bible, every one of the early church fathers, and these are the people that came up with the theology for Christianity, they acknowledged that the globe model was true. Some of them were geocentrists, I'll admit, but at least the globe model is true. And they used that as evidence for God, like the primitive version of the fine-tuning argument. Like people in every great religious figure today and thinker uses the globe model specifically to support the idea of God. If you've heard of the fine-tuning argument, the globe model is so precise. Everything is so precise for life in this vast universe with billions of planets. The odds, and even atheists like Richard Dawkins would admit this, the odds that this would happen just randomly is astronomical. So that in itself is evidence of an intelligent creator. So the idea that
it's called a fine-tuning problem.
No, it's a fine-tuning argument for God. It's a fine-tuning problem for atheists, for religious people, which is basically every great religious thinker currently today. If you follow any Christian theology today, it's the fine-tuning argument it defeats atheism under the globe model. The globe model does not lead to nihilism, and even the Big Bang, the idea that something came from nothing. That's not what it says. It just says there was nothing, and then they came for something. And
but the fine-tuning, there's a scientific fine-tuning problem that applies to cosmology.
Yes, and that's why it supports God, because under if you're not talking about God and you're just looking at the observations, right? You'd say, man, everything is just so perfect for life, and they call that a problem. A theist, a religious apologist would say that's the man, I can't even think now. That's the fine-tuning argument. They say the fact that fine-tuning exists and it's so perfect is an argument for God. It's a problem for atheists, and that's under the globe model. And you might ask, why would the globe model, the people that made this lie, make it so it supports the existence of God? Because basically 99% of religious people believe in the globe, and they're perfectly fine, and they make arguments for their religion based on the globe model.
Where are you getting that percentage from, Clay? Come with facts, not your opinion.
It's like a small percentage of the population believes the Earth is flat. It's very minuscule. But
again, you have no idea the percentages. Don't make claims you have no info.
Okay, that's fine. The point still stands that like that the globe Earth actually does support God in Christian theology. Like going back to Martin Luther, right? Like this is the guy that separated Protestantism from the Catholic Church. He wrote about the globe. He knew the Earth was a globe. Like the Earth is a globe, and that's okay. Even the Big Bang, something came from nothing. That's an argument for or not Christianity specifically, but like for theism, where you say something can't come from nothing. There must be a first cause. That first cause was God. Like just the idea that like,
Clay, do you think this is the only reason why they would hide the nature of our reality? Is that what you think? Is that what you think that we're saying?
It's the only coherent argument I've heard. Nobody has ever provided an argument of why they would hide it.
No, but do you think that's the only reason?
I think that is the only reason where a conspiracy that big would exist.
But do you think that's the only? Do you think that's the only thing that we say?
Well, yes. I mean, you're wasting billions and billions of dollars each year faking this space. You're spending wasting so much money for what end? To what end, right? And you say a lot of people think the Bible says the Earth is flat, which is like demonstratively not true. But it's like even like if you have like sheepdog, sometimes a co-host here, right? He's tweeted. I can maybe pull up the tweet. He says he's a Bible believer. He thinks the Bible says the Earth is flat. He will say the ball Earth is a satanic lie. Like that's his belief. Like he thinks that if like the ball Earth is created specifically to divert people from the Christian faith, which is just so ridiculous considering the basically the pioneers of the Christian faith, Martin Luther, John Calvin, all knew the Earth was a globe and were completely fine with it. So it's so silly. And when you have a belief that like people are hiding stuff from you because of a religious thing, like that's what every religion
that's
believes,
not
right?
the only you acknowledge that that's not the only reason why.
No, but it's a reason that causes people and you'll even admit this in other scenarios to believe silly things. So a Mormon believes that like everybody that says Mormonism isn't true and gives a history of Joseph Smith is basically like from Satan trying to like deceive them. That's like it's the same principle. Like a Catholic would say every religion that's not Catholicism is from Satan basically and trying to deceive them. And like a lot of I'm not going to say every flat earth.
Government lies about when a government has a history of lying about things, then you don't just blindly trust them. And just to build on top of that, like no one really here has. Again, they said this earlier. No one really here has been talking about anything religious except you. All the flat earthers. No, we don't know. It's not that we don't like to talk about it. It's just that we can't talk about it with globe earthers because this is what y'all do. Y'all only focus on one thing that you think is going to dominate the conversation. And it is an important part of the conversation, but we want you to acknowledge the actual facts, the measurements, the sciences. So that way we can know that when we engage in things that are a little bit more difficult to substantiate, we know that you acting in good faith. Because if we show you a measurement or experiment and then you ignore it for 10 episodes, and then you want to sit there and talk to me about religion and spirituality, it's like, why would I even engage in that if you won't even look at the things that we are already showing? So it's like you're the only one. Yeah. So you're the only one that keep on bringing up like the religious and the spiritual aspect of this whole conversation, and we want you to look at the actual data and why it refutes your whole position. No one else is talking about this. And it's not the only reason either. Like I mean, they wouldn't be able to put prices on anything if it was abundant. So that's a pretty like basic reason why you would put everything on the globe so you could make resources a lot more scarce. So there's many different reasons, bro. You know this already. So
this is a circular argument. I fundamentally disagree with the idea that you're providing like substantial like evidence, and this is why. So like any you haven't looked into it. Let's just be honest with ourselves here. If a glober provides evidence of a globe, let's say like pictures from the International Space Station or like experiments demonstrating gravity that people say demonstrate gravity, or like
I'm still waiting for just one piece of evidence, Clay.
Even stuff.
Guys, let me finish my sentence.
No, dude, you just said you didn't research it, and then you're gonna say like, "Oh, I don't believe anything that you're presenting," and then I haven't looked into it. So
even any evidence that the globers produce, you will say either if it's from like space, you'd say, or like in private institutions, you'd say it's flat out fake, or you'd say like it's a lie and it's like just meant to deceive, right? And
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not just us. It's the globe earthers too. the globe earthers also are saying
That's what. Let me finish my sentence.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's what
not
I'm
just
gonna say.
us, but it's not
That's
just
what I'm
us.
saying. That's what
It's
I'm
the
saying.
globe
In
earthers as well.
That's what I'm saying. That's what literally my next sentence was going to be. In any evidence the flat earthers produce, right? Like Alan just like went on like a 20-minute rant about like experiments he's researched, right? Globers would have reasons why those experiments don't demonstrate what he's saying, or they'd say if it's an experiment done by a flat earther, they'd say it's dishonest or it's a lie, right? So like
No, Globers just misrepresent the information that we
okay, well,
provide.
of course you believe that because you're a flat earther. I believe the opposite.
I don't
But my
believe
point-
that. It's what happens. You are a big case of that. You're the biggest example. You've been on stage for this long doing that to everybody.
My point being that on either side, when one side produces evidence, it's very easy, and you guys do it just as much as Globers do it, to say it's fake, it's dishonest, and it doesn't say what you're saying. So like I like more talking about when you're talking about something like religion, you're just kind of like talking about like, does it make sense like that like this would be like a global lie that would start because of like these reasons? Because that's not like something that like somebody would necessarily like, you can't like, there's no data like to like argue about, there's no like complex scientific terms, and you can't dismiss like the argument. It's kind of like an exercise in critical thought. When you're like when Alan rants for like 20 minutes about experiments, like I'm like, well, like I could spend hours looking up the globe earth explanations and say, oh well, this is why you were wrong when you said this, you said it was this, and then Alan could say, well, actually that's fake, space doesn't exist, NASA lied when they said this. So it's like you're just going back and forth about who's lying and who's not lying, who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth.
No, it's not. But why? But why are we going back and forth? Clay, let me ask you this. Can you again, I think Xavier asked you this earlier. Can you name one experiment that he mentioned?
Not by name, but the Mickelson.
No, I don't listen to anything. It doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
No, I just named one, the Mickelson and Moore experiment. So like.
And do you understand the reason behind why we keep on highlighting that experiment?
Yeah, and I understand the globe model explanation of why it doesn't. So the globe model says that experiment disproved an ether, not necessarily the movement of the Earth, right? And you'd come back and say, oh, well, that's wrong, and then I come back and I could research more. But that's the entire point. The Mickelson and Moore didn't come away from the experiment thinking that the Earth is flat or the Earth isn't moving. And you could say, oh, that's because he's either religiously or just motivated to still believe
all the physicists said if we acknowledge the Mickelson-Morley experiment for what it is, it appears that there is no motion.
Yeah,
that's
I know.
What actually said.
Yeah, but exactly. But they said, but there's
right. So when you say, hey, did they actually say the Earth was stationary? Like, yeah, they said it kind of looks like the Earth is stationary.
They would say there's more compelling evidence demonstrating that it is, so that their understanding of exactly how motion works must be mistaken. So that's how evidence works, right? You weigh evidence by what's more compelling. And this is my point, right? So you can pull up certain instances where the globe model prediction isn't exactly right and the theory needs to be refined, right? The reason I like to talk about stuff as general as like the moon's shadow and like, is there really a conspiracy by every single government and every single private institution, is because it's something that is not so particular that you need to like research for hours, and like you can find hours of content from globe earthers and flat earthers, and it's really hard to make a definitive judgment. But when you're looking at the moon,
it's real easy when you're honest with yourself. It's really easy.
Exactly. Well, when you look at the moon, that's what I'm saying. When you look at the moon, it's very easy to be honest with yourself.
He completed a whole circle back to the moon, guys.
When you look at the Mickelson and Moore experiment, it's very.
It's not just looking at the moon, bro. You only want to just look at the moon because wait, because this is what you keep doing. You only want to just look at the moon because that's your safe place. When we say, hey, why don't you consider other aspects of how they say the moon is composed, you completely disregard it. That's why you can't. That's why you can't name any other experiment. That's why you still haven't gone through all the links that Stone provided you months ago. You're comfortable with just saying, "Well, I just want to look at it, guys. Because that's really what science does now, right? They just make observations and they draw correlations and say, "Oh, we're doing science." And that's why Xavier's space is so important because it's more than just that, bro. It's about empirical evidence. What you mean? Of course, you disagree because it's easier for you to accept the globe without having to get specific.
No, I can explain why.
That's why. That's the whole thing. So it becomes I'm telling you why, because we're the only ones that are providing specificity,
can I explain why I disagree?
detailing experiments, actually referring to history, looking into the math and the calculations, and explaining to you how it came to be. And every time we ask you, every time we ask you if you know about these things, you say no. And then when we ask you if you will go look into these things, you will say yes, and you'll come back a couple weeks later and you'll say, I never looked into it, and you'll be repeating the same thing. And then I got to deal with all my homies saying, why do you keep on letting him back up here? He being dishonest. He don't care about learning about anything. He just want to look at the moon like a caveman and make complete decisions about all of cosmology. Bro, there are specific instruments designed to detect like the nature of our reality. And it's failing the predictions and even the calculations using globe mechanics. They fall apart. All you have to do is be honest about that, so that way we can move forward to figure out the truth.
Clay, mute your mic, please, when he's talking. That feedback is so annoying.
Oh, is it? I can't really see. I'm actually glitching.
Yeah, no, it's not you. It's Clay, mute.
Well, I'm going to respond to what
I don't care when he's talking for future reference.
Well,
all
I'm
future
sure-
conversations in pure perpetuity. It's the most
you gotta
annoying
mute
thing
up.
ever.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. My bad. So when you're talking about the specifics, you realize every single scientist, engineer disagrees with you. A flat earther has
That's
never
generally
accomplished-
in vagary.
Let me
That's
finish
not
my
specifics,
sentence.
dude.
Let me finish my sentence. If you actually look into it and you look into like the top people in the field, like they explain why you're wrong. But the thing is, a flat earther isn't reasonable. Like a flat earther isn't smart enough to probably solve maybe Alan is, but like a high school equation. But when the reason I keep bringing up the moon is because it's the most obvious, and anybody that's on the fence would probably agree with me. It's the most.
Hey Clay,
obvious
what evidence did I provide to you last week that shows it's not a physical object?
People want to hear how anti-flat earthers sound. So let them hear.
When you say the moon isn't a solid object, that's so absurdly retarded.
But I gave you evidence.
Shut up. It's so obviously wrong, and anybody that's not in a flat earth cult can see it. That's why I keep bringing it up. If you want to argue about like super specific niche things, you guys just lie. I mean, every single engineer, everything your scientist.
You haven't even looked into. Now I'm not going to let you just slander, but you haven't looked into anything.
Sacred.
The flat earthers. What was our response to you talking about how solid the moon was? What was our response? What was our response?
You said the moonlight is cold and it's made out of plasma, which is
and what happened? And what happened? Did you go look at that?
Yeah, I did, and I saw experiments showing both the moonlight allegedly is cold and allegedly isn't. But it's so retarded to see the shadows.
Yo, post it. If you have one that shows the moonlight warm, post it. I bet you won't do it.
I will. It's going to take me a while to find it. It was a couple weeks
ago. Yeah, do that.
It's so insanely retarded to see the sun shine on sides of the moon and the moon sides cast obvious shadows. Shut up. Let me finish.
Clay, let me interrupt. If you think that our position is so retarded, you know what's even more retarded? Is the heliocentric model where 96% of the whole universe is dark matter and dark energy. You tell me how retarded and ridiculous that is, buddy.
I mean, that's a theory because we don't know most of the universe, okay?
It doesn't work.
Sacred,
it doesn't work.
You're in a cult because you have you have friends. All of your
we're the ones that are actually discussing this. We're the ones that are actually talking about the science, bro. You're the only one that's bringing up spirituality and religion. So when Leliana just said dark energy and dark matter, your gravity requires it because you don't have it. It's missing. So we're saying, look, the science is refuting your position. And the only thing all you could do while we're cooking you, the only thing you could do is personally attack because you feel inferior. That's why.
No,
because you come into you must because you don't know any of the sciences, you don't know any of the terminology. You don't know any of the terminology. I haven't said anything disrespectful to you for real, and you're telling me that I'm dumb, but you haven't looked into none of the sciences. We know the science more than you.
You don't know the
science. I could demonstrate it, but you can't. All you want, your best argument is, I went outside and I looked at the moon.
Yes,
that's it.
Because you're so stupid.
And then that's your best argument. You look, and then we said, okay, and we actually tested the properties of that moon. Why don't you look at it, Clay? And what you do? You ran away from it. You ran away
Bruce,
from it,
have you
and then
posted
we
on
and then we
Sacred?
and then we started talking about the physics of how the moon works. You didn't really understand none of that. You didn't know how the math worked. You didn't know the calculations. You didn't know physics.
Pretend like you
you
don't
don't even
know
know
how
the difference
shadows
between
work.
you don't know. We don't pretend. We said we could demonstrate it, and then when we
No,
look at the
you're
observations,
actually
then we
brain
look at the observations, they don't even match where the sun
Sacred,
is
you think
positioned.
the same
They-
side
they-
of the moon is
they- all you
facing
want to do,
every
all you see, this
observer.
is what I'm talking
Are
about. You don't listen to
stupid?
nothing. You don't want to listen to nothing, bro.
No,
That's your
I'm
whole
just pointing
problem.
out how
You can't,
stupid
yeah,
you are.
because that's the only thing. That's the only thing you
Clay,
could do.
mute up.
That's the only thing you could do, right? All you could do is personally attack me because you don't have
No,
no
I'm
evidence.
attacking you
You don't
because
have
you're
no
the
science.
stupidest
You don't have
human
no
beings a human
intellect.
can
All
live.
you can say is it's stupid, it's dumb.
Did you
You're
just
the one, you're
admit
the
to
globe
attacking
earther.
him?
And that's your best argument. I went outside and you're stupid and dumb. That is your best argument, bro.
You just
All we doing
admitted to
this whole
attacking him?
time has been cooking you with the science. And your best argument is I went outside, I looked up, you're stupid and you're dumb. And this
just for
has to be
record,
about religion. Nobody brought this up.
I'm
You've
the
been
one
bringing
that
up
muted him.
science this whole time.
I muted the entire room. He didn't mute you.
You
He
look
let us
crazy,
talk.
bro. It's embarrassing. We feel bad for you. But I understand it though. Like, if you couldn't stand toe to toe with the flat earthers and the science, I probably would resort to that type of, behavior too. Because you wouldn't have to do that if you knew what you was talking about. That's a fact.
You have
Quick
a social
question,
connection to flat Earth.
Clay. Quick question. Do you believe in God, Clay?
Yes, I do. And the globe model also supports the existence of God in every single
Yeah. So why do you think God made us feel
One second, boys. We seem to have lost audio communications here. We're rejoining by satellite, thanks to Elon Musk or whatever. Let's see, how do you join Twitter Spaces? Sacred. Join.
we just be aware of it? It's not affecting us. That's the proof, right? We completely live our life like it's stationary. So then why aren't we allowed to feel that lovely motion? Can you explain that?
No, it's the same reason I can't explain why didn't God create every human with the knowledge of how to heal themselves and like how to take care and like do modern medicine. It's like God made the world, like the world's sometimes a very confusing and awful place, which I can't explain. Like why does God allow babies to die and cancer and all this awful stuff? I don't know.
Maybe they shouldn't get
shots.
shots. Maybe they shouldn't get shots when they was little. Who knows?
Oh, you
diseases
don't know?
existed
You
before.
don't know,
Not a-
please. So you know what? We don't want to hear anything from you because you don't know. You don't know.
think
So we
people
don't want to
only
hear
started
anything
getting
from
sick
you.
when shots existed? Host, are you stupid?
Listen, I don't know anything.
Watch your mouth,
Speculating
Clay.
wildly for you.
Before modern medicine, people would die at like age like 40 and 50, and if you had children, the odds are 1 or 2 of your children would die. It's an awful world, and only because of technology, the same technology that we're speaking
Vaccines are
from
poison,
hundreds
bro.
of miles away, we can communicate and we can share knowledge. When humans were able to share knowledge, that's when we figured out how to not make ourselves die so freaking fast. and
Clay,
miserably.
I hate to break it.
Well, you can point the finger, but it's actually a process called communist ideological
Society,
going
man.
on for 20 years. Yeah, it's been a big suppressor.
You their best soldier. You the one that like you could do the dirty work. They don't even got to pay you for.
But also in society, they just
do
have
it for
a
free.
They have a
No, you
information.
don't like it. You don't like it when
Experiment.
we tell you and treat you the way you've been treating us, you know?
No, I think it's fun, but society also for some reason has
Looking
all
this
the
crazy is
information
fun to you?
proving. Yeah, why else do you think I'm here? Proving the Earth is flat.
I
You can
have no
find that
idea.
you can find that on the internet, even though it's a conspiracy to hide it. Google and X are just like, yeah, we'll just let all the experiments proving the Earth is stationary. We won't lie about that. You know what? The 3-body problem. Let's just tell everybody about that problem, even though it allegedly disproves.
You're spiraling, Clay.
it's like you're like the fact you can know actually like you can know the globe Earth is real because there's so many admitted problems with the theories behind it. If there was if people if it was a lie, they would just like
You know the globe Earth is real because all of the what?
His logic is that why would the globe Earth go as far as having mistakes with their model if it's all fake? If it's all pseudoscience, then why would they go as far as having a three-body problem to explain away the celestial
That's what
bodies
he's
that
saying?
don't orbit? Yeah, he's essentially just saying like if there are
Bro.
orbiting bodies in space, then how could we have a three-body problem? So he's saying our belief in the flaws of the heliocentric model are flawed because if they exist, then that means the heliocentric model exists.
Bro, like this is the reason why they changed all of physics. They trying to keep this thing intact. Oh my God, I hope that's not what you're saying for real.
no. Okay, it's like use your brain on this one. Okay,
It's
so if
explicitly
NASA,
his argument, dude. It's insane.
good lord, if NASA admits, if NASA, so like if NASA makes observations in space about planets, do you think planets are fake? You think they're just lights? If they make observations about planets that contradict previous theories of gravity, why would that happen if planets are fake and they're just lights?
My theory is
Everybody
Clay is
explain that to me.
fake. What do you think? Clay's AI, guys.
Can somebody just explain why NASA would make up fake theories
Clay
about
AI?
fake or fake observations about fake planets?
Could
that
someone be
contradict
that disingenuous and not
theories
listen
about
for that
gravity?
long, do you think? Is that
Yeah,
possible?
I think it's similar.
Wait.
I think it's similar to the concept of Santa Claus coming down the chimney of children's homes in the world, even though everybody doesn't have a chimney. I think it's equally as logically flawed as Santa Claus coming down your chimney to deliver presents when you never had a chimney. I think it's literally just as idiotic.
So when we're like talking about the three-body problem, is everybody here comfortable in admitting those are real observations in space? That is the three-body problem.
No, they are just lights above our heads. Space is an
Exactly.
idea.
So why would they invent a problem, a fake problem?
Bro, do you know what the three-body problem is?
Yes.
What is it? Because then what you're saying doesn't really align with like what it actually is.
The three-body problem is like basically saying that like when there's like two bodies in mass that orbit around each other, like if there's a third body, it doesn't affect the motion of the other mass. It's a very strange.
What?
It's a very strange thing with physics where like when
Negative,
you have three bodies,
Bro, the three-body problem is they can't calculate the motion of more than three bodies at a time. It's really the n-body problem. Because the more bodies you add, the more chaos. Yo, this is why they want me to take your mic.
What are the bodies?
Bro, this is why nobody wants you up here, bro. Yo, you gotta be a troll. Maybe you is a page agent. There's no way, bro. There's no way that you just explain the three-body problem incorrectly. And then in the middle of me correcting you, I know you just want to keep on insulting me, bro, but you're projecting because you're in front of 100 people that's watching you spiral.
Host.
They don't even you literally just explain it incorrect.
What are the bodies they're observing?
They're luminaries in the sky. So when you attribute this gravitational mechanic, right? It doesn't work. So yes, it becomes a problem.
Planets are luminaries in the sky?
You don't know what luminaries are?
But they're in space, right? They're not under a dome.
What you mean
space?
How do you know? Did you know that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere?
Well, it depends on where you arbitrarily.
What you mean what you mean? What happened?
It defines.
What you mean? All that? You was really excited like 10 seconds ago until I hit you with the facts.
Well, you're interrupting me. It depends on when you define the atmosphere.
You started
in the
stuttering,
outer
so it's a little
atmosphere.
funny.
Good, you're so stupid. The bodies they're observing are in space. Like they're observing them like with space stations.
But moon's inside Earth's atmosphere, though.
Yes, the outer atmosphere, technically.
So we're a space star.
Well, it's a gradient, right? So like if you have like black and white, right? And then there's a gradient in between. When does it become black and when does it become white?
Wait, he literally said.
Wait, you don't know what a Kármán line is?
It works more better. That was his answer. Everyone remembers that, right?
You are so okay. I can't deal with this. You guys are so
happened, bro?
freaking stupid. You are so.
Also, when we start talking about the science, I start getting
Clay.
Okay,
bro, you don't know what a Kármán line is?
Every listener, please take a look at the picture of the.
Yeah, we're asking you scientific questions. Do you know what the Kármán line is?
Acknowledge that to be a flat earther, you have to believe that's not a solid object.
Globe Earther, this is obfuscation. I'm talking to the audience ain't gonna get you out this corner, bro. Like that ain't gonna help. We just gonna clip it up and make fun of you later. Hey, Do you know the Karman line where they claim it to be?
Just say no.
Oh, just you looking it up? Yo, Proud, cue the typing sound effect.
Clay, you were requested to mute up when you're not talking, Clay.
So they claim that space starts at 60 miles away, like outer space, where the Karman line is about. But then they also say that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. So space is within the moon's atmosphere, or within the Earth's atmosphere. Tiny particles that from Earth is orbiting Earth and coming around the moon. Therefore,
Oh, did he leave?
space comes before the end of Earth's atmosphere.
Man, I've never heard that before. That.
Damn, why can't I
Everything
hear
in your
Clay?
model makes sense, bro.
Do I know what the three-body problem is? When you add a third, it just works.
While you go ahead and get to Googling, let's slide over to Lynn, and then we'll talk to Mr. Xavier. What's up, Lynn? Good to see you.
Oh, how is everybody doing tonight? I'm enjoying the space a lot. Stationary Saturdays. I wanted to respond to something that Clay said. Is he still on? Somebody mentioned he might have left.
Matter of fact, I can't see. Let me reset. I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead, Lynn.
Inshallah.
He was just up here, but I couldn't hear him a second ago if he was talking. Well, maybe he can hear you.
Okay, well, I just want to respond to something he said that Martin Luther and somebody else were the founders of the Christian faith. Well, since they lived at least 1,400 years after Jesus died, I don't know how he could think they could be the founders of the Christian faith because they were several centuries too late. Not only that, Martin Luther in particular, yes, he had a problem with the teachings of the Catholic Church, but his idea wasn't to just, completely get rid of the Catholic Church. He had several faults of theirs that he was outlining. But his idea was to reform the Catholic Church. His idea was not to go back to pure Christianity, which is what was in the first century. And so there's no way you could call Martin Luther and people like him. They were reformers, but they were not restorers. The restoration came later, and there were preachers usually from different denominations that said, you know what? We're teaching this, but the Bible says this. We need to study this out. We need to go back to what the Bible teaches and restore our faith to what it was originally. So please don't put Martin Luther and people who taught like he did in with the people who actually wanted a pure, uncorrupted faith. And that's all I have to say. I'm enjoying this session.
I appreciate you, Lynn. I only caught like half of it. I had to reset. But it's definitely good to hear from you. A little bit of Martin Luther King gravy sauce.
No, just Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King.
Okay, I got
you. Yeah, we got Christians on deck too, Clay. We don't need to pull them out. We got the we got the religious discussions, but we don't need it.
Christians
That's the whole thing
assemble.
about that. Yeah, who's that? Somebody else. I hope I didn't not interrupting anybody. But I just never seen such a effort to make it a religious discussion when we're bringing you the science that you should be all excited to talk about. And he's like, please, let's talk about religion. Let's make it about religion. But Just wanted to say, so right now it's probably, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 7th from the last in the nest. I put up the Aries failure paper, so you don't even have to rely on opinion. We could remove agree and disagree from the equation completely, and you could go in that paper and read it for yourself and find out that Alan was telling the truth. The expected 30 seconds of arc was expected, and around 0.8 seconds of arc was determined. So it's not even a matter of opinion. You can read it, and what that entails, you can extrapolate. And there's only one. Here's the apologetics that you'll go to Wiki, and they'll say, well, this experiment failed to detect ether. It's a ether refuting test. Okay, you know what? Forget about ether. Let's say light propagates or moves through space-time or gravity. However light moves is however light moves. Here's the thing. Light has a refractive index of 1.33, meaning if it goes in water, it retards at 1.33 as if it were slower than a vacuum. So there's one of three things, right? If we are to presume motion as an antecedent, there's only one of three things that can be true. Either the tilt that it has without water is happening and it heads toward the center of this telescope. That's one truth if we presume the Earth is in motion, in orbital motion. Truth number two out of the three. If we tilt with water, it will be off-centered. We know this is true because of the 1.33 refractive index. Here's the third one, right? Because it's off-centered from the second truth, here's the third truth. We'd have to tilt it more because of water to hit the center. These are one of the three truths that must be if we were to presume orbital motion, right? There's no other options. You'd have no other options. Tilt without water hits the center if we presume it in motion. Tilt with water off center, right? If we presume motion, we have to tilt it more with water so it could hit center. Those are one of the three things. Premise two, we did not have to tilt it further with water for it to hit the center. Therefore, no motion. It is a simple syllogism. It's simple logic. What you brought up earlier, it's a simple syllogism. And you could read it. You could read it. They had to not even acknowledge that. They had to make it about ether like they did with MMX, like they do with a lot of things. This is proving something wrong. Holy shit. We got to talk about something else. Maybe the thing contracted. Maybe things are warping. We gotta introduce a dilation formula at a time, which, by the way, that time dilation formula, if you presume that's a mechanical effect of setting clocks in motion relative to an ether medium, you can derive the same time formula. One clock is in motion, the other one is stationary. It will oscillate differently. The oscillation between the atomic clocks will oscillate differently. It's just simple relative motion at that point. So yeah, there are kinematic equivalents, but most importantly, there are experimental tests that we can do to isolate for variables. We can isolate for cause and effect, and we can weed things out. And like I said before, out of those three truths, the truth that was tested versus what's expected, we did not have to tilt the scope further when it had water in it to hit the center. Therefore, the orbital motion that was predicted couldn't be. There's a different explanation, and that's just basic logic.
Yeah, man, and I like what you said. Yeah, for real. I like what you said too about like we could check this ourselves, right? Like imagine knowing this as adults, where you can go check information, and we still got to sit up here and listen to somebody for 10 minutes tell us why they not gonna believe us. It's like the most ridiculous thing ever. It's like, bro, why we got to listen to that? You could literally just go look at it. You can go check it yourself.
Yeah, but like first-time listeners, like you said, they can just see the cog disk in action, like the actual slow spiral, and then just on repeat. And at a certain point, it's just like, what's worse, that he could be a paid troll or that he's not? and that this is like how deep the deception goes. Like it gets
Dude,
people like this.
Facts,
That's the
bro.
crazy part.
Right. I don't know which one is scarier.
Right.
At this point, we're now 5 hours deep into the intro. At this point in the intro, I would say that if he's not a paid person, then that's horrifying.
Well, he said he believed in. I thought he was an atheist, and then he said he believes in God. I think this is projection. He's fighting with himself more than he's fighting with any of us.
100%.
Yo,
You know what I'm saying?
When he said that at the end right there, he was like, well, I believe in God. That is what this is all about. The fact that he, is a theist, I guess, if you want to put a label on somebody. And he got a battle with the fact that maybe the things that he believes in is conflicting with the sciences. So his determination to show how stupid it is so he can have his safe space.
Yeah, man. That's why I didn't, I wasn't like a staunch atheist or anything, but my position was like, okay, Big Bang's true, science is true, heliocentrism's true. God made a 93 million mile away sun that, like all this crazy stuff. And we just happen to be in this Goldilocks zone. I was like, was God a retard? Do you not know how to make a universe? He got lucky on this one. Like that's insane. So like, I didn't have that connection to it. And the only way that would even be on the table, right, is if my position was fundamentally bankrupt from the beginning and I wasn't aware of the bankruptcy, right? Because that's why we actually changed positions, dude. It's like, oh yeah, light in the sky matches the phase thing. Like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. It's a solid object. You're like, wait a minute. How come it doesn't match on all these days throughout the month? And like, well, it's an apparent object, optical thing. You don't have a reference. It's just an illusion. It's really where it's at. Just trust us, even though the light shadow doesn't reflect that. It's like, well, okay, I guess. And that's not a good position to have, right?
It's gaslighting at its finest.
Yeah. Dude, it's...
Well, I noticed... Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just going to say like nothing really. So anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say that, I noticed a lot of Globers get really rigid in their way of thinking, because to them, the only way you can have 6 is 3 plus 3. Like they can't think that, 4 plus 2 can be 6, or 5 plus 1 can be 6, or 7 minus 1 can be 6. Like they can't think like that. They get really rigid. It's a weird thing.
Well, just think about it. He literally kept saying, like, I haven't looked into it, but I haven't looked into it, but I have not looked at the research, but, and it's like,
I like Sacred Steelman of his position. I haven't looked into anything, but I went outside and looked at the sky, which is the premise of Shane's most recent presentation. Really, it's like, where does globularity come from? Well, it's a bunch of dudes went outside and looked up. That's where the globe resides, boys, in the sky. So, hell yeah, 40. Go ahead, just send it, bro. Go ahead, man. It's your show, bud.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you, my brother. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, Sacred's your brother.
We can't really hear you, bro. You kind of muffled. What's up, 40?
Sorry, I guess it's probably because the open mic wants to come back at me. I just want to, I don't know if I'm late for the show, my brother.
We can't hear you, 40.
You can't hear me, bro?
No, it's muffled. Try to fix your mic or drop down and come back up. Sound like the teacher from Charlie Brown.
How's that now, Sacred? Can you hear me?
That's way better.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, my brother. I missed you the last couple of weeks, and I tried for a few hours to get on last Friday, but I don't know if I'm late for the show, but could I have a minute and proud of my sister? Can you gear up congratulations? Can you hear me, Sacred?
Yeah, man, we can hear you good.
Okay, brother, listen, please. I don't know if anybody realizes this, but it says episode 102, which technically is, I guess, written in man ways is right. But if my memory serves me correct, our brother, Sacred and Proud, this is, well, now June 29th, but as Friday Flat Earth started on June 28th, that is exactly 2 years undefeated, nonstop, bringing truth, facts, and different sides of all different walks of life, all colors and creeds, being the most humble space host, proud. Can you get a congratulations song going whenever you get a chance, my sister? But thinking that anybody that comes in this room and thinks of that, and I will shut up, Sacred, because I have a couple of things I want to say. Someone was speaking about religion, someone speaking about science. Sacred, a couple of weeks ago, I asked you, and to maybe some other speakers, what is science? I've been waiting probably 8 weeks now for someone to actually answer that. But sit down, put your seatbelt on. Please understand that we all come from walks of life. So I'll say this before I shut up. Please explain to 40, as a Mi'kmaq Ilnu'un Indian on my own ancestral land, what written fucking books or history or what we've been told that we're supposed to listen to. I'm hearing about science come from man-made. I'm hearing about all these theories come from man-made, from all different walks of life, very smart, educated people from all different parts of the world, 100%. But what about the historic, the original writtens that our language, my language was not written. My language, original to what we call Mi'kmaq, what you call Canada, is hieroglyphic. I can go back in time for my elders that are still alive today, 128 years old, still alive and well. I can speak of 100 and some odd thousand years on this land. So please tell me who created science and what science are we supposed to believe? Because if you lived the last 3 or 4 years of what you call your societies and your towns, and if you don't see that it's utter bullshit and you've been lied to beyond fucking recognition, we cannot help you. I apologize for getting excited. It's my birthday weekend. I turned 51 fucking Monday. Sacred, I got 9 more years to fucking retire. Yippee-yi-yay. Love each. Hey, Wanda ho dium sidven. Peace, everyone. I love you all.
Hey, happy Flurf Day, 40.
Fucking right, my brother. Now, pitter patter, let's get at her. Respect each other. Let's be adults. We're not children. I've been fucking, the first 40 years of childhood are the hardest. That's the problem. Let's get out of the sandbox and play in a park. Fuck the sandbox.
Happy birthday, 40.
Thank you, my brother. And sacred and proud, anytime that you feel that I'm being ignorant or interrupting, please, you know what to do. I don't mind being told properly and proudly.
That's my new catchphrase, bro. Fuck the sandbox. I'm with you. There we go.
Think about that now. Sorry to interrupt. Now, 1 second, Sacred. I think I have somebody changed his mind, but think about that. My brothers and sisters from all walks of life. Think about that. I've been playing in a fucking box for 50 fucking years, and it's beyond fucking belief what I've experienced in my fucking life on this land that we all share and love and enjoy. Step out of your own personal fucking sandbox and let's play in the fucking park and let's make our communities back to our communities. And if anybody wants to, while I got you interrupted, as a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian in what you call Canada, our ancestral, we are on what we call a physical realm. We are born spiritual individuals created by our own creator, who our creator is my mom and my dad. Enjoy your journey, enjoy the ride. But if anyone with any common sense that's in this space, that you come back to me all you want, but please step outside your box, step outside your Western lens, and look at the utter bullshit that they've been lying to and lying to and lying to and lying to. But we're supposed to believe that something come out of it's unbelievable. So once again, as a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian that loves each and every one of you, even though we fight them now, please explain to 40 which man-made written science that I am supposed to truly believe.
So this is where I come in. I am, I guess you would say, waking up to a lot of new stuff. And trying to understand what I've been lied to about and make sense of it. Okay, so Sacred, I've been listening to your spaces for quite some time now. And I don't not believe in God, but I don't believe that God created us. We were created, we're organisms, we were created organically. That's the best way that I can explain it, through matter in space, right? What I am trying to understand, I know that the subject is flat Earth. Y'all talk a lot of words that I don't understand, and you know, I just I don't understand the physics part that you guys are talking about. Where can I look this up? I've heard y'all say it a lot tonight. You know, go look it up. I don't even know where to start to look it up. So where do I start to look
Hey,
it up?
SJ.
Cosmology, shout out Toby, or Space Audits.
Yeah, great question.
Sacred.
You can go, god damn. You can go to ethercosmology.com. There's a bunch of references listed there. You can start there. It's a good place.
I'm sorry, you said ethercosmology.com?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you can also go to
Spell that
ADL.
alphabet, I think, Shane.
Yeah, then you could also go to adl.place and then click on Shane's database, and that'll take you to a whole catalog of works and citations and stuff, and all the references are there.
Okay, I'm going to look into that. I was raised to believe that the Earth is round, and when we look up at the moon, it is round. When we look up at the sun, it is round visually. So I can't help but think that the Earth is round. As far as digging into it and fact checking anything, I'm starting now, so I'll look into that. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, no worries. And regarding things in the sky and what the shape of the place is, I think the most recent couple of presentations that Shane gave regarding, I don't know how versed you are on trigonometry or anything like that, but he goes over and breaks down like the, you know, the map projections that we have, like they all use the same coordinate system. So we'll see a lot of people, they'll say, oh, this flat Earth distance is wrong because the size of Australia or what have you, right? But it's like literally all the same coordinate system. But it's like, so how did we get this coordinate system? Well, it came from the sky, and then how they derived the distances through geodesic arcs to get everything. It's all very interesting, and I think that you will find that particularly useful because, you know, when you like the rotundity of Earth, right, is derived from the sky, and when you see how they've applied positions of things in the sky and how we see optically and what they do to translate that to a linear distance on the Earth that we could, you know, navigate with, I think it'll be kind of eye-opening. You'll be like, oh, okay, well, I see there's at the very least an equivalence here, right? So.
All right, thanks.
You make an interesting point, SJ. Is God and the Creator equivalent?
So, you know, I was raised Catholic. Okay. I was raised Catholic. But after my 16th birthday, my parents allowed me to explore other religions. So Wicca is what I picked up on and I liked a whole lot of. Do I believe that we can control our universe? Yes. Do I believe that there is one God? No. Do I believe that we were created by a God? I can't fathom it. So I would say no.
So now here's the thing: you're on the line of. Oh, just one second. You're on the line of just of searching for your own truth. Now you're gonna come to a point, SJ, where you may have to pick and choose between your own truth and living on a globe. Because if it's a globe, there's specific things that need to happen. And it may not align with the truth that you're searching for. So if it comes to that, what decision will you make?
I know that's a rhetorical question and that will come in time. The thing is, you know, I've been, I guess you would say, trying to search for myself for so long now that I don't really feel like I have to choose. Like I can believe in many things, right?
Absolutely.
I can believe in science. I can believe in spirituality. I can believe in many things. I don't have to choose just one.
But what if they conflict?
they do conflict. They conflict a lot. And in that perspective, I just leave it be and I don't let it bother me because there's bigger and better things to worry about.
That's fair. I always say, like, everyone engaged in this conversation, or at least partake in listening to it, has some interest in, like, the true nature of our reality, or the earth, or the sky, in general, or just particulars, because we touch a wide range of topics. But, moving through this conversation, at least myself, after 102 weeks of Flat Earth Fridays, to me, the biggest thing, the most important thing, is to know where I'm at, so that way I can know who I am. That's just my interpretation of this whole conversation. Whether I'm right or wrong, I just want to know the truth, because then I can kind of move accordingly, knowing where I came from and knowing where I'm going. So that, in my opinion, that is the most important thing. Other people may have other things that they hold in different levels of value. But I would say consider that, because I think everybody in here who is a globe skeptic, a true earther, flat earther, whatever you refer to yourself as, has came to that crossroads of, what am I being told is happening for this reality that's given to me? And when I observe it, is that what's actually happening?
So that is where I'm at right now, is I'm learning that a lot of the things that I have grown to know is completely false. Completely false. So I'm having trust issues about what I'm
Join the
teaching
club.
my child. Yeah, I'm having trust issues about what to teach my child.
Have you read the Bible?
I'm sorry, you're very muffled.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Have you read the Bible?
I've read a lot of it. But to me, the Bible is just a bunch of stories put together. It's people's view.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, 40. Let her finish her thought. Your mic is real muffled. You got to go back to what you were doing before. But go ahead, Ashley. You're saying something. We just can't hear you, bro. But I did want to make sure that Ashley finished her thought.
Yeah, we can't hear you, 40. I forgot where I began.
The Bible is just stories.
The Bible is just stories. It's stories from people's perspectives, and it was written in languages that had to be interpreted. So I guess the question of whether I've read the Bible or not is kind of irrelevant, because it just is what it is. No.
Well, originally what you were saying is you were discovering your own truth.
Yes. So I'm discovering my own truth. I don't know where I was going with it, but yes, I am discovering my own truth. But it's only been a year or so since I've been, learning a lot of things. That's where I was getting at. Teaching my 14-year-old. So, I've learned a lot about the truth about Hitler, and the real stories about who, what, why, when, and where. And, I tried to explain this to my 14-year-old, who was in school at the time learning about World War II and why it happened and what happened. And I tried to give him information so that he can make his own opinion about what really happened, why it happened, versus what the schools are teaching. So that's like my biggest concern is I was so clouded because the way my parents were raised and their parents and so on and so forth, that I want my son to be able to determine for himself what is real and what is not, based on hearing all sides of the story instead of just what the school system or what historians want us to know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, hey, that's all we can ask, SJ. That's all. I respect that. If you're willing to look at all sides of the, someone got a mute up, it's a little feedback. If you're willing to look at all sides of the science, all positions, and look at it with an objective approach, I respect that. That's all we can ask for everyone to do. When they're starting to, engage in that journey of searching for your own truth, because that's important.
That's how we
Of
all
course
got
we
here.
have- Right. Of course, we have our own biases, and it's going to play into some decisions. But ultimately, we want to know what's actually happening, and that's why it's important to me.
Well, I'm gonna ask you a quick question because before you get to the other hands, so you do care about falsehoods because Sacred asked you, what if the things that you believe conflict? What are the different things that you believe conflict? And you said they do all the time, and I don't worry about it because there's bigger things to worry about. And I think that's interesting because that that answer is often answered when we talk about flat Earth. What difference does it make, the shape of the Earth? I still got to pay my taxes and go to work tomorrow, etc. And Sacred had a really good answer about knowing where you are to help figure out what your purpose. I think that's huge. I put something in the nest that kind of hits hard, and I think it was fate for me to bump into Sacred because I think this is crucial to why this space does well, is that there's objective truths, right? And you understand that reality doesn't have contradictions, or else you wouldn't acknowledge that. I don't know, have trust issues on what to teach my kids, and you think it's important to teach your kids truth. You're not going to go teach your kids falsehoods. A lot of us are already awake on the JQ, so we relate to what you're going through. So we understand that, and the flat earthers are right on a lot of things: the vax, the politics, knowing it's rigged, knowing about false histories. And people who are skeptical should ask themselves, are they really that rational to be right about every single other conspiracy that we were told was bad, but they ended up being right, but they just shit the bed on this one? Or we're kind of consistent in our ability to critical think. We're kind of consistent in our ability to question even controversial topics like flat Earth and the JQ, which you were kind of alluding to. So think about that. Contradictions do not exist in reality. Reality doesn't allow for contradictions. So two conflicting things can't be true at the same time. And a sacred value of having truth, which everybody has, whether they know it or not, even liars that need to bend the truth, they value truth too. That's almost a universal value. So since you know reality can't have contradiction and you value truth, maybe that's all you need to understand the nature of where we live. Something to think about.
Perfectly said. Thank you, Xavier.
Truth is part of the seven sacred teachings of the land we all walk upon, the original people of this land.
40, we cannot hear you, brother.
I'm outside, smudging my lungs. I'm out smudging my lungs, bro.
Smudge on. But shout out to you, SJ. Thank you for being like a return listener. I love engaging with the audience. I appreciate you for even feeling comfortable coming up and talk to us. If this is your first time, I don't think you came up before. So shout out to you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, this is my first time, and I normally don't come up in these kind of spaces because if I request, I don't get the mic. So I just listen. So I appreciate you letting me come up and ask a few questions.
No doubt. And we're happy to point you in all the directions to get some clarity, because there's a lot. Like, when we're talking about the nature of our Earth and, everything around it, it's not one dimensional. So, I mean, there's so much information. So there's always going to be some questions. And I mean, my guys are doing like the greatest job putting in the time to try to uncover some of these things and divulge it for us in a simplistic way so that we can come and have these discussions. So, we'll try to point you in the right directions. We don't know everything, but neither does science, right? So.
Can you hear me now, Sacred? Can I explain why I asked CJ or SJ about the Bible?
40, we cannot hear you. That smudge cloud must be thick as hell. Oh.
Well, it's fucking DC bud, but it's DC bud. It's right there, bud.
Bro, fix your mic, please. Whatever you did before, put it back to that. While you fix your mic, I don't know who was next. My bad, guys.
Brock, you go, 'cause I've already talked a lot.
Hey guys, I was gonna say Ambassador Liliana was up next, but yeah, like she said, I had a quick question about If you guys could explain, maybe Alan might know the best, but just like things coming, because if we think about the firmament and things not going out, everyone always focuses on rockets not going out, satellites going out. But can you guys kind of go over like meteor showers or what we see as shooting stars? Are these things that are happening outside of the firmament, or if is there like live video of you know things coming from outer space hitting Earth? We can see the trajectory where it hit, and it's radioactive, and that's the proof of why it came from space. I'm just curious about that topic.
Dude, fantastic question. And there's not a lot of good flat Earth material on it. There's a couple videos from, what's that guy's name? Blanking on it. Terry Eichert, who has the video where he shows that there's, when you look at just what we're looking at, like these so-called impact craters, right? They could be geysers. There's an equivalent. So they look identical. Where like, the water's coming from the Earth, making the crater, not something hitting the Earth. And all the impact craters are perfect circles, right? So there's no like, oh, it hit the Earth and then it like, had a trajectory coming in at this angle or something like that. It's all like, oh, it just everything hit the Earth at 90 degrees and then it just, became nothing. But in regards to like what it is and all that and the periodicity of these events and where they occur, Shane is going to be doing a presentation on that on Tuesday specifically. So if you're not sub to Ether Cosmology or Shane's channel or my channel, highly recommend you do that. Send you an invite to the Discord too. That'll be at 8 p.m. Tuesday if you're able to make it at that time. But if not, you can catch the replay on YouTube. Like, I'm not sure what, we haven't even really talked about it, but he's got a whole thing that he's been working on the side that he's uncovered through going through other celestial observations and stuff. So it'll be super interesting to see what's going on with that. But I suspect that it doesn't necessarily matter where you conceptualize it occurring. It's going to end up at 3959 anyway. So
Is it supposed to be objects though actually coming through the firmament? Like, you know what I'm saying? Is it a one-way or two-way thing? If it's a firmament and it's solid and it's only one way, are we seeing, electrostatic discharge happening and it's creating light that looks like shooting stars or meteor showers, or
I got you.
is it actual physical?
So optically, I think it happens within the firmament, right? So I think the firmament serves as the Gaussian surface for our realm. And the phenomenon that we see is a projection like at that altitude within the electromagnetic field that we exist in. So it's not necessarily that it's like, and I don't think there's anything coming out of, whatever's outside of the firmament. I think what's manifesting, it manifests in here, so that's how I conceptualize it.
As like an actual physical, rock or something that got charged and goes down towards the surface, or is it like, Joe Dirt with his meteor and it's just space poo?
it's space poo. No, I couldn't tell you, man. I'm a big fan of it just being electric discharges and such. So I'm looking forward to Shane's presentation on it in terms of what they are and the proposed physicality of them.
Oh, I can't wait. You said it was Tuesday?
Yep, at 8 p.m.
And that was on Shane's channel?
It'll be on Ether Cosmology, Shane's channel, or my channel. We all go live at the same time.
All right, I'll check it out. I'm going to hop out, let some other people jump in. You guys keep it awesome.
Awesome. Peace, bro.
Appreciate you, Brock. That's a common question, too. We had a thread that we had put up a while back, and I'm so looking forward to Shane's presentation. He does the best Sky Octave presentations, man. It's so much information.
Is Shane St. Pierre? Is that who I'm looking at?
Yeah, that's my man. Yep, Shane St. Pierre.
I'm gonna give him a follow, and I'm gonna drop down as well to give y'all a chance to let more speakers come up. Thank you again.
No, I appreciate you, SJ. If any more questions, feel free to come back up. And we'll see you next week. As you know, we back with it. But yeah, I was at immediate conflict when I looked up if rocks can burn, and science told me no, rocks can only melt. But they say meteors burn up because the pressure and the heat. I'm like, okay, so can rocks burn or not? Like,
Only to explain certain phenomenon that could otherwise not be explained and would falsify our model. It's like, and then the fact that we admit to that is proof of of the correctness of our model. Ah, what? It's like, yo, dog, did you just kill this lady? No, I just, it's just very suspicious that I'm covered in her blood and have a knife and shit that matches the exact wounds. But where somebody, did something horrifying, I couldn't tell you. It's like, well, because I was honest in my, and how I don't have an alibi for anything. That just means, that my alibi is true. Like, I don't know. It's literally, anyway.
it's all an illusion.
So anyway, to resolve the issue, I look at the sky. Anyway.
You big dummy.
If I may take 2 seconds to acknowledge a shout out to one of our favorite physicists that works at CERN, not to be confused with a certain physicist, but shout out to Franco down there, buddy. Hopefully you could explain the Feynman diagram.
Franco, greetings. I've come from the other side of a mathematical divergence into infinity, and I found the solution you've been looking for. Come, brother. Let us speak on this.
Wait, you solved the unified theory of everything, brother?
I've found the electron, my boy. That old elusive devil.
Hey, I just wanted to say a quick good night to you guys because I have to wake up early in the morning. I've got duties, but love you guys so much. This space is so great. I'm happy that it's being recorded because I can listen to it. But hopefully, you guys will still be going tomorrow, and I can catch up with you guys again. Love you guys a lot, and thank you so much, Sacred and Proud, for hosting the best space ever for Flat Earth. I appreciate you guys very, very much, and I'm so happy that we have such high quality lads over here that give us so much wonderful information on Flat Earth and all the holes in the globe theory. Alan, Shane, and I guess Witsit's busy with the new baby, but Toby and Stone. Thank you very much. Love you all very much. Good night. Bye.
Later, Lily.
It's always a pleasure, Liliana.
It's good to have such a nice lass as an ambassador to represent the Flat Earth.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, I wanted to just share
some ambassadors target children, and that's not cool, right?
Oh, God. Oh, Sacred and Proud, I wanted to share this lovely term that Shane coined yesterday. Alan was there. We were talking about how the sun looks so personal to us. And Mrs. Xavier was there too, I think, right? And he said, multifaceted personal source projection. I thought that was really great. So anyways, that's a really good term.
What was it? Multifaceted what source projection?
Multifaceted personal source projection. We were just talking about how does the sun actually look like it's like shining on us directly, like anybody can be. Wait, Mr. Xavier can express that much better. He was so eloquent yesterday when he was telling us about it, and I think you posted some stuff about it too, right, Mr. Xavier?
Mr. Javier.
Yeah, it's in the purple pill if you wanted to see that. But yeah, it's how the setting sun, the light from the setting sun is personal to you if you're standing at the beach shore. that light is personal to you, and there could be as many people on the beach shore spread out as far as possible. That phenomenon will happen to every single person at the beach shore. So that's kind of cool that you get your personal ray from the sun, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, which makes sense if the sun is projected on some kind of a like dome, which is, like a dome made of like ionized gases or whatever. So then, then it would just come in a way where each person, no matter where they are, it would be like the sun is directly on them. I guess that's the magic of any kind of a dome-shaped projector screen or projecting surface or whatever.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the rainbow phenomenon, how we all see the rainbow at our slightly different angle, so we can't really triangulate a rainbow, just like we can't really triangulate a sun. And I think the powers that be know that, which is why a lot of the higher ups of the scientism ask us to triangulate the sun, and knowing it's apparent, and we can't really triangulate the sun. So that's my own personal theory about the matter.
Well said.
Oh, yeah, also one quick thing I wanted to say about the moon is that people are just so stuck on thinking, well, the craters, those are all impact craters. And so the moon has to be solid. But they can't kind of have the mental pliability to think that, hey, it could be some kind of a plasmic thing that has some metallic vapors or whatever, like some metallic consistency to it that could create that crater like bubble, like burst bubble like texture. It's kind of like silver nitrate, I think, is it on photographic paper or something that does that, like on a sheet of paper, and it looks 3D. It looks exactly like craters, but it's just silver nitrate or something. I might be getting the terminology wrong, but I think at least Mr. Javier knows what I'm talking about.
It's kind of late, so I forget the mixture too. But yes, I did see that. I think Wixit has a video of that as well, and I have that somewhere. Maybe if I find out, I'll put it up on the nest.
Stone would be rolling over. Stone would be rolling over in his bed right now, Lily. It's Javier.
Oh my God. I hate to leave because I'm not even sleepy right now, Bram. I'll be like a zombie tomorrow if I don't go to bed. Damn.
Does Stone have the ability to pronounce just every single name on the earth?
Every single name, dog. When we're doing reading night, I'll be reading ahead and I'll see a crazy name and I'll be like, yeah, that'll get him, dog. There's no way. He just one taps it, dog, without even thinking about it. It's insane. And he does the accent for it, whatever accent it is too. He just nails it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great.
I think he speaks several languages too. That might help. He speaks a couple different languages.
Well, I know he speaks Spanish for sure, at least, but it seems like French also a little bit because he is Canadian, but he lives in South America, so he speaks Spanish.
Dude, I caught him speaking Farsi the other day. It was insane. He was like, "Oh yeah, I just do that." I made that up, but everyone here was like, "Oh damn, respect," because that's literally something that he would do.
Right.
Hey, Alan, I just wanted to say, man, your recent rendition of Who Solved Quantum Electrodynamics, the one that you did on EA, was super, super good. And I feel like I have a better understanding now than I did. So I appreciate that. And it'd be super cool if Franco, who's I think still down there, it'd be super cool of Franco if he were to come up and talk about that.
Yeah, Franco, I think you were challenging him, and I don't think you made it clear enough that
we can quantumly entangle and discuss the electron and the quantums
and the probability clouds and all that other good stuff.
Well, first off, can I just ask
First up, Sacred. Did 40 say it right? Did you actually start June 8th, 2022?
That actually might be kind of accurate. You know why? Because we started this right after our first Flat Earth debate. And I think it was May 31st. So that might actually be around the same time. I think it was.
That's my birthday, dude.
What time did you start Sacred? Was it 3:11 p.m.?
I don't think we're that close on timing. I don't even remember what time I was born. But the second one was for SJ. I was wondering if she's ever looked into the backgrounds and the origins of those religions that she was looking into.
Hey, speaking of the apparent sun, I don't know if it got brought up because we were talking about Shane's video coming up on the meteorites, which I will be looking forward to as well. The apparent sun video he just did recently was great, as well as Alan's Earth Awakenings electrodynamics presentation. So both of those people got to check those out. But did we mention that about Shane's presentation, which was epic recently? He had a couple of them actually that were epic recently.
Dude, he's been knocking it out of the park on sky optics and the math of the globe, and how every time anyone gets a map out or looks through a telescope to sorry, not a telescope, looks through any device to measure an angle to a star, they're already globbing it up. It's
Just
crazy.
killing it.
It's crazy, dude.
Some say that he has never lost a math fight.
Undefeated in the math fight. Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, his Ruhif debate recently was epic because Ruhif kind of just gave up. In fact, Shane was using all of the globe measurements, and Ruhif called him out for some kind of
dude, he started
refraction fallacy or something.
He started asking him for physical measurements of the horizon. We're like, bro, that's our position. It was crazy.
Ruhif's like, no, that can't be because the globe isn't right. The globe needs refraction. And since you're using refraction, you're not using refraction, you must be wrong, even though you're using the globe measurements.
Yeah, it was interesting to see it all fall apart. Yeah, Flatless, much appreciated, man. It was
Yeah, dude,
it was
absolutely.
awesome to go through it again. So I feel like there was a couple things that I missed or got wrong on the first presentation actually, and it was nice to correct those and then build upon that and then go over the whole thing. Dude, that was so dope. That was like a 4-hour prez of just like the history of everything.
Yeah, man.
I got to go back and watch it. I ended up going back and watching it. It was great. Is Franco scared to come up or what?
He's in a superposition right now. He's like not actually here. He's quantumly entangled.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to
happens.
What do? You tried to measure him, so you just need to look in the other direction and he'll come up here and we can find that electron.
How do we get to his reference frame so we can let him know?
Ooh, well, we're actually all in the lab frame, so.
Oh, okay, that's the problem.
Hey, speaking of superposition, during your presentation, I didn't know that there was an overlap. Maybe this is something new between string theory's 10th dimension thing and the quantum weirdness. Usually the superposition I thought of where the electron might be, the probable location of the electron. But in your presentation, it was like, hey, alternate realities and where it collapses, it's collapsing from a reality. I'm like, wait, isn't that string theory? Am I missing something, or was this always the case? And I never looked into it, but
yeah,
it just seems something new.
Yeah, I never said that at all. That about collapsing realities and different stuff.
No, it was part of the video you were letting play during the quantum thing.
Oh, yeah. So let's see. Was that the steel man for how they say the double slit works?
Yeah, it was one of that, but it conflated the probability wave with alternate realities. I'm like, wait, that's not right. That's string theory, but maybe it's something I'm missing. But what was the long and short of that?
Oh, I don't even recall that part because that doesn't even. Yeah, I don't know. I played.
It's like not important. Whatever.
Yeah, I played the double slit one where he couldn't induce quantum decoherence, right? Which is a requirement of superposition. And then I played the Sabine Hofstadter video or should I say Sabine Beanspiller Stetter or whatever her name is. Anyway, because she spilled the quantum beans, right? Where she's like, hey, they actually just took the same reading that you would get from a double slit experiment and then split it up between two detectors, and then you're only looking at it and having it presented through each individual detector. So you're like, oh, bet. So this must be the wave particle collapse. This must mean that the electron went back in time, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and then Sabine, right? She spilled the beans. Guess what, guys? Turns out there's no quantum mystery. If you just combine the detections, it makes the same interference pattern as the double slit experiment. It was a wave the whole time. There's no mysticism involved.
Bro, what's going on with that? I'm seeing a lot of that we were wrong stuff. I heard that, hey, we might be wrong about dark matter completely. I'm like, what the fuck? What is going on?
Dude, you know what else they were wrong about, Xavier? They had a specific energy amount for 2 electrons in a hydrogen atom. And you know what happened when they took their measurements, Xav? Or should I say, Xavier? They got too much energy. So obviously, they falsified their predictions with their experimental measurement. They redefined their model and all that, right? The science, right? They'd all have to be in on it if they didn't, right? That's what they did, Xav? Tell me, Papa Xav, is that what they did?
Well, I don't know, man. I think a certain physicist that works at CERN might have something else to say about that, man. Them's fighting words.
Franco, would you like to come up here and talk about the adjustments to lamp shift? I'm sorry, I'm not going to keep taunting you out like that if you're not going to come up.
What was his name?
But please come up.
Quantonaut?
What's that? Sorry.
We had
Dude,
asked,
it's so crazy, like with the
PhD
double split specifically.
Can y'all hear Proud?
Years ago. Oh, I can't hear Proud. Sorry.
Flatus, drop down and come back up.
Oh, there he is. There he is. That's the guy right there.
There he is. Is he out?
Yeah.
Hold on, what you were saying, Proud?
I was telling them about when we asked Quantonaut, I think that's his name. We asked Quantonaut like why he's optimistic about quantum gravity. And him and, not a Professor Nixie kind of disagreed.
Right. So we were on TikTok. Y'all go follow me on TikTok. We're getting it in over there too. And we were having a conversation with a couple of different PhDs. One was a particle physicist. The other one was a PhD student. And the other one was a alleged astrophysicist. Those credentials are definitely in question. Not a Professor Nixie. Anyway, they both believed in gravity, but the astrophysicist was not as optimistic for gravity on a quantum scale as the PhD student studying particle physics. He was way more optimistic. And it was interesting hearing that conversation back and forth between two globe earthers and their interpretation of gravity, being from two different fields of physics. So Quantonaut was pretty cool.
It's so it's funny when we get on here and we talk to some of these peons and we ask them, what gravity they subscribe to, and they act like that's such a weird question when you have literal PhDs choosing the gravity they subscribe to. It's so ironic that like the layman's don't understand that you can have a choice, but then the high level credentials totally just pick their choice with no hesitation. It's the funniest thing.
Yeah, as far as the particle wave duality goes, I don't know if you guys know who J. Ace is, but Alan, have you ever heard J. Ace explain the whole double slit experiment and how it's not like the whole woo part of it? This is like the only thing that he said that I actually listened to because it made sense. The woo part of it is something they push, where it's like the particle, like just the observation of it somehow changes it to be a particle or a wave is kind of like the idea that's put forth, you know, and that's the pseudoscience interpretation. But he's saying there's just a filter they put on, and whether they put the filter on or not makes it either a diffraction pattern or what's the other one? Anyway, the wave or the particle, right? And it's just a matter of which way they choose to do it. It's nothing about the choice of observing it at all, according to him.
Well, they never observed the particle formation. And yeah, so I was just watching a video from Blitz PhD the other day where he says that the quantum woo-woo is outdated and it's not really like that. And that's a cool claim, right? Because obviously the kids growing up these days with their PhDs are like, yeah, that's retarded, right? So they're kind of like pushing back on it, but they don't have that luxury. Like this is what it was fundamentally based on. Like the woo-woo weirdness is exactly, predicted by the Feynman diagram, right? So like that's all tied together. They can't not have it like that. Like that one lady who did the double slit experiment at home and realized that it was a wave. They teach that it's a particle and that the wave is the abstraction, which is, backwards, right? So
right.
Yeah, they got a lot of work to do. So it's like, it's cool that they have like, different opinions on it and have come to their own and have realized that that's not a tenable position, but it's actually required because otherwise it's just a wave. And then they're just applying the quantized energy for fun, right? It has to have the duality. It has to have the mysticism.
So I originally heard about double slit under that mysticism woo-woo context, right? And that was what got me on it a few years ago. But I'd only heard people talk about it, right? And just like the observer effect, the fact that you look at it, it makes it retroactively change. And that's why if you think about getting a parking space, you get the parking space. And I was like, oh yeah, that's super cool. But then all it took was to watch a video of the actual experiment and realize that they never get the two blobs of the particle. They only get the wave thing, and that's literally all it took. And I was like, oh yeah, that's retarded.
Bro, I remember I was gonna join a Discord one time, and there was like prerequisites you had to fill out, before you could come on, little Q&A or whatever. And one of them was about the double slit experiment and how if you didn't agree that proved wave particle duality, you couldn't come on the show. And then it gave like some references that, like, if you did disagree, it gave some references to watch. And I was like, oh, bet. It's like, this is a new thing. So I watched this double slit experiment breakdown that this guy's doing, and I'm only seeing the wave pattern. And he's like, and then when they get into talking about the particle pattern, it cuts to a CGI video where he's got a little photon gun and Rambo's in there with the M60 just busting off photons, and they're making their pattern that we never see. And then it cuts back to reality. And I was like, wait, this is the thing that we're against, this type of like sleight of hand. And I ended up not going on because I couldn't capitulate to the Q&A. I was like, I don't understand what's happening. Either I'm retarded or they're retarded. I'll figure it out later. Well, guys, I figured it out.
The M60 photon gun that you're always getting blasted with?
Dude, shot by Rambo.
Hey, Alan, with this particular podcast, acknowledge an antecedent of a container needed for gas pressure, but won't acknowledge an antecedent for propagation of light needing an ether? Would that be the same one?
Sadly, yeah, man. You hate to see it.
It's hard to believe it was made such a thing if it's so obviously not what they're saying it's supposed to be. I mean, guess that happens a lot, but I don't want to miss the chance to hear Franco and you discuss what you were trying to get him up here to talk about.
Well, before you get to that, Franco, I just let you know that you may not be there, but I go to bat for you sometimes, bro. I remember there was a space where there was like 7-on-1, and everybody's shouting at Franco. What's going on with those rituals at CERN? You sucking blood over there, man? And he's like, bro, I don't know anything about that stuff. And I believe Franco. If there was some satanic things going on, that's above his pay grade. He ain't sucking on adrenochrome. At least I hope not. But he was making an argument about transverse waves, and I kind of agree with him. If there's a transverse property to light waves, that kind of refuted what the gentleman was talking about. And he had nothing to say but you're demonic, and I don't think it's an argument, especially from flat earthers, that we need to do better on that aspect. But if light has transverse properties, right, and the emitter of light, the orientation of the light is irrelevant, and there's something called the polarizer paradox, which I put up in the nest. And as much as Franco doesn't like popular science, I understand, but the explanation, if you understand the fix the polarizer paradox, it's the way the filter is oriented, giving credence that it's an actual wave and not a wave of probability. I wonder what he thinks about that, but that could come after what you need to ask him. But just to let you know, Franco, I do go to bat for you, whether you know it or not.
Do you want to take his question first, Franco? He does go to bat for you. I've seen it, heard it, observed it, and changed it.
Was that a question? Was that a question? I think he was just kind of saying, "What's up?" Wasn't he?
No, he was asking.
Yeah, and also there was a mini question. Wouldn't the fix to the polarizer paradox give credence to light being an actual wave and not a wave of probability?
Was that a question for me?
If you want to answer it.
I'm not sure what the polarizer paradox is, but what I can say is that, of course, the classical description of waves, of light, in terms of waves, is a limit for a high number of photons, in a way, of the quantum description. So they're not in contradiction if and the waves behave the same way, the quantum and the classical waves. And so I don't think the quantum description would be a contradiction to a classical one in terms of polarization, things like this. Of course, classical electrodynamics works perfectly in the classical limit. We know where it fails, which is at atomic level and things like this, but not at microscopic level usually, unless it's a particularly coherent situation.
Well, the reason why I asked would it give more credence to an actual wave than a wave of probability, because the fix is based on orientation of the filter, right? The filter that is the filter of it could be shades or the cells that you put for photography. The way that they're lined up is similar to how river would be running down a canal. If you filter it a certain way, it'll run down evenly. If you put it at diagonal, the energy that it ricochets off will give some flow to it. But if you put it at a horizontal, no waves will go through at all. Forget probability, none at all. No quantum jumping, no entanglement, none. So since that's classically a phenomenon, that's how cause and effects works classically, and not in the field of probability. That's why I say it gives more credence than in a classical sense than some mathematical probability waves.
I don't know. I would have to look into that, but I'm sure that there would be no contradiction, because otherwise it would be something that's discussed. And well, what I can tell you, I don't know, because I have to look into it. But when classically you say that. you say that there's no field, that there's no wave propagation after an obstacle, something like this. Usually what you have is that you have an exponentially decreasing field, classically. And what you have in a quantum description is that you still have the exponentially decreasing wave function, but this means that you can still have some probability of detecting the particle beyond the barrier, which is the famous tunnel effect. But I'm not sure.
Well, it's just a minor correction. It isn't exponentially decreasing. It's a full-on stop based on the transverse property of the propagation heading towards the direction of travel, right? So it's a full-on horizontal stop. There's no light getting through at all. So it's not even a depletion. So, but fair enough. You said you haven't looked into it, so I won't bombard you with questions of something you haven't looked into. I put it in the nest. If you do have some free time, I would love your explanation. But hey, you didn't look into it. I won't bombard you like you got done in the other space. But floor is yours, Alan.
What I was saying is that you even classically you seldom have a discontinuity with an exactly zero field on one side and a finite field on the other. You usually have an exponentially decreasing, like at the surface of a metal, for instance. You'll have exponentially decreasing inside, and then as an approximation, you use that when you have to make calculation, you use that if the metal is a good conductor, you would assume the fields to be zero inside the conductor. But then if you go and make the calculations with proper conditions at the border, then you would find that there's usually an exponential solution, because you have to grant continuities between the fields and not discontinuity in the continuum in a classical description. But I'm just talking generally speaking. I don't know about the problem particularly. And also one other thing is that quantum description of the electromagnetic field does have polarization in it. The quantum electromagnetic field is a polarized, is described in terms of polarized field. So there's no contradiction in the fact that you have polarization in classical description and with the quantum description. It's not just a probability. You have a description in terms of a vector field.
Well, it's just a shame that the quantum fails to describe the mechanics of what's going on, and it's a jump with mathematics. But that's beating a dead horse. But thank you for the civil back and forth.
No problem.
Yeah, for reference, it's called Bell's theorem, right? And the issue is that when you have polarized lenses, that's polarizing the light in one orientation. And then when you add another lens, 90 degrees to the first one, so, perpendicular to it, it fully blocks the light coming through it as like a physical obstruction, right? Because that's how they're doing the polarization with the lenses. It's a physical obstruction. And then when you align another one perpendicular, it's a full block. Well, they found that when they added another one at a 45 degree, so in between those two perpendicular to one another, it actually, you can start to see light again. And the more you add, the more light you see. So it makes no mathematical sense, and that completely violates their conception of everything. But yeah, it's very interesting. I think they recently just said that I think someone just got a Nobel Prize for allegedly solving it. I haven't looked into it though, but I do recall seeing that. So. But again, at that point, that's just math. I mean, we're talking a physical barrier, dog, But anyway. So Franco, how are you, my man?
I'm fine, thanks.
Would you care to engage with me in a conversation regarding Feynman diagrams and electrons and the history of quantum field theory?
No, I wish I wouldn't.
Well, no worries,
Sorry.
man. I totally respect that. I asked because you do have me blocked, so I figured you might not even want to entertain the idea with me. And that's unfortunate, but respect it.
Bro, Franco, you was just like, nah, dog. Yo.
Dude. Franco, last time you spoke, I heard you talking about these Feynman diagrams, and you were like, they're the most precise thing in quantum mechanics ever produced. No man has ever produced anything as significant as this. Quantum field theory or quantum electrodynamics is the most precise theory we have ever encountered, right? And based on the solution to these diagrams, the physical interpretation of what's going on within the diagram is obviously, it has to be physically correct as well, right? So like the idea of positrons and pair annihilations, things going backwards in time, stuff like that. Would you agree? They have to be like physical to explain the measurements that are made?
Yes, positrons are certainly physical. And electron positron annihilation is certainly physical. Feynman diagrams are not, in the sense that they're just, as we tried to explain many times, they're just terms in a calculation, in an expansion of a calculation. So it's a series expansion. So each Feynman diagram corresponds to a term in a power series expansion, and then it's just a mathematical way of computing the probability amplitude.
How are the power series solved? Is it through a couple of coefficients and some free parameters? Right, like for
it's not,
for example.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
It's not solved. I mean, it's computed using Feynman rules to compute Feynman diagrams, and then it's summed up to a point where when you can actually do the calculations. Because at when you go up, when you go higher in the power expansion series level, the number of diagrams involved is incredibly high, and the calculations are complicated, and so what you need to do is use a computer to evaluate them. There are techniques like resummation, the things that are known to theorists, and so when you use a theoretical an up-to-date theoretical calculation about some process, you find, for instance, that at the moment it's computed to the so-called, for instance, next to next leading order, something like this, or next to next leading order, meaning that leading order is the first order in the perturbation series that is a non-zero, and then you have the following orders, next to leading and next to leading. But as you proceed in this series, you find the subsequent terms are really complicated to calculate. It's too expensive. Even it certainly cannot be done by hand, because you have hundreds and thousands of terms of diagrams to compute. And then what they do is use a computer to calculate them. But even the computers, it's not possible to do that beyond a certain level. And then they have techniques for resumming some of them, and that's why you end up with logarithmic terms and things like this. But this is the job of theoreticians. So yeah, you have ways of calculating them up to a certain precision.
Fantastic. So, are you aware that the physical interpretation of what's going on at that level to explain the measurements that are given when you get those calculations hinges on the correctness of the diagram? So you're kind of saying that, well, now there's you have to solve a lot of diagrams and all this stuff. Well, it all started with just two guys saying that they independently solved 5 Feynman diagrams, and they showed the work for 3 Feynman diagrams and never showed the work for diagram 2C, which is the one that they were using. It gave the significant figure to allow the other ones to not be meaningful, essentially, right? to get the value. So it was just like they calculated those as whatever. And then the main part was diagram 2C, where they said, we'll show our work on how we solve this on a different, in a different paper. And they never did that. And then later admitting to both of them colluded to adjust their derivations to match experimental measurements so that they could, keep everything going. So it undermines like the physical interpretation of what was put forward, because what happened was, they said that there's no ether, right? There's no fluid medium that fills all the space. Because the reason they said that, of course, is because of the mainstream narrative of Michelson-Morley, right? So your interpretation of the field is that there's this abstract field that's been quantized by Dirac's equations, and then we have the Feynman diagrams that are trying to explain experimental measurements that falsified the predictions that came out of Dirac's equations, right? So that was the lamb shift experiment. And then from that, they had a couple of guys, Schwinger and Feynman, and a guy named, Hans Bethe, came through with a couple of fixes to propose that, well, if we apply these, then it's a prediction of the equations and all that stuff. And it turned out that none of them could ever explain how they were solving their series, right? How they came to the conclusion that what they were doing was physically meaningful and mathematically consistent to solve the series, right? And then further, it turned out that even if you do these techniques, what you're referring to, broadly speaking, you could call it renormalization. You kind of touched on some of the techniques that are used to rein in the divergence in the equation. Because as you were saying, when you apply an uncharged particle to a field and you're trying to charge it, right, you immediately get into perturbation theory. So you got to rein in those divergences to infinity. So to do that, they had to remove all physical meaning and mathematical consistency by just introducing terms that allow them to meet experimental prediction. Because as it turned out, over the course of like 60 years, they kept adjusting the different coefficients that were used and the different free parameters that were used to solve the series, up to the point where the original guy that came up with solving this issue, which is Freeman Dyson, let's see, it came down to his mathematical interpretation on how to solve the series of Feynman diagrams, and the coefficient that he used was experimentally falsified. Right. So it's like, how do you guys keep getting the same or you keep matching experimental predictions and then you adjust the coefficients accordingly, and you're like, look, it's it works. So I was just like, and you kind of touched on the history of it, but I don't know if you're aware of like the fraudulence involved in the derivations of what was put forward, because Feynman and Schwinger, who originally put forward, the things that kept quantum field theory alive through quantum electrodynamics, were false. They made it up, and they could never show how they derived it as a consequence of Dirac's equations at all.
I do not want to address this historical thing because I've read something, but not that deep. And what I can say is that I basically don't care how things were derived, as long as they are predictive, and they are, because the number, you say, whenever you find measurements which do not agree with the theory, we adjust the coefficients. Yes, if that was true, meaning if the number of coefficients, of free coefficients that you are able to adjust is in number equal or greater than the number of observations that you make, then you don't have a predictive theory. But this is not the case with the current standard model of particle physics, because the number of observations is enormously higher than the number of free parameters, which does not, for instance, which is not the case, for instance, for supersymmetry, where you have a number, in my opinion, but this is just my opinion, because I have colleagues who still are supporters of supersymmetry who disagree with me, but my feeling was that they had too many handles, too many parameters to be adjustable, because you don't observe any particle in supersymmetry, which would be so nice to have a supersymmetry being true, but we can't make the data fit the supersymmetry. So this contradicts what you're saying, because we would so much like to have supersymmetry, because it would solve so many theoretical problems, but we don't find it, we don't see it in data. And same is with string theory. String theory does not make any reliable prediction at the moment, because it has too many free parameters, and the predictions are at energies which are way too high for us to test. But the standard model has got a limited number of parameters, they're like 16 or something, and the free parameters, or 18, I don't remember. And then you have number of observations of measurements, which is way, 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 way higher. We're talking about thousands of measurements. And then no, you adjust, you adjust the predictions, you adjust the coefficients, but only within the limited power of the model, which is a very limited number of free parameters, which is way lower than the number of observations.
Okay. So let's see here. You kind of displayed the shut up and calculate mentality that Feynman displayed when he was asked to explain how he derived his equations to explain why quantum field theory failed. And it's actually kind of funny, because the way that Feynman tells the story, he tells it as like, as if like, it's often quoted as like that was like a profound statement, right? But when you read the context of it, what actually happened was he was trying to explain how he derived it, and he couldn't do it because nobody actually knows, right? Not even him. And everyone got mad and was like, yo, dog, how are you just showing up with this equation? And he literally was like, because it gives the right answer. That's how I know it's right. And I can't tell you how I derived it. So there was a whole battle for that, for the physical meaningfulness of it. So in the fact that now that everything is adjusted, the coefficients have been, readjusted, and now you're like, okay, well, now it's not so bad, and we have a cohesive model. It's like, that's not true either. Anything you do to try to solve the perturbation theory divergences go to infinity. That's why Freeman Dyson quit quantum field theory, because he realized that if you apply the solutions that they were, the renormalization techniques that they were applying to try and solve the S matrix series. Let's see. Oh yeah. So if you apply if you applied on an inverse system where instead of electrons repelling, they attract, it always diverges to infinity no matter what you do, and it creates even more problems for vacuum polarization and vacuum energy and all that. So he was like, this is completely untenable DS, that's a little short lingo for dog shit. And so he went to what's his name, Enrique Fermi, and he was like, yo, broski, how come he was like, hear me out. We've got these experimental measurements, and I've got this perturbation series that I've manhandled. And Fermi's like, yo, how'd you manhandle it? How many free parameters did you use? And Dyson's like, I used 4, my guy. And Fermi just laughed as he LMAO'd IRL, bro. He was like, Lamau, right? He auditorily said Lamau, laughed in his face, and was like, I have friends that can do anything with 4 free parameters. So when you're like, oh, we use less free parameters, it doesn't really mean anything. It's too many already, and you've already adjusted so much. The history of it's so corrupt that there's no physical meaningless in having the idea of a discontinuous field that interacts with uncharged particles, which creates the paradox in which you can't mathematically escape from. It would be much easier to adopt a fluid medium and continuous lines of force. That's actually what Dirac returned to, right? A father of quantum field theory, quantum field theory, and quantum electrodynamics. And the other guy, Dyson, he was the top dog. He quit too over the same thing. So it's like, these are very significant because it all hinges on the physical interpretation, right? Like these annihilations, like these virtual particle pairs popping into existence. All of that has to be physically meaningful for what they're doing in the math to to give them meaning. Otherwise, it's just gobbledygook. Quote from Feynman.
I don't know how to reply to this because I can only say this. Feynman Dyson quit, you say, but he quit so much that I actually met him in the CERN library when he was very, very old and I was very young, and I was studying for my researcher contest when I want to apply for being a researcher. And I was studying in the CERN library, and I saw Dyson actually walking by. He was very old and looking for books and reading. So that how he quit the field. But anyway, this is just an anecdote. It doesn't mean anything. The important thing is we have a theory. That we have a theory that has a few parameters and that describes most of the measurements. As I said many times, we currently have some measurements which are not described exactly, which do not match perfectly the prediction by the standard model. For instance, the measurement of the mass of the W boson at the tevatron, some other measurements which might hint to lepton flavor universality violation, but those have they might be just statistical fluctuation. The significance has started to withdraw as we're taking more data. There are a number of measurements which are not exactly described. For instance, the neutrino oscillation is not described in the standard model, but this is not. I just heard a physics professor, a theoretical physics professor, saying that this is not a big problem for the standard model. They're not included in the standard model, the explanation for neutrino oscillation, but it can be easily included by an easy extension of the standard model as it is. So it does not give theoreticians a very big headaches, but as far as the rest is concerned, you really have a number of matched predictions, which is incredible. So I don't care how they were derived in the first place. You study it in history of physics, but I don't care about anecdotes or what Feynman says in his account, because you would need to put that into context. I personally do not know much about this, but I know that what I know about Feynman I learned because I translated his letters in Italian into Italian for a publisher, a very important publisher here in Italy, and so I translated that, so I know a little bit about his personality, but it's anything but a liar or a grifter or whatever, or something who was dishonest about what he was doing. So I don't believe that, and I know that in some books such as Surely You're Joking, he's just telling his friend about some anecdotes, and then his friend they're just writing them down. It was not his own writing; it was just the transcription of some interviews and things like this. And they're basically made to I don't know, to entertain the public. And but this surely cannot be used to discuss the physics. And these are anecdotes.
Okay, well, let's see. I think what you said about Dyson was you once saw him in a library, and that's so.
It's just a meaning that he did not quit the field. He was still active, he was 90 years old. 90 years old.
I got you. Sorry, slight misunderstanding. He quit quantum field theory shortly after that, because what happened was in 1952, when I was talking about that inverse system where it all diverges to infinity anyway, regardless. It's called Divergence of the Perturbation Theory in Quantum Electrodynamics, 1952. So, but after that, there's interviews and stuff where he's like, yeah, and regarding the Fermi story, he thanked him for telling him about the free parameters and how useless it was of what he was doing. and he didn't quit physics, right? He went on to go teach another part of the field of physics. He wasn't focusing on the mathematics and trying to make meaningful convergences out of infinitely divergent series. And then secondly,
I don't know.
There's more though.
I don't care about personal history of physics. I know about the current situation of physics.
Hold on, please. If you asked me to derive something for you, right, you would want to know how I did it. Like, where'd you get this part of the equation, right? Otherwise, I'm just making shit up, right? Would you agree?
You have hundreds of books,
yes or no,
about quantum field theory, which tells you how things are derived based on starting from of course, postulates, of course, because everything is done like this, and you have quantum field theory and especially quantum electrodynamics is very well defined. There's no the definitions are very well established. Again, I'm not a theorist myself, so I will not try to discuss this. But what I know is that you cannot discuss it like this in this kind of debates here vocally. You need to start from equations, and in order to start from equations and understand them, which is a very difficult task, you need to go through steps. You don't explain. Well, Feynman did, but he did for a general public, but not when you're in an audience of someone explaining quantum electrodynamics to you as a general public. You're not in a position to discuss it. You're not in a position to discuss.
1 second before you continue to gaslight me to infinity. Let me just undermine that real quick. Feynman and Schwinger presented how they supposedly derived these to a bunch of other physicists, all the prominent physicists at the time. They were the ones that were like, hey, bro, cool that you can derive it. That's great. Hey, you calculated it. Great job. Hey, you got your calculator out and you calculated it. Sick, bro. No. But how is that a consequence of Dirac's field equations? And he couldn't answer it. No one could answer it. No one ever could. That's the problem.
How come it's taught in universities all over the world if it's so poorly founded? It's not. I'm sorry, and I'm not gaslighting you. You don't have the background to understand it. I'm sorry, it's true.
I know how to read.
I don't want to fight again. I don't want to fight again. But this is the reality.
You know how to read?
You're not in a position to discuss quantum field theory if you don't understand kinematics of the first year. I'm sorry, this is not gaslighting. This is how things work. This is how things work. You're not in a position to discuss things. You maybe get some gist of something if someone explains it to you, but you're not in a position to discuss it. I am not in a position to discuss it because I'm not a theorist. I can discuss experimental stuff. I cannot discuss theory because I'm not in a position to argue that, to say, no, this is false, because I don't have enough background, and I am a professor, for fuck's sake.
Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. So let me ask you this then. So when you're doing your experiments and you get a measurement, right? And you do your math and you're like, oh my God, look, it matched quantum field theory. It's the most predicted theory ever. I just had to use this supercomputer that I don't have the source code to, and no one can ever explain how anything is solved in quantum field theory with these series now. But post the source code. Post the source code.
Yeah.
Give me the source code, please.
It's open source. It's open source. If you go, I don't use them, but if you go to the theoretical papers, they usually give you the code and I don't think there's any problem with that.
Can you find me an example of that? I've never found a single one, and I found explicit claims saying the opposite. I've never seen anyone show how they do it, and I couldn't find anything regarding that.
Oh, I can find it. I can look it up for you. I never looked it myself because I trust my colleagues, of course. But
yeah, I very much appreciate that.
I learned how to, when I was 4 years student, how to compute Feynman diagrams myself. I was in a theoretical physics exam. I had to compute Feynman diagrams for simple processes or not so simple, but 3-level diagrams, and then you compute them analytically, and then you had a formula for that in the end. But then you know that what happens with higher orders, and you know, for instance, I don't know, with the G-2 diagrams, so you have the list of diagrams which you can find on papers, which is enormous. It's an enormous list of loop diagrams, and of course you have the rule for each one of them, and of course you cannot compute them analytically, and then you take a computer doing this, but. I don't know if you're just doubting that everyone is a liar and has a hoax and whatever.
No, it's not. That's not my position at all. It's not my position at all.
But you're saying that it's opaque, that you don't have the code. I don't know. What if they? I don't know. I don't know how to answer this. You read papers, but as I tell you, it's very hard to understand papers without. It's very hard to understand theoretical papers for me. It's harder for someone, and it's impossible, I would say. I dare say, for someone who doesn't have a proper background. I'm sorry.
No, I feel you. However, this is the historical narrative of quantum field theory here, right? Like what I'm saying here isn't based on my ability to solve an S-series matrix or anything like that, right?
So you're saying that all books about all textbooks about quantum field theory, they're all they're all in on the conspiracy, and they're all lying to the students and saying that this is founded when it's not, because historically people cheated. I don't see
what I'm saying. Okay,
the whole lot of universities in the world are teaching something which is based on lies because reasons. No, I trust all of the textbooks that I studied on. I trust my colleagues. I trust the scientific community, and I don't trust conspiracy theorists. And I don't care what some anecdote from some interview extrapolated or is implying. When we have a theory which is perfectly or almost perfectly working with an incredible amount of success. It is. I was posting one of the previous spaces after the discussions of Feynman on virtual photons, the infamous virtual photons. I was posting, for instance, one of the slides in one of my introductory lectures. About the prediction of QED and also of the standard model of electric weak theories, about what would be the cross-section for E plus E minus annihilation at LEP. And the prediction matched the observation in an incredible way with the measurement of the number of light neutrinos families, which came to be 3. Actually, something like 2.997 plus or minus something at the third decimal point, meaning that the description was incredibly accurate, and that description at 3 level, as we say, involved the exchange, the annihilation of the electron and positron beams, involved the exchange of a virtual photon or a virtual Z boson, particularly a Z boson at the Z mass peak, and you had the curve measured for the cross-section, meaning the probability of interaction as a function of the energy, which is perfectly described by the theory without any adjustment of anything. You only measured the only thing that were the only parameters which were adjustable there was the mass of the Z, the width of the Z. And that was that. And you have very small amount of parameters which could be adjusted in order to fit the curve. And one of them was the number of families of particle families with light neutrinos, and that was known to be 3 at the time, but we didn't know whether there would be a further a 4th generation of particles. And one way would be to count the number of different species of light neutrinos. And this experiment counted them, and it was 3. So it was we now know, thanks to lab measurements, that the number of family generations of particle generations that have a light neutrino is 3. There might be a 4th generation, but not with a light neutrino, a neutrino that the Z could decay to. So that prediction was incredibly well matched, and so, for instance, was the something I contributed in measuring the cross section for the production of W plus, W minus, positive and negative W bosons all at Lab 2, meaning we're colliding electrons and positrons in the late 90s, and the cross sections of function of energy was. At some point, we were measuring something which was not agreeing with the prediction, and then we found, and we checked, and we rechecked, and we extra checked the measurements, and then we found that the theorists had not pushed their prediction to a sufficient order. That they didn't include in their prediction the higher order electroweak diagrams, and when they did, the curve matched perfectly, and then continued to do so with the at following energy. So it was not an ad hoc correction, because it still continued to with the same curve, with the same prediction, matched with the subsequent measurements. So it does work.
No, quite the opposite, right? Like we're already
okay. So tens of thousands of particle physics, they're all wrong. Yeah. Okay, and you're right. Yeah. Okay. You can go ahead with your conviction. We go on with ours.
Calm down. Franco. That's an appeal to Franco. Relax.
We're all okay. You think we're all wrong? We're all liars.
Didn't you just give him the mic?
Snatched it right back, bro.
Is this science supposed to be like questionable? Like, aren't you supposed to like challenge the science?
It's just the science or whatever. Don't get mad. They say. I heard that from a great man allegedly. Once, I think it was Yoda or Luke Skywalker. I can't remember. But anyway, so what we got going on here, when you were talking about the light neutrinos, I have a question for you because I'm not familiar with light neutrinos. Are you attributing, first of all, what is a light neutrino? And are you attributing the light neutrino to being the cause of radiation? Or having some contributing factor to it? Okay, thank you. What is the light neutrino? I haven't heard of that.
Light, not meaning light as an electromagnetic radiation. It's light meaning not heavy, right. with a mass that is way. It was supposed to be 0 when I graduated. The standard model had exactly 0 mass neutrinos, and then they found out with neutrino oscillations that cannot be the case, but they need to have a very, very small mass because everything experimentally works as if they had no mass at all. But if they do oscillate as they have been measured to do, then they must have a mass which cannot be greater than a certain amount, which is determined cosmologically, and then you have experimental measurements of some limits on the mass difference between different species of neutrinos. But then, so light neutrino meaning neutrinos with basically a very small mass compared to the other particles.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, so regarding oscillating neutrinos, then I was looking on Wikipedia because I just Wikipedia'd it, not today, but a while ago. there was an experiment done where they had a predicted amount for how many neutrinos they were going to get from the sun, because apparently the sun is like the source emitter for primarily all the neutrinos or whatever that they would claim to measure. And what they found was the detection that they got was only 40% of their expected value. And then they turned around and did some corrections and said, actually, we predict that that in flight from the sun to the earth, 60% of the neutrinos will change to a different flavor, and our detector isn't set up to detect a neutrino from that family flavor, and therefore, because we only detected 40% of what we expected, we're super correct in our theory. It seemed very ad hoc-y and made up, because another issue with neutrinos is like, it's this field of nothingness with no mass, unless you need a little bit of mass, or unless you need it to explain Cherenkov radiation. And then they'll just be like, oh yeah, neutrino. But it's like, it has no mass, no charge, no nothing. But when they need it to do something, especially emit radiation, they're like, where's my boy neutrino at? Let me throw a couple in there. So it just seems like more, like it's inherently ad hoc built into it, bro. And what I was kind of touching on earlier was the whole interpretation of it, like the battle for even doing any of this and interpreting it this way through the lens of a positron pair and a virtual particle annihilation and all that, hinged on anyone being able to explain how this was a consequence of Feynman's quantization of the field, for quantum field theory, which was falsified by Lamb shift.
Texas sharpshooter.
Dude, they Texas sharp shot the. Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you, Bill. But listen, I know you disagree. Like, I'm not trying to press you too hard on it. But I think you've even said that you think of the field as an abstraction, right? Because the math works out. So I don't think you particularly care about the physical interpretation so long as the math checks out, right? Is that more or less your stance on it?
Yeah, we don't do philosophy. We do physics, and when we have what we're doing as experimental physicists is to be provided a theory which has some predictions, and we just test the predictions. That's what we do as experimental physicists. As far as neutrinos are concerned, yes, the first measurement, was called the solar neutrino puzzle, because the amount of solar neutrinos that were detected was less than what was predicted by the solar standard model. And then the first thing people thought was not neutrino oscillate, it was the solar model is wrong. And so they tried to change the solar model. They couldn't explain it by changing the solar model, because it would have changed many other. Again, I'm not an expert in this because I'm not an astronomer and astrophysicist. But the very first thing that people thought when they found out this experimentally was, okay, the solar model is wrong. And then they tried to change that, and they couldn't. And they say the other explanation is that neutrino oscillate, and then they set up a number of other experiments measuring oscillations, and now oscillations are established. There's no doubt the neutrinos oscillate.
But they try to change it. They try to change it within a specific framework. Like, they ain't leave the framework.
No, the framework is the standard model, and neutrino oscillation is not in the standard model. So it's something that goes outside. It's something that that's why people were resisting it, because it was not because the standard model.
Do you understand that the Lamb shift with the standard model's prediction with the quantization of the field revealed that one of the two was wrong? Probably both.
The Lamb shift is it again? I don't know about the history, but the Lamb shift is explained. With the current. I don't care what happened in the early 20th century. Now we're in the early 21st century, and the current theory that we have, no matter how it was done, is predictive, and it is successful. You don't care how. it was done. People, it's like, I don't know, but you don't believe in Kepler's laws, and I know, but I translated a book about Kepler. Kepler, in his I don't know, I think it's Astronomia Nova, when he explains how he got to his famous laws, and it's a very troubled way that he went. First, he thought that the orbits of planets were pretzel shaped at some point, or 8 shaped, something like this. He went through various hypotheses, and he tells the reader how he suffered on this and before, how he struggled, how strong he struggled before getting to the final laws. And we don't care if he got it wrong, if he got it wrong at some point. And he liked to do that because from a narrative point of view, or from a dramatic or literary point of view, he writes that in beautiful Latin. But we don't care. We have the laws. We don't care how they were arrived at, actually. But as long as they are well founded now, you find the derivation starting from first principles on textbooks, and we don't care about the history. We only care about the history, from a cultural point of view, not from a scientific point of view. Because from a scientific point of view, you don't care how you get theory. You have a theory. Is it predictive? Yes. No. Does it have some problems, some open problems? Yes, it still has some open problems. We're trying to solve that. But that's what is taught in universities. You don't, unless you are specializing in history of physics, you're not taught about the detail of how things were derived, and because you don't care.
Well, I would argue the opposite, especially regarding Kepler's laws, since they're explicitly derived from empirical observation, right? So it matters explicitly how you got them, right? So. And further, those are constants that are a ratio of a periodicity, right? So it doesn't really matter, right? So
no, I was talking about the shape, the fact that you only had numbers. You only had numbers. It didn't have computers. You only have lists of numbers, and you have to figure out the shape of the orbits, which then turned out to be ellipses and so on. But
hold on a second. You say turned out to be ellipses, but no one's ever measured Earth's velocity through space to confirm that. Hold on, 1 second, please. Hold on. And the measurements that we do have show an annual periodicity of minimum and maximum dimensions that happen twice a year, right? So if we're on an ellipse, that would have to happen 4 times a year, right? The geometry of the ellipse would dictate that. So what's happening in the sky isn't even measured on the ground.
What is it for 4 times a year?
The way that you're coming in around the circle and slowing down. But if it's an ellipse, because of the foci points of the ellipse, you're doing that slowing down and speeding up twice a year. Have to be.
Yeah. Twice a year.
I'm sorry. It would show up 4 times because you're doing it twice. For both foci.
No. Sorry.
Sorry. Greg doesn't feel any motion.
That's very, very wrong. The maximum velocity is when you're at the perihelion, and then in the aphelion you have the half-helion you have the minimum velocity. You don't. The second focus is not relevant.
The bending around to complete that orbit, like you would slow down and speed up corresponding around those points though to complete the geometry of it. So if you're saying that's not true, I'll have to look into it further, but I don't think that's true.
I can assure you it's not true. I can assure you it's true. No.
All right. Well, I'll get back to you on that then.
Yeah.
Old Greg can show you a light neutrino.
Sorry?
Old Greg can show you a light neutrino.
I didn't get the question.
I have it in this bag right here.
See, the
About the
reason why
size of a
I
medicine ball.
disagree, the reason why I disagree with Franco is, I mean, this is in my profession, so he can tell you better than I can. But the goal should be to try to figure out how everything works, right, and to bring everything together. So if you find something that works on a specific level in it, and you can make prediction on a specific, like on a specific level, like like a specific scale, but then it doesn't match anything else. That's the issue. So at what point do you change the whole model and get rid of it and look at it from a different perspective? Because at that point, then you're going to have to look at the mechanisms behind whatever you're observing. You can't just describe it with just numbers.
It's not true. We have at the particle level, we have a model that's currently very, very successful, and it's describing most of the measurements. You just have a couple of measurements which are not exactly on the predicted value, and we tried to figure out why. For instance, as I was saying many times, the mass of the W boson, as measured by the Tevatron at Fermilab, which disagrees not only with the standard model prediction, but with the value of the same quantity measured as at LEP, measured at LHC, and so we have one single measurement which disagrees with the other measurement of the same quantity, and with which all agree in turn with the prediction. We have to figure out why, if there was an experimental problem with that measurement, if there was a problem with the way the theory prediction about what one should observe in that particular experiment is flawed in some way. But that's just one. And we have a couple of other measurements like G-2 with the mu1, for instance, which is slightly off the prediction, but it's off the prediction by a tiny, very tiny amount, which is still significant if we understand the uncertainties, but still it's off. So we have to understand why. And people, I assure you, as I said many, many times, I assure you that physicists are looking forward. They are longing for something to not be agreeing with the model, because they were trying to find so-called new physics. We especially because we would like to make the theorists happy, because they're not totally happy with the standard model, because it's not completely self-consistent. It does have some theoretical problems at some level, and in spite of being so successful. So, for instance, supersymmetry would be a good fix for that, but we do not see it. So if we were all dishonest liars, we would make up some observation of some supersymmetric particle. That would be perfect. That would be that would solve all the problems. We didn't find that, so we've searched for that many times. For years. We were talking about looking for supersymmetry when I graduated more than 30 years ago, 35 years ago. We were talking about trying to look for supersymmetry. We didn't find. I even wrote my PhD thesis should have been on that, and then
we're not saying that you gotta figure everything out, right? But what we're saying is, how is gravity affecting all of those quantum particles?
Gravity is not affecting particles at the subatomic level because it's too weak, right? For our field, except that, for instance, it's been tested, as I was saying some weeks ago. It was tested at the antimatter factory here in not here, because I'm in Pisa at the moment, but at CERN there's a facility called Antimatter Factory, or Antimatter Decelerator, actually Antiproton Decelerator. It's called AD, it's the acronym, and there's a number of experiments there, and one of those, actually two of those, are studying the effect of gravity on antimatter, on anti-hydrogen atoms.
When
And so
just very clear.
they measured it because people were thinking that maybe an antiparticle, an anti-atom would fall up instead of down, but it didn't. They measured that it falls down. So it's same as hydrogen, ordinary hydrogen. So they are measuring the effect of the fall of particles in the gravitational field. But the gravity as cosmological level is not affecting directly, or even at Newtonian level, it's not affecting directly particle physics because it's too weak. But for instance,
Can I just some clarification? When you say it's too weak, like what do you mean? Like the fabric of space around it is too weak?
No, it's for instance at the Newtonian in terms of Newtonian physics, the force. It's just the value, the numerical value of capital G, which is.
You told us earlier that Newtonian physics don't work.
Well, you still have but we don't have a quantum description, right? So you take classical physics and you compare the strength of electrostatic attraction between two protons, actually repulsion between two protons, and
that's electrostatic. That's electrostatic.
And you compare that. You compare that to the gravitational thing, and you get the famous 10 to the minus 36 factor that the wits would like to quote. But this is only for two protons. What's it got to do with this? Yeah. It's always I quote this. I make this calculation in my first lecture on electrostatics. I've been doing this for decades now. So this is a calculation that you can make. It take two protons and you compute the electrostatic force, and then you compute the gravitational force, and the factor between the two is 10 to the 36. So if they're two electrons. If they're two protons, if they're two electrons, it's even higher. It's like 40,000 times higher for electrons, because the electrons have the same charge as the proton, but they have a mass that is 2,000 times less.
Okay, so we can confirm that electrostatics is acting more upon what you.
Yeah, sure. It's at the particle level, at the charged particle level, especially at the fundamental particle level for protons, there's a factor 10 to 36, and it's 10 to the 41 or so for two electrons.
A very big number.
Yeah, it's a very big number. It is, and that's precise. And that, as I tried to say many times, the way I proceed in this lecture is to show that then, if you take one of the two protons and add an electron to it, making a hydrogen atom, and then, but in a way that is not physical, meaning trying to put an electron close to the proton, but still not orbiting around it, just still, for instance. At a very small distance, but much smaller than the distance between the two protons. Then you have a proton and a dipole, an electric dipole made of a proton and an electron, which are at a very tiny distance apart. Then you find that the gravitational force is unchanged because the mass of the electron is very tiny with respect to the proton, but the electric force is reduced, and it's reduced in the exponent of the distance, which goes into the formula, which then the force goes as proportional to 1 over the cube of the distance when you have a dipole, and then if you put two dipoles together, so that they sort of cancel each other, then you have a quadrupole, and then the distance, the dependence with distance is 1 with 1 over r to the 4th power, and so on. And when you build up a microscopic amount of matter, which has something like 10 to 23rd atoms in it, not 1 or 2, then you find that all this electrostatics forces, they cancel out because matter is neutral. But what happens is that they don't cancel out completely, and what happens is that it just reduces the range. It means that the range is it only becomes very, very much stronger than gravity when you go to
say neutralize instead of cancel out.
It's neutral. Is the matter is globally neutral, but the electric field, if you make the electrostatic calculation, it's not totally cancelled out. It's not totally zero.
Okay.
That is what exactly, and the effect of that is that you have a net force which is basically zero at distances which are greater than the intermolecular distances. As soon as you go to a distance which is comparable to the intermolecular distance or to the atomic or to molecular radius, then you have that the electrostatic force is much bigger than gravity, and that's it.
Right, we established that the electrostatic force is, the most apparent, the most measurable, and probably affecting that phenomenon the most. But I was asking though, like, how does, because you refer to this thing as it's too weak. To my understanding, when you use gravity, you need the bending and warping of space-time, which isn't a force. It's right. It's like the mass that's manipulating the space around it, causing a gravity well for these two masses to fall towards each other. So there's no force there. So I was asking, when you say it's too weak, are you referring to the fabric of space-time? Because it would be weird to be referring to like measuring against Newtonian mechanics if you say that Newtonian mechanics don't apply on a quantum scale. Why aren't we measuring against curvature?
I would like to finish my sort of small lecture because the conclusion of what I was saying is that we are seeing this effect, this short range effect of electromagnetic forces at very small distances compared to comparable to atomic distances. You see it when you place an apple on a table. The apple does not fall because the table supports it. How does it support it? How do you push something with your hand? You actually, it's not actual contact. The molecules of your hand or the molecules of the table are at the distance with respect to those of the apple, which is comparable to interatomic distances, and then the repulsion between these two is much stronger than gravity. And that's why the apple doesn't fall when it's on the table. It's actually all mechanical forces. When you push things, when you pull things, springs and tables and whatever, and ropes, and they're all fundamentally electro.
Is this the quantum scale you're talking about, Franco?
It's just the fact that matter is globally neutral. Globally neutral does not mean that the electromagnetic force is completely cancelled out. It means that its range is reduced a lot. So it is only for neutral matter. It is only appreciable, and it's very, when you go to subatomic distances and to atomic distances, actually molecular distances, not subatomic, but of course then in order to describe that properly, you need to go to quantum level for electromagnetic forces, whereas we don't have such a description for gravity, but we're not that worried about this at particle level, because in order to describe what we see at particle accelerators and so on, because it's so small, the couple of constants, so we say so the value of energy, if you have to describe it in terms of warping of space,
is it almost as small as almost like it doesn't exist?
No, it's not like that. It does exist, as I was saying. It was measured acting on antihydrogen. It falls, so it does exist, but it's too small to be active in what we measure, such as interactions between particles in particle colliders and so on. But so if you want to describe it in terms of warping of space-time, okay. But again, you only use that at cosmological levels, not at particle level, because it's too at that level. I think it's really too small. It's irrelevant for any kind of measurement. And unless you manage to take the general relativity description and bring into quantum level and quantize it, but that has not been done in a satisfactory way so far. So people are still struggling on this. But that does not mean that the description of quantum electrodynamics is valid, and does not mean that the Newtonian description, as far as small scales, is valid, and does not mean that the general relativity description is not valid on cosmological.
So basically, what you're saying is it's predicted that general relativity isn't observable on a quantum scale. That's the prediction.
It's not observable, as far as we know, at a level of particle physics, unless you have something like, I don't know, graviton production, which at some point predicts something that is observable at colliders. But so far, I don't think we have had any. We've had a number of strange, called exotic models, predict, I don't know, axions or whatever, some very exotic particles being produced, or mini black holes or things like that produced at an accelerator. We looked for them. We didn't find any. At the moment, we didn't find any so-called exotic particles. They're very active in searching for those. There's a section in each experiment. For instance, my experiment in CMS, there's a lot of groups of physicists looking for exotic particles and looking for all sort of models which are proposed by theorists, and looking for what those model predicts, and not finding them actually at the moment.
So basically, you're saying, even though we appeal to a relativistic framework, Einsteinian, our most precise measurements are on the quantum scale, and yet we still measure it against a Newtonian framework when describing whether or not a force is significant or not.
Well, that is the Newtonian calculation is a very naive calculation to ascertain that the gravity is too weak for it to be relevant at the particle level. But then, as far as Einstein is concerned, as I was trying to point out many times, everything in high energy physics is relativistic. We do have everything described in a special relativity framework, starting from quantum field theory, which is all described in relativistically invariant framework. So it's as I was saying, this is on the theory point of view. Also, from an experimental point of view, I was trying to explain to your friends there that we will not be able to do any of our experiments without the description of how high energy particles behave in external fields and when they interact with each other, without a description, high energy means that the energy of the particles is much higher than their mass times c squared. So it needs to have a relativistic description. Without that, it wouldn't work. We find that everything is perfectly consistent with special relativity. So we do have that. About the general relativity, I just want to report an anecdote. I have last Saturday I didn't connect because I have had here a colleague of mine, actually a friend who was a fellow student. We were freshmen together here in Pisa. Now he lives in Germany, and he's an astrophysicist. And he was in Italy because he was part of went to a collaboration meeting in Rome, and it was a Euclid experiment. This experiment is an observatory which has been launched 1 year ago. Is currently sitting at the Lagrangian point L2 between the sun. Actually, it's not between the Earth and the sun. It's actually beyond the Earth on the straight line that joins the Earth and Sun. It's beyond the Earth, Lagrangian point number 2, and it's been taking data for 1 year now. It's supposed to take data for 7 more years or 6 more years, 7 years in total. And he was telling me that the data so far, looking at the sky from that point of view, looking at a large portion of sky and the galaxy distributions, the data were disagreeing with some model actually published by another friend of ours, a theorist guy who now lives and teaches in New York, which I know very well, who's a string theorist. And he had predicted, together with someone else, he had made an alternative model for gravity explaining out dark matter or observations, cosmological observations, and involving gravity in 5 dimensions, which was an alternative to general relativity. General relativity was something different than general relativity. And this prediction that this other friend made this model had some predictions about the distribution, some observable distribution of galaxies, and general relativity had a different one. And they compared those, and the new model is wrong. So general relativity still holds. The prediction for this 2-point correlation in the galaxy distribution agrees with the general relativity prediction, and not with our mutual friend's prediction with a 5-dimensional gravity model. So we still do this. Theorists come up with new models, trying to predict what is not what is problematic at the moment in cosmology, for instance, or in particle physics, and then we test. If they make prediction on what something they can observe, you check it against the observation, and you decide which model is right or which model is wrong. In this case, our friend's model is wrong because it made a prediction which was not matching the observed data.
You know, it's crazy how, at the highest level of physics, they're considering 5th dimensional gravity. And when we say, hey, the luminaries seem to be some type of a projection unique to each observer, they laugh us out the timeline. Y'all talking about 5th dimensional gravity. That's crazy. All right, so let me get this straight. So quantum mechanics, most precise measurements. Y'all ignore gravity because you're assuming that it's so weak, it's undetectable, which means it will scale up to a certain point where gravity is detectable. But then y'all switch to a Newtonian framework where now it's like a force, and scale that up until that doesn't work, and then y'all use relativity. And then you can make certain predictions based on each one of these scales. You just can't bring them all together. Which brings me back to my initial point, like that should be the goal. So I know y'all have a phenomena and making predictions on specific scales, but the point should be to make these predictions on all scales with
we would all I'm very happy to have a theory of everything. We don't at the moment. We have tried. People have tried many times to make a grand unified theory since the 50s and so on. They've tried. So far, we only managed at the particle level to unify weak interactions, electromagnetic interaction, and strong interactions. We're still missing the unification of gravity within the same model. Okay, and that's one of the goals, yes, of physics. Yeah, we would like to have a theory of everything.
So then my question to you is this, and I'll let you guys jump in after this. Franco, would it be worth discussing philosophy if that was the key to a unified theory of everything?
Yes, as long as you provide something that is quantitative and predictive. I don't care how you come up with it. If you use I don't know numerology or magic or whatever, as long as you have a predictive theory, which quantitative predictions and which are testable, then it's fine.
But then if we do that, right, and then we reference work that shows a deviation in how light propagates, will we be dismissed as quacks? Or when we bring the measurements and the demonstrable empirical evidence, will it be acknowledged and taken seriously?
If you have a measurement that's done properly and which disagrees with the current paradigm, yes, of course it will be taken seriously. Of course, it has to be a serious measurement with all the checks. There's plenty of measurements which have been found out to disagree with the current description. As I was saying, for instance, there are a number of the current G-2 of the mu1, the mass of the W. They're not, or even at cosmological level, the dark matter and dark energy problems. They are problems we're trying to solve. People are trying to solve, not me for a cosmological. As an experimentalist, I'm in an experiment which is doing this. We make measurements as precise as we can. For instance, with our experiment, we're trying to measure the mass of the W because we want to see if it agrees with the Tevatron measurement or with the average, world average from other experiments. So if we contribute to the anomaly or not, that's very important to make a measurement as precise as we can and with as many checks as we can in order to be sure that we make a measurement which is reliable. But if we find something that is complete, that is established to be not explained or contradicting in a way that is not amendable, the current theory, then you have a problem and you have to change or correct the theory. It's always happened like this. It's the history of physics. For instance, I'm just thinking of the neutrino discovery, neutrino hypothesis. This was hypothesized by Fermi himself because there was a problem. And in beta decays, you had atoms, radioactive atoms decaying with a beta decay process, which is an emission of a positron or an electron. And then you have that when you have an atom decaying into another atom, a nucleus decaying to another nucleus of another species plus an electron or plus a positron, then you have a so-called two-body decays, and the energy of both particles should be a fixed value, which depends on the mass difference between the initial and final nucleus. But it would always have to be the same value. Now, experimentally, it was found that it had a spectrum of the energy of the electron coming out of these decays. So it was a problem because either the theory was wrong, but at the very fundamental level, meaning that the energy was not conserved, energy and momentum were not conserved, or there was something else. And the hypothesis, in order to save the energy momentum conservation, which is a very fundamental law, then was that something else was coming out. It was not a two-body, but it was a three-body decays, and the other was invisible. So the Fermi called a neutron because a neutron was not known at the time. So there must be a neutral particle which escapes detection, and called a neutron. Then it was called neutrino because the eno suffix.
Not that it must be, it could be. I gotta stop with all that must stuff.
Then you have to verify.
Y'all already thinking they particles, and y'all can't even verify that they particles. So.
Yeah. Of course, there was a hypothesis that there's another particle which is produced together with the electron and it escapes detection, but it could be 3 more particles. Why 1? So the easiest hypothesis was just 1, but then you needed to include that in a model and then to make predictions on what you should observe if this hypothesis was true, and then it was detected and it was found and for instance the former Jack Steinberger, who's a Nobel Prize got a Nobel Prize in 1988, which I knew personally, was the head of my previous experiment, Aleph, at LEP. This guy got a Nobel Prize in 1988, but for an experiment which had done in 1964, which was to detect the muon neutrino and to establish that muon neutrino was different from the electron neutrino. So you had experiments detecting those things. So you have these things. You have something that does not fit the current paradigm, the current description of things. You make hypothesis. You
operating outside of physics. It's operating outside of predictive physics, and you don't even know how gravity is acting on it. Got it. Okay, I'm with you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, man. Continue. And I got one more question for you after this. And then we're gonna get to the end.
As I was saying, that's how science proceeds. That's how physics proceeds. You have something which is not described at the moment, and you propose a description. You may propose a number of descriptions, and then you check which of the proposed description is matching, produces predictions which are then tested and verified. That's the way it proceeds. That's why how neutrinos were discovered in the 30s, and they were hypothesized in the 30s and in 1930s, and then were discovered experimentally later on. But then, of course, since then we have now recently in the late 90s we were discovered that they do have a mass, and we're still measuring them.
Okay, Rico. Hey man, as long as you're gonna look at the work when we start looking at the corrections for speed of light, and you take it seriously and you don't dismiss it, that's cool. And we got a couple of dope topics coming up in the next few episodes. So stay tuned for that. It's gonna be a relevant conversation. Slight pivot though, before we get to the ends. Let me ask Franco real quick. Franco, does time dilation require an observer?
Is time dilation required of?
Require an observer.
Everything requires an observer. I mean, how any measurement requires someone making the measurement or some apparatus. So I don't know what you mean by that.
Like if I had an instrument to detect like a frequency, would you consider like a receiver an observer, or does it have to be an actual observer? Like what does time dilation require? Like someone actually observing?
Depends what you mean. What you mean by time dilation? I mean it's a consequence of Lorentz transformations and no special relativity. It depends how you're implementing it. I mean what? For instance, I'm always quoting this as a verification of time dilation is for the G-2 experiment with the muons. You have I kept quoting this. I kept providing plots where you have the number of decaying muons, detected decays of muons as a function of time at the G-2 facility at Tevatron, and the curve fits an oscillation times an exponential, and the exponential is as a function of time is precisely what is predicted by special relativity, because the exponential in the count of decays is the definition, the coefficient, the exponential constant is the definition of lifetime. For instance, in radioactive decays and so on, it's the lifetime definition. So we know that for stationary muons, that exponential constant, that the decay time of a muon is 2 microseconds, and then you measure when they are accelerated at a certain energy. Then relativity predicts that the exponential, we have a different constant, which is the same, which is 2 microseconds multiplied by the gamma factor, by the Lorentz gamma factor, and that can be measured very, very precisely, and that agrees very, very precisely with the prediction. So that is a.
But did you answer my question though, Franco? I kind of got caught up in the weeds with.
What you mean? Well, the muons decay, whether or not there's someone there to observe. The cosmic muons. Another example that's always brought up. You have muons produced in the higher layers of the atmospheres from cosmic protons impinging on the atmosphere. They produce pions, which decay to muons, and then the muons are produced something like 600. No, I don't remember, but a number.
So let me just get this straight. When you say decay, that means you're measuring the speed or the life of these particles because it's reaching Earth too fast or something like that.
We're saying that we observe muons in the cosmic rays. We are traversed by a number of muons, an enormous number of muons per minute. They do not do anything to us. But they just pass through us, and you can detect them, and these are produced in the higher layers of the atmosphere, and they are produced because the protons coming from outer space, they impinge on the atmosphere, they produce what is called a hadronic shower. They produce basically a number of pions, pi mesons, and the charged pi mesons decay to muons and neutrinos. Neutrinos, we have so-called cosmic neutrinos.
You're saying we're experiencing time dilation because of what?
The time dilation is this: the muon decay in a microseconds, meaning then we know
it decays too fast, right? And didn't I just say that? It decayed too fast, right?
So it's measurable. That's something that's measurable. It's 2 microseconds. It's lifetime of muon, but meaning that if they travel at the speed of light in 2 microseconds, they can on average travel 600 meters before they decay. So After 6 kilometers, you wouldn't have any muon, right? But we do have many muons traversing the atmospheres and the atmosphere before decaying, and that is not compatible with the idea that the decay time stays 2 microseconds even when they are traveling at some speed which is close to the speed of light. And so
you are measuring against the speed of light.
You are measuring. You don't measure actually. It's hard to measure the speed of muons, but you know that the very fact that you see them, and also see them in our detector in our CMS detector at 100 meters underground, because they traverse all the ground between, and the so-called cosmic. But the very fact that they can reach the Earth and they are produced at a very high altitude is a consequence of time dilation, and this happens independent of the fact that someone is there to observe them.
But you need to have the source at a specific distance in order for that to work.
Yeah,
you need the sun at 93 million miles away in order to say, hey, it's reaching. We're observing these things and they decaying too fast, so it's got to be dilating. So you're measuring against the speed of light, and we got to put the source almost at an infinite distance far away. But
no, we are observing.
If it was closer, if the sun was closer, would we say that it was time dilated?
There's nothing. I didn't mention the sun, and the sun has nothing to do with this because the cosmic muons do not come from the sun. They come.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you did say cosmic. My bad. Not solar.
Yeah.
Well, you're right.
They're coming from cosmic rays, and cosmic rays. They're currently the current model says that basically protons ejected from galaxies, from active galactic nuclei, as far as I know. But people didn't know in the 40s or in the 20s, on the 30s, when they didn't have accelerators, and all they had was cosmic rays, and the people were detecting particles from the cosmic. But they're coming to us.
That don't really help though. If you're saying that they're coming from distant galaxies, that's the origins.
No, it's the origin of protons. Protons are stable. Protons do not decay. There are theories claiming that the protons could decay, but of course
the cosmic energy. My bad.
Protons are coming from very, very large distances and from galaxies, from far away galaxies.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, like I was saying the sun, but what you're saying is it's not the sun. It's actually those distant galaxies far beyond the sun, the ones that are light years and light years away. Yeah. So that's even worse. Like it's worse than I thought.
Yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with time dilation because protons are stable. They don't have a lifetime, so you cannot measure anything like time dilation on protons. The protons impinge on the atmosphere, and then they cause they get fragmented, and then they produce a shower of other particles, mainly neutral, which are charged particles, charged mesons. Pi plus, pi minus, and pi zeros. Pi zeros decay to 2 photons. Pi plus and pi minus decay to muon and neutrino. So what we observe here is the muons coming from the decays of pions produced in the upper layers of the atmosphere, and so they're not coming from far away. They're coming from a few kilometers up. Above. Sorry?
You said a few kilometers for real?
Yeah, the upper layers of the atmosphere. No, I don't remember how many.
About 50,000 kilometers, or kilometers, I think it is. No, sorry, feet. My bad. 50,000 feet.
Yeah, 50,000 feet.
No, 50,000 kilometers would be too high.
Yeah. I blacked out for a minute there.
All compared to the Earth radius, right? I know you don't believe in the Earth radius, but it's small compared to 600.
Not that we don't believe in it, we falsified it.
Hey, I believe in an optical radius of 3959, though. You know, like I'm not against 3959s. I treat all 3959s equally.
No, 3959s treated equally. No 3959s left behind.
Yeah, I don't judge a radius by its value, bro. I just work here. Got a radius of our eyes, radius of the ground. Who knows? But real quick though, that was an interesting history lesson on the old muon there. But to kind of circle it back to your original question, Sacred, the answer I think you're looking for is the recorder an observer? Does that count? And the answer is yes. The recorder determines what the frame of reference is, right? So for example, if you have a rotating interferometer, like a little sag neck ring laser gyro or something, and that's rotating, well, the recorder is on the device and that's in rotation. So it's, in a rotation frame, they would say, right? And that's it. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you for bringing me back, circling back around, because that was the original question. Whether observer was required, what'd you call it, Alan, recorder?
Yeah, wherever the receiver is, whatever's making the recording or whatever's making the measurement, you could think of that as an observer. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's go slide over
Hey,
to
Franco. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
What's up, brother?
How you doing, Franco?
I'm fine, thanks. I'm very glad that this time things have kept.
I think you're breaking up there, bud.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
All right, that's better. That's better. I just have a couple questions. I was curious. I overheard your conversation about muons. Did you say they have
Yes.
they decay really quickly? I'm just curious. Do y'all know the weight of those? Like on the atomic level? I know they can weigh atoms and stuff. Do you have a description, like maybe what it weighs or even physical characteristics?
Yes. They have a well-measured mass, and they have well-measured characteristics. Yes, they're basically the same as electrons, but they're heavier. They're about 200 times heavier than electrons, and but apart from that, they're the same. And yes, they're short-lived, but not for our purposes. For high energy physics purposes, they're considered to be stable because they actually, when they are produced in our detectors, they actually their lifetime is such that they would decay. Without the time dilation, they would decay after 600 meters, and so well beyond the borders of our detectors. And so to all purposes, for us, they're stable. There are much shorter lived particles that we are dealing with, such as P mesons, which have lifetimes of picoseconds. And then you can measure those, and you can try and measure those, which is very difficult because the amount of space they travel before decaying is of the order less than 1 meter, and you have to measure those. But yeah, the muon is very well known. When it was discovered, it was thought to be the same thing as the pion, as the pi meson, and indeed it was called the mu meson at the time. But now it's called the mu lepton, and the model was not perfected at the time. Was still in its infancy, and so people were just discovering things. Actually, when the muon was discovered there was an anecdote of Rabbi, I don't know how it's pronounced. This physicist, when the muon was discovered, he said, "Who ordered this?" Because they were not contemplating the idea of finding particles which are not known. They knew the electron, they knew the proton, and they knew the neutron. They didn't expect some other particle to exist, and so there was a theory to explain strong interactions involving something of that mass, around that mass, which was the pi meson, and then indeed when they discovered the muon, they thought it was a pi meson, and then they discovered the pi meson, and they found that there was something they call the tau theta part. No, maybe it's something different. Sorry, I'm confusing with the K mesons. But there was this puzzle that whether they thought it was the same particle, but it was behaving two different ways, and then they found out eventually that there were two different particles with very similar mass, but very different properties. And Yeah, the pi meson is a composite particle. It's actually made of quarks, and it's a spin zero. It's a so-called scalar particle, whereas the muon is a fermion. It's got 1/2 spin. It's basically the heavy cousin of the electron, I would say. I don't know if you answered.
I got you. That was a good answer. No, it's fine. When you were talking about, string theory and quantum physics, and so are we discovering these things to kind of shift over from modern physics over to like quantum physics? Are they making a shift in they have to have that foundation? Is that you would know better than me. That's what I'm asking.
That has
like
been...
vibration, like cymatics, basically. We can use that to, amplify the certain frequencies, and then they will form this geometric kind of on a very small level, like sand or salt. You could look at it as like how the universe moves or whatever.
I'm referring to. I know very little about string theory, but I know that it was in order to, in an attempt to quantize gravity, because needed if the graviton exists, it has to have spin too, and just not so. It has two particle, which is not something that is in our current. And one way was this substitution of vibrating closed strings, but then you have, but it's very, very, the theory is very, very, very complicated, and I've never actually followed it. I only know that it involves things like, Sacred was giggling about 5 dimensions. The string theory has something like 24 dimensions or 11 dimensions or 9 dimensions, 9, some of which are compactified in Calabi cow, I don't remember the name, spaces, which are very, very complicated geometrical things, and it's something really, really complicated, and then it's a sort of the proponents of this theory have one of my colleague professors is string theories, and they have, as I was saying, I was quoting another guy I know from my student days who's a string theorist, and what I say is that this is a sort of a different framework. It's not a different model. It's not a model by itself. It's like quantum mechanics, as meaning changing the framework, the way you describe things, in terms of strings instead of, or brains or whatever, brains, B-R-A-N-E, which is a different mathematical thing. But there are many people who are skeptical about this because it doesn't have predictive power enough. And indeed, I was last month I was listening to a PhD student. No, actually, it was a 4th-year student discussing some string theory for an exam, and I was listening. I wasn't understanding too much, but then in the end, I said, I don't want to sound like the usual experimentalist, but and so I don't want to ask you when will you have some some verifiable prediction, but I asked, is there any evolution with respect to 20 years ago as far as the predictability is concerned? And he answers something like, well, maybe at cosmological level, there are ways in which maybe in the near future, we might come up with something which is vaguely predictable. But it's this. I don't know if I answered. I'm afraid I didn't.
Well, I think in respects to your response, I think string theory, quantum physics, it's all made to be that confusing, I think, to where people don't feel comfortable with it. I mean, they're trying to transition, I think, because everything, all the patchwork over the last 100 years, I mean, I respect your work, but it's all falling apart. And they won't consider, a more local, more dense kind of universe, and it will fix a lot of problems, I think.
No, I disagree. If someone comes with a theory which describes the current measurements level and is
G, one sec, Franco. One sec. G, when Franco is talking, if you have your mic open, it glitches his mic, and that's why his mic glitches like that. So everyone has to mute their mic when Franco is speaking.
God bless you, sir.
So I was saying, as long as you have, if you come up with any new theory or paradigm, if it is describing the current measurement or all the list of current measurements and it has predictive power, then you're more than welcome. It's not, I don't agree that everything is falling apart. We have as I said many times, a model which is currently very, very successful. As far as the particle physics is concerned, I would not say I cannot speak about cosmology because I'm not a cosmologist, and I don't know. But I know that some progress has been made in cosmological field as well, especially with these new observations, incredible ones that are being made, such as the Euclid. Which has just started.
If you guys don't mind, can we go back to the RG's first question about the weight of a neuron? Because I don't think Franco actually answered that, and I think I know why. Because from my understanding, they can't weigh a neuron. They basically they determine it based on its the length of its connection and its influence on that. Am I right, Franco? Is that correct?
I didn't get.
The neuron. He asked you about the weight of a neuron, if you could weigh it, right? And you didn't answer that. And I think I know why, because you can't actually weigh it. It's based on, it's like basically a guess, based on its connection, the distance of the connection, and the influence on the connection. Is that correct?
No, it's not a gas. We know its mass very precisely. It's 105 MeVs when divided by c squared. We know. I think 105. I'm gonna check. It's 100 something MeVs. But I can give you links to Particle Data Group booklet where you can find everything we know about any particle at the moment. I can provide you with the link. You can check it. It's very well known, the mass. So if you, I don't know what you mean by.
Yeah, but how do you weigh a neuron though? How do you weigh it?
Muon.
How do you determine the weight of a neuron?
It's a muon. You measure the mass in many ways. For instance, by using energy momentum conservation in the case and computing the invariant mass. Or there are many other ways, such as measuring its energy and measuring its velocity and measuring its momentum. If you know the momentum, because in momentum you measure by the amount of curvature of the trajectory in a magnetic field, then you measure the momentum of a particle, and then if you measure the velocity, for instance, using Cherenkov detectors or other or d by dx laws, there are many ways of measuring the velocity of a particle. If you have velocity and momentum, you can deduce the mass. Or you can measure the decay products and compute the invariant mass using special relativity, and they're all consistent with the measured value. There are a number of measurements. Of course, I'm not aware of all of them. You can find references if you look at. You measure the mass of a particle, for instance, the muon, and we know it quite well. So you do not worry by putting it on a two-plate scale, of course, because you can't do that with a particle.
If you don't mind, I think a good way to kind of break it down is when he's talking about how they can measure the energy to get the momentum and all that, to reverse engineer what the mass would be to produce that. The way that they kind of conceptualize it would be like, suppose the muon is an uncharged particle, and then when it interacts with the quantized field that they conceptualize, it has a magnetic moment, and the strength of that magnetic field is measured. And they're like, okay, if that was to exist, it would have, an uncharged particle of X amount of mass that's moving at this speed through the field would produce this magnetic field. So that's kind of how that's one way that they can reverse engineer it. That way it made the most sense to me because I had the same question. I was like, how are you guys weighing all this again? So, but yeah.
So basically, but in layman terms, that's basically determining the distance based on its distance and influence. It's the same thing.
Oh,
I just said.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. So I wanted to say that's pretty much exactly what you just said. So in terms of like the radius and how far it would be from the nucleus and all that, it's all determined by that. What its weight would be based off of the strength of the magnetic field to produce that. So yeah, absolutely. You were dead on, just a little off on the terminology.
No,
yeah, I was good. Yeah, it was just because he didn't answer it the first time. He literally just kind of went on to something else. That's why I kind of went back to it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's all good.
On the charged, the muon is charged, and we measure its momentum by measuring the deflection in a known magnetic field. That's what we do at particle detectors. I can provide you with lots of pictures. It's a charged particle, so it leaves a track, very very well measured track in detectors, and you measure the curvature of this track in a known uniform magnetic field, and from that you can, using the relativistic equivalent. That's another way of testing relativity. You need to use the relativistic equivalent of the radius in the formula, giving you the radius of a trajectory of a charged particle in a magnetic field. Use that to determine the momentum, and then you use such as many other measurements, such as the d by dx, mean the amount of energy loss per unit length of the track, which can be measured in many ways. Or you use triangle detectors in order to measure you have a way of measuring the velocity of the muon, and then from the momentum and the velocity you determine the mass, for instance. That's why to do with uncharged particle producing a magnetic field. No, it's the way it bends, the trajectory bends in a known magnetic field.
Well, that's just that's a scaled up version of the old cathode ray experiment. That's one way you could do it as well, yeah.
Well, there's a more even fundamental thing that we're overlooking here. Even if we go to their paradigm, right? We'll say let's say if there exists the fastest thing that moves, right? He talked about velocity, measuring momentum. Let's say the fastest thing that moves is light, right? So with his muon example, right? Let's say the muon, let's say it's traveling near 99.9% the speed of light. A Google 9, it's practically at the speed of light, because we can't make it move at the speed of light because it has a little bit of mass, and we know only light could have no mass, etc., supposedly. So if it's moving at a vector, basically almost at the speed of light, that electron cannot travel forward faster than that muon, or else it'll see the speed of light. So there's a momentum limitation, right? What is distance divided by speed? What is distance divided by speed, Franco? What do you get when you do that?
You get time.
Yes. So if the muon, if you have that distance and you get that time, and you cannot exceed c, there is a momentum limitation. There's a cosmic speed limit, as they say. Time itself isn't slowing down. It's a momentum thing. We're not even going with the all reference frame C yet. Let's just deal with C as it is. So I put it in this how relative simultaneity can't be a thing, right? It's not observer dependent. Reality isn't based on perception. Our perception is accurate or inaccurate based on if it aligns with reality. So if an event happens and no one's around to see it, that mother effing event still happens, right? If two trains collide at the exact blank time, it happens at the same time, regardless of observer. Now, that can happen at two different times, or it can happen at the same time. Relativity of simultaneity is bullshit. It's a simple thought experiment that you could just think. it's just word magic. It's word magic. There's a cosmic speed limit. There is such a thing as the fastest thing that moved, and if that is light, then there's a speed limit, not time limit. A speed limit. So that's something that we have to wrap our heads around, not the bending and warping of something that you presuppose to get the results you want, because you could get the same gamma factor if you factor in light moves in propagation. If you move in propagation, and then you could get those two different times on a synchronized clock. You're not going to get the same time because there's propagation of light. And once you start getting, you added distances of something that's an inertial frame rather than a non-inertial frame, you're going to get different differences. But you can't have that with light, right? Because then you have to address MMX, etc. So light has to be the same in all reference frames, which is absolutely ridiculous. Having a world line of light be the ruler, it just makes, it's just, come on, Franco. You know this, deep down you know this, but you can't acknowledge this because, again, predictions, it makes predictions in the real world. Well, let's unwrap that. Give me one prediction if we didn't have those presuppositions that we have to treat as an axiom, that would be the case. You're working backwards, Franco, and you know this.
I don't. I disagree. We discussed it many times. Relativity, special relativity, works perfectly and is essential for our job, for in our field, which is high energy fields. Without it, it would not. We would simply not be able to do this. It just describes everything. We have everything. I started with the muon lifetime, but then again, for instance, I asked Alan or whoever, and I don't remember who, what, for instance, if you have to build an accelerator, for instance, you have to build the LEP or the LHC, you have protons, you need to bind protons in a ring of 27 kilometers circumference. You need to bend them with a magnetic field when the beams are at 7 TeV energy. What is a magnetic field that you need in order to bend those protons with that radius at that energy? That calculation is done using relativistic formulas, and you don't. If you do it with classical formulas, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You measure every measurements we make, every single measurements we make is consistent with special relativity. So you may say that we deep down we know it's wrong. No, deep down I know it's true, and we see it every single day with every single calculation we make and every single thing we make experimentally. It's as I said, it's impossible to do theory now without all of the theoretical physics from the beginning of the 20th century is done in a way that is relativistically invariant. It has to be like that. It has to be formulated in a relativistically invariant way, Lorentz invariant way. But it's false. Experiments are completely consistent with relativity. Sorry if you don't. Your problem with simultaneity is that you didn't understand relativity. You didn't understand it, because if you do understand it, you see that the simultaneity has to go away when you use the postulates of relativity, which is the constancy of the speed of light. This is. You don't like it? Okay. I'll reply as Feynman did to Mr. Y in the 60s. You make a prediction of what one should observe for the muon lifetime when it is at a certain energy. You say relativity is wrong. I say relativity is right. I make a prediction. You make a prediction. We make the experiment and we see who's right.
Well, as I put in the nest right now, those are very fine slogans. Notice how you didn't describe any practical application. You just said it works over and over and over again, and we're supposed to just take your word for it. But as you can see in the nest, we know the steps to the scientific method. And if your prediction isn't referring to a presumed cause of an entailed effect, that prediction is fallacious. You're necessarily dealing with postdictions or a presupposition that's unsubstantiated. Necessarily. What else are you talking about when you're talking about predictions, if it's not done after the fact or presupposed as an axiom before the fact? Predictions, if it's not presumed cause of an entailed effect of which you can isolate, it's bullshit. Now, that's not my opinion. That's a scientific fact as known with the scientific method. That's why you guys don't talk about the scientific method anymore. You just talk about predictions that work with reality, quote unquote work, not derived from reality. Notice you never say these are derived from reality. No, you just say it works with reality. Well, if I say, you know what, I'm not going to give that example again because I give it too many times, because a postdiction is done after the fact, and we know postdiction is done after the fact. Of course, you're going to say it worked because of my presupposition, because all we have is the effect. We see the effect, the bending of warping of space-time, because the freaking ball dropped to the ground. I can't prove. Well, you could say, well, duh, it fell to the ground because the freaking bending of warping of space-time happened. We know this. We can predict the ball falls at 9.8 meters per second squared per second. That's not a prediction, Franco. That's observing what happened and giving a just a story of why it happened.
Now you compute for me, for 70 eV protons with a 9-kilometer radius, what is the value of the magnetic field in order to bend those protons along this circumference? You compute that with your scientific method, and then I tell you what my prediction is, and then we compare them.
That still won't prove your bending of warping in space-time, Franco. Sorry. You can predict it to a T. You can predict it to a nanosecond, 17 decimal points. It still won't prove your bending of space-time because it's a post-diction. Period.
Relativity, there's no bending of space-time. There's no bending in special relativity. Space-time is flat in special relativity. I'm talking about that. I don't know. I'm not an expert in general relativity. I will not discuss that. I'm talking about special relativity, which is essential to our job. And
I'm sorry. Space-time is flat. Are you talking about a world line of space and a world line of time? Is you reified time for it to be flat in your 2D world, your 2D or 3D world in a 2D environment? Do you see how ridiculous sounds on its face, Franco? Get out of these. Get out of this. I understand this is your livelihood. you're LARPing basically. You're an expensive LARPer, and it kills you that people challenge us pigeons challenge us and question it every time we come here. But your questions have never gotten more refined. Your answers have definitely not gotten more substantive. It's gotten more theoretical, which is why you say arguments, even though they're fallacious, I have to use them anyway because math is reality. No, math quantifies. I could quantify the speed of the Starship Enterprise. It doesn't make it real. I'll leave it there. Try to derive from reality, not have math that could quote unquote work with reality.
You have to use magnets with superconducting magnets actually to produce that kind of magnetic field that is needed in order for the protons to bend. How much is it? You use your scientific method with all your fallacies or whatever, and you calculate that. We need that calculation because we need to make the machine working, right? Please provide us with a calculation of the value of the magnetic field needed, because you need to have some amperes, some current in the coils in order to produce that field. And we need to
42
fields in order to produce that kind of accelerations and in order to make the accelerator work. And they all use heavily special relativity. So none of this will work without it. I don't care if you think it's logically flawed. It is not, because people are not stupid and they would have realized if it was logically flawed. It is not, right? Because thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions actually of physicists have studied it for 1 century, and none of them have found the logical fallacy.
Okay, Franco, would you be open to an open challenge to use just logic in breaking down your physics? I will go to whatever math you want, but you have to prove it's logically sound. Would you be open to that open challenge?
The paradox of that.
I'm sorry?
About the
what? Okay, I asked you. You said none of your formulas are logically flawed. I can guarantee you I can come up with 5 of them that are. And you can't say, well, we predict with them because that's induction. And you know induction is inherently fallacious. I hope you know that. You're breaking up conveniently.
You gotta mute your mic and he clicks his mic.
You're not the first one. There have been a lot of people like you before sending emails to physicists saying relativity is wrong. Starting from this Mr. Y with Feynman in the 60s, there have been people like this. And they all say, "Oh no, I know. I've read some books, some popular books. I've seen some TV show. Now I've seen some YouTube videos in the modern era." But they are not in a position to discuss relativity because they don't understand it. And that's what happened with you. Sorry, with your thought experiment about the trains and about the flashlights.
But you didn't show where it was wrong. You just keep saying I don't understand it, but you could easily show logically where it fails, but you can't. You change the subject, you deflect, you spam using other things, you talk about muons when the subject isn't about muons, but you can't show where it logically fails. A mathematician, no doubt, a professor in logic, I expect to be educated. None of that happened.
The special relativity is derived from postulates. And the postulate is that the physics is the same in every inertial reference frame, and the speed of light is independent of the.
How do you prove that? How do you prove that the speed of light is c in all reference frames without asserting it as an axiom? Derive it as a consequence. Entail it for me. Give me the premises mathematically that says, therefore, light is the same in all reference frames.
It is a postulate. It is a postulate, which is...
so you cannot get it without prior derivation. You have to assert it outright, don't you?
Everything has to come...
I thought so, Franco. You can't prove shit. You have to follow it as a religion. Those are your scriptures. Oh, sorry. I guess we left. Too much hard truth. Yeah, we had a good build back.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Xavier, the postulates though, like obviously they're just ingenious conjectures essentially, right? Like it could just be full DS. But you said, how did you derive it as a consequence of reality? You were kind of putting the fire to them. Now the answer would be how they interpreted Michelson-Morley, right? How they chose to interpret that as a non-measurement of anything, right? As C being C. So he was like, oh, well, C, so you can't measure anything. So that would be like the answer to that. But obviously that's experimentally falsified, over and over again, where we can show light being different for observers in inertial frames. We could show that Doppler shift is different for observers in in inertial reference frames. Like, I mean, that alone shows that they're not all equivalent, right? Like it's just a mathematical postulation that they could mathematically get back to, right? Like through Lorentz contraction and time dilation, right? Adjusting the literal coordinate system by interjecting time as a coordinate in there. So that's a large portion of it. But yeah, that was
spot on, bro. Spot on, bro. The light line, world line, and timeline is hilarious. Or 2D. Think about it. They laugh at a flat Earth, but their universe is a flat.
Sorry.
And Einstein's I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I wanted to. Sorry, can you mute for a second? Yeah, I was waiting for to bring it back up. He left now, but when he was saying, it just left me again. What were we just talking about? It was
you were talking about MMX. They had to excuse that away. World line, light line.
The world line, right? Okay, so you got your world line, right? And the way that he was saying, we have to use relativity. It's the only thing that makes it work and whatever. Well, when I was watching this dude do the derivation for the Compton effect, right? Like how they use special relativity for vector math to make these predictions for these particles moving at relativistic speeds, right? Because that's what the whole thing is about in reference to the speed of light, like Xavier was saying, like how much length contraction, time dilation are they experiencing? This is all relative to the speed of light. So, anyway, it's a custom tailored system that will contract proportional to whatever they're measuring. So it's like, it works. It's like, well, it'd be weird if it didn't, right? But in addition to that, what that guy was saying, the guy that was doing the math and all that, and for his YouTube video, and I'll put a link to it. But what he said specifically about it was because that timeline, that world line, that axis, that T that they add for the, they got your regular Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, Z, and then they add T for time. So what they do with that, because it's not an actual dimension, they can store a bunch of abstract mathematics stuff in it. And when they're doing the derivation for the interaction of the quantization of a photon, right, of like a little tiny particle hitting an electron and that energy transference and all that, when they're doing that mathematics, it doesn't make any sense, and there's nowhere to put the abstractions because they don't belong on the XYZ axes because they're not real things. But they have this time axis that's just like, boom, we can, right? So dude was like, dude, this is great. So he kind of like said what they were doing with it, and it's just like a little storage thing they do. And then when they're done with at the end of the deriving, right, like 4 chalkboards worth of math later, they bring it back out and round it down, and then they're like, okay, relativity is the reason of this, and it's like, well, relativity mathematics was definitely involved in the crime, right? But was it the reason it happened? Like, I don't know. So that's just kind of a way to look at it there. And then also, so adding relativity to quantum mechanics was actually in QED specifically was a huge hurdle. And the guy that did it was Toganama, and he got a Nobel Prize along with your boy Feynman and some other guy who I can't quite remember. But anyway, his contribution was getting relativity merged into QED because originally it didn't have any QED in it, and the way that QED was being used to explain things like quantum entanglement was a violation of Lorentz symmetry, because in Lorentz symmetry you have to have a stationary reference frame for something to be relative to. They call it proper time. So you got your proper time for your stationary reference frame, and then you got your accelerating thing or gravitational field thing, and that the divergence in the speed of light and time and all that will manifest as length contraction or time dilation in the coordinate system relative to that. So Let's see, where were we at? I forgot.
So one of the basic questions I asked them, just a simple formula. So light emits from location A to location B, and you have the velocity. So what's distance divided by speed? And he told you time. But wait a minute, didn't we say earlier that the light line is zero? You can't have time experience. You can't have light experience time at all. That'll conflict both postulates. But you can't acknowledge that.
Yeah, well, they put photons as a null geodesic, so they don't experience time. They're just chilling. Or whatever.
Yeah, but here's an interesting question, right? So if the laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames, why can't we apply inertial frames to light, which is presumed to travel along a null geodesic? That's considered inertial in a vacuum, doesn't it? What's up with that?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Yeah, so I put that in the nest right now. You guys, if you ever have a chance, take a look at that. They simply just can't acknowledge light being in the frame at all. They just don't talk about it. And their math, quote unquote, works out like he says, because we do postdictions. We see an effect and we say, here's a magical story of how that effect happened.
Yeah, you could force it in. Oh, it was Toganama and enforcing in the math. Sorry, I got a little off topic when I was talking about the divergence and stuff and how it would manifest. But anyway, the Toganama guy, he said, "Hey, I'll go ahead and put relativity in here for you, but it's still you're still going to have the same divergence problem. So good luck." Right. So like the physical meaningfulness of this, right? Like calling things a muon with a weight, right? Because as he went over, right, the weight is backwards derived from the energy, right? And how much it deflects in a magnetic field, right? So there doesn't have to be a weight. That's just what they've conceptualized it as and made it so that it can interact with the quantized field to generate the energy that they then measured, right? So like that's literally, it's that simple, right? He was like, I can't speak on that. I'm not even smart enough to understand it, and I teach it. It's like, what? Why are you gaslighting yourself? Dude, you self-gaslight yourself, dog. Super simple. It's like, it's made inherently to be like, you guys can't understand it. You can't speak on it. It's like, okay, you don't believe in a fluid medium. You got an uncharged, like literally direct verbatim is the guy that invented the quantum field theory is like, all right, here's the issue, boys. We got an uncharged particle that interacts with this quantized field I made, which is just abstract mathematics. And then that's going to give charge to the particle. And when we do that, that's where we have to enter perturbation mathematics. And that's going to give us our divergences to infinity, which is going to render any physical explanation we try to apply to this, just pretty much guesswork. So, but they just didn't tell everyone that, they just like forgot to give us the memo or whatever. And now we have quantum weirdness, and quantum's just weird and you don't understand it. Dude, the guy that teaches it literally was like, I don't understand it either. Like, what? Bruh, what?
No, that was a good tag team job. I like the fact that we gave him ample time to talk, get it all out, and then we're going to ask you basic questions about mechanics. And we know you can't answer them because you have a religious belief. You have to have these presuppositions. And he said they are logically sound, which is BS because they're asserted outright as axioms. And then he admitted so. They're postulates. Don't you know what a postulate is? Yeah, I know what a postulate is. You just are religious mathematics that you just have to accept, or else our shit breaks.
Well,
in the video I just put in the nest too, it says it will break if you fucking question this fucking postulate.
Yeah, I mean, you can experimentally show that the postulates aren't true, and if the posties ain't true, you must acquit, right? Like what was that guy's name? Can't think of it. The lawyer for OJ.
Cochran, bro.
Yeah, like Cochran said.
The glove don't fit.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna bust out the GPS, and I was like,
Oh,
you don't
dude.
even need it right now, bro.
Yeah, I didn't want to like tag team him or whatever, like right off the rip. So I was kind of waiting. But yeah, relativity of simultaneity isn't manifested in reality at all. I like your bomb argument much better than the trains colliding, because I see what you were getting at, but it was a little brief and wasn't quite the example required to steelman the principle of simultaneity.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so if you want to hit the bomb explanation real quick, like that's a banger, because it's just like, oh, really? That's an easy one. So if you want to hit
No
that
doubt. Let
one
me find the
instead.
tweet first. Let me find the tweet first. Maybe you could.
Cool. Yeah, while you're
wrap
doing
up
that,
the audience.
I'll go over the official textbook explanation, right? So they say you got your train in motion and you got your stationary observer on a platform, right? And you have a guy in the middle of the train, right? And you have an observer on the stationary platform. And there's a train that's moving by the stationary platform. And at the moment when these two observers intersect, there's a lightning strike. And they're saying that for the moving observer, the lightning strike will occur. They'll see the lightning strike at the front of the train first and the one in the back later. And the stationary observer will see them occurring at the same time. So the premise is that observers will see two events occur, not simultaneously, essentially, right? They'll get them differently, and the difference will be velocity dependent, right? And that's the basic premise for relativity of simultaneity. And that means essentially is that there's no cohesive timeline for events and everything is relative. So earlier when I talked about proper time, that would be the requirement, like everything's relative to something. So somewhere out there's a stationary reference frame, not the Earth though, because we're in motion. So there's a stationary reference frame out there somewhere that you could reference, and then the motion will be relative to that reference point. So that's kind of how they break all that down for relativity of simultaneity. So a basic contradiction with GPS would be, okay, well, we have moving platforms, we have stationary observer. I'm sorry, we have people on train cars with GPS receivers, and we have people on stationary platforms, and we have lightning striking, all around the world, and we have GPS sending out signals to people all around the world, all moving at different velocities, right? Yet they're all synced to a cohesive timeline, and there's no relativity of simultaneity correction required. Right. And they're specifically, it would kind of be like a never ending cascade of corrections, but they don't make them. And in a engineering overview in 1995, one of the big relativity guys that was encoding, that was supposedly, bringing relativity to GPS, he was like, hey boys, the fact that we don't have to apply Lorentz symmetry to anything we're doing or account for the principle of relativity of simultaneity doesn't make any sense. And I think that we should, figure out a way to incorporate it. And it's like, hold on a second, dog. What is GPS again? Okay, so you have atomic clocks syncing to a cohesive timeline, and you have observers getting signals sent to them, and they're basing everything off of that cohesive timeline to get distances when the signal is sent and received based off of that time difference. And it's like, you don't need any additional relative reference frame corrections. You don't need Lorentz symmetry. Remember Lorentz invariance? He doesn't give a F about how it was derived, but god dang it, if it ain't Lorentz invariant, I don't want to buy it. What? What? Dude, that's wild, bro. That's a whole different level of dude, it's hard to talk, he's not here, so I don't want to, god damn, that was nuts to hear that over and over again. But it's Lorentz invariance, but I don't care how it was derived. Like, oh, okay, bet. Like, that's, it's like, where do you go from there? That's what Bennett would call a showstopper, right? When you're philosophically bankrupt. So actually, for those interests, like when a big part of the argument here was that that I don't care about philosophy. It doesn't belong in physics or whatever. I'm just here for the measurements or whatever he said. It was basically philosophy had no importance in it, but it's hugely important because you got this data set, but how are you going to interpret it, right? Well, you're going to interpret it through a philosophical lens. And that's going to be, how you're going to do it. So if your philosophical lens is nothing matters, only this calculation, don't care how it's derived, as long as it comports with the confines of this equation system, with Lorentz symmetry, then we're good to go. And it's like, well, you're kind of doing yourself a disservice there, because you're not going to be able to see contradictions. You're not going to be able to accept them for what they are. Like you're just going to accept stuff that is philosophically bankrupt and has no mathematical consistency, right? Like they literally all diverge to infinity and have no meaning in reality. And it's like, yeah, but annihilation pairs. All right.
And it'll always arrive that his model has predictive power. Yeah, it has predictive power if you presuppose the beginning and outcome of what you're calculating. And I like the fact that Sacred asked him, "Wait a minute, you laugh at an apparent sun, but you're considering 5D reality? You know what I'm saying? Forget 4D, you got 5D going on." So what is going on, bro? How is this even considered? Forget about quote unquote didn't have predictive power. Oh, it could have if you guys adopted it. It would have had all the predictive power in the world. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Good times, man. Remember when everyone thought relativity was true, and then they made GPS and sank everything to a cohesive timeline? And the atomic clocks themselves had to be corrected for their own velocity.
What I was going with, for those of you who didn't grasp what I was saying to the listeners, Alan get where I was going with, but it's the whole "if the tree falls in the forest, does it make it sound" type of deal. It's completely philosophical, right? Reality is observer dependent. No, the hell it's not. No, the hell it's not. So if an event happens at the same time, that event happening at the same time is if those events are simultaneous. That's what it means for something to be simultaneous. Events happening at the same time, regardless if there's an observer. And I put in the NAS an easy mechanical way to grasp that. If the lights are seen happening at two different times, is it really the fact that simultaneous events happen at different times for different observers, or is one of those observations wrong? Well, here's how we can test that. Let's say instead of lights simultaneously meeting an observer at the middle, let's change that into a bomb, where the mechanics of said bomb will only react if the two lights hit it at the same time. It goes boom. All right, so we put this on a lab frame. We put it at a stationary train station, and we have one person zipping by at near the speed of light. And boom, let's let the two lights that are at the same time, and we can test that are at the same time at the stationary frame, head towards the bomb. What is the person that's moving near the speed of light going to see versus what is the stationary observer going to see? The stationary observer is going to see two lights hit the bomb simultaneously and it go boom. The guy moving near the speed of light is going to see one light hit it first and then the other. But wait a minute, that bomb is rigged to go off when two lights hit it simultaneously. It saw one light hit it before the other one, but it still went boom. Why did that happen? Because simultaneous events that happened in the lab frame, in the earth framed, happened as such. He just saw it because light is not constant in every reference frame. He saw the light that he was traveling towards first because he was heading in that direction. Duh. It's easy to see if you think of it as sound waves, right? If I had sound waves going off at the same time, and if I was riding towards a sound wave, I would hear one before the other one, duh. But that's not how light travels, right? They told me light travels the same in every reference frame. It's not an actual wave. It's a wave of probability. You heard him. But we know that's not how light travels. And when you think of light as traveling as a wave, you kind of understand that. And everything falls into place. MMX, for now, Aries, etc. So check out that bomb example up top. You'll understand it a little bit better. mechanically speaking.
Yeah, I was listening back to a conversation that Alan and Toby was having, and they were talking about like atomic clocks and the invariant speed of light. And on that same premise, X, it's like C is assumed to be constant in all inertial frames. But if that projector is in motion, why would we experience a different velocity? And I started to think about this when you said about sound as well, because they started talking about sonar. So if we assume that sonar was, or the velocity of sonar was constant, and then we observe that it isn't, would we say that's dilation?
Dude, you're the man, Sacred. It's a perfect analogy, dude. And on top of that, boys, how about this? The equation that they use for GPS is the same equation that they use to derive distance in sonar, right? It's just the variable for C, like their constant that they're using, it changes, right? So instead of C, they're using A, which is the speed of sound in water. So it's like, you know, I don't know. What's the word I'm looking for when two things are the same? Oh, it's the same. Yeah, dude.
What's the equation? That's a range measurement?
Yeah, it's the range measurement equation. And basically what it is, it's just a little snapshot of the time from when the signal was sent and then when the signal was received, and they multiply that, and they multiply that times C, and that gives them the distance. And what they're
think about this. Oh yeah, go ahead, Alan.
I was gonna say, and what that shows is like, I bet you're wondering, it's like, well, isn't there, there's no C plus or minus V in there? And it's like, no, timing system ratioed against C. So if the observer is moving, if you're in your GPS and you're in your car moving at 50 miles an hour, well, that equation is going to derive your distance without any modifications to it, just based off of the assumed constancy of light. But the timing difference will not match the constancy of the speed of light, right? So when he was talking about Lorentz symmetry earlier, well, check this out, dog. So GPS derives distances in the ECI reference frame, and then it transfers them to the ECEF reference frame. And there's a distance discrepancy there and what that means is the speed of light isn't the same. So they're making corrections to the speed of light to change the distance to make it reflect as if the speed of light was the same. And it's not the case. Like they literally have one-way measurements of the speed of light being proportional to the velocity of the observer. Like that's what GPS is.
And that's why they say they don't have one-way speed of light. That's why they say that, because when they do measure it, it's not constant.
Yeah. Or they'll do, for example, like they won't acknowledge GPS as being a one-way, and they'll just say, nuh-uh, but resonance cavity one time, like if they're feeling daring, particularly daring, they'll be like, well, there was a resonance cavity in 2019 that, where they measured the one-way speed using a resonance cavity. And it's like, oh, okay, well, let's take a look at that. Oh, we're looking at the data here. It says they made corrections for annual and seasonal effects. So you're talking about the periodicity variance that Miller measured that you say don't exist, right? You accounted for corrections to those to make the speed of light appear to be the same. Like, all right, well, that's that's what I call full DS, right?
So just to sum this all up and kind of bring it back full circle, we all make observations from a specific point, which most people would call the lab frame if they're being honest. But certain things don't work if you measure, if you make these observations in reference to this lab frame, right? So they make the reference the speed of light. That is the reference that they use. So they need that speed of light to be constant so they can reference things against it. So if that speed of light, go ahead, Adam.
I was gonna say, yeah, they reference against it while denying a preferred frame. And it's like, you know, what about light's inertial frame? You know, where you're referencing this velocity ratio against, it's like, no, but it's not like preferred though. We could do it with something else. It's like, no.
Right. So it's not supposed to have a preference within its deviation, not based on periodicity, not based on a moving, what do you want to call it? Like a propagator or a moving source? What do you call it?
Yes. Yeah, the moving source.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, right?
Supposed to be independent of it.
Right. So there's not supposed to be any variation based on these different quote unquote variables. So when we observe these deviations, we say, well, what's happening? And it seems to be only two explanations. One is that the speed of light is invariant, or we can implement other abstract concepts like time dilation. Say, oh, it just looked like that.
Dude, that's exactly it.
Right. So this is why it's so interesting with the sonar stuff, because we usually say that these things need a medium to propagate through. We know that we can't make a perfect vacuum. There's always some type of energy in there, right? We can't reach absolute zero, but they say light propagates through a vacuum, even though we can't establish a perfect vacuum. So what if light actually needed a medium to propagate through? This is why I asked earlier about the analogy towards, sonar, because just like that signal propagates through the water, we assume it to be invariant. We don't assume that those signals through water to be constant. But if we developed an entire framework of physics around those signals in water to be constant, and then we observe them not to be, now we need to keep that framework intact. Now the constancy of the speed of the signal in water, sonar, is now invariant, which would be some type of dilation, because we're experiencing this invariant. So go ahead, Alan, but that was just my analogy. I was just thinking about that while you guys were talking about it.
No, that was perfect, man. That was perfect.
So these are the type of things that frustrate physicists when they say it's established science, right? You can go back and look at some of the older episodes of Alan breaking down atomic clocks, Toby and them going into like relativistic effects, and how there's a lot of data that points to the speed of light not being constant, which is a necessity in their framework. Although everything appears as if there was an absolute frame of reference. And I believe that actually aligns more with like Newtonian mechanics, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, Newton acknowledged an absolute reference frame, but he didn't know where to put it, and he only considered it for rotation because, as the lore goes, he was a Copernican lad, so his natural inclination was that the Earth isn't the rest frame, so he put it with respect to the absolute stars. But if you were daring enough to say, I disagree with Newton's assessment of the situation, and I think that the rest frame is the Earth, then, that's a valid interpretation too. And no one ever told anyone that, because they're like, well, relativity is true, and there is no absolute reference frame unless you're rotating. Then you can do it. But what's a rotation if you extend it linearly? Oh, it's the same thing. So how does light differentiate between rotation and like, say, or like a linear path and like, say, like a really long arc, right? Maybe I'm just on a long arc, but no. It just measures my velocity proportional or whatever. Like, okay, cool. Just somehow always knows regardless of my motion. Right? Like that's what I was talking about earlier with GPS. It doesn't matter if you're on a merry-go-round going in a circle, or if you're traveling at 50 kilometers a mile, or 50, said a lot of words there, 50 miles an hour down the highway, in a straight line, it doesn't matter. It's going to it's going to get a variance proportional to that. It's going to be reflected in the measurement. So the constancy of the speed of light is kind of one of the most, as Doug Marmay said, this constancy of the speed of light is one of the most fascinating illusions in all of physics, right? Because the speed of light has its own inertial frame, which is referenced in the equations when they do V over C when they're deriving stuff for a gyroscope or interferometry. So they're referencing light's inertial frame, and that's where the speed of light is the same, and then they're referencing velocity against that, and it'll be plus or minus that velocity, and that's what's reflected in the measurements. So for example, when you do it like a Sagnac interferometer and it's rotating, or you do what Wang did and you just take the coiled up, you just uncoil it and take a linear bit and move that linear bit. Well, the beam that's going with the motion is going to measure, plus the speed of light in its inertial frame, and going against it, it's going to be opposite that. And what do you know? They measure that exactly in the fringes. But, it's really easy to show it experimentally, because the equation predicts a certain displacement based off of a certain time, and the time on the lab the time in the lab frame is the same time as what's being applied to the apparatus, and yet the prediction is valid. So the measurement itself is being made with respect to absolute space. That's what that concept means when they talk about absolute space and what is it? It's where the measurement is being made in reference to. So, and they say that there's no preferred one for motion, especially explicitly linear motion. That's why they had to change how they conceptualized orbits, right? They used to be like, okay, everything's a circle. Well, now it's an ellipse. Well, now it's a geodesic, so you're in free fall. And they had to remove all those components because circles and ellipses apply an absolute reference frame. A point for that motion to be relative to. So any point in the circle of rotation, as you get radially outward, there's going to be, you're always going to be relative to that center of the rotation. So that's what they would be referencing. So you can go, okay, yeah, that's absolute. It makes sense. Fair enough. But it's obviously with respect to the stars and not the Earth. And you can't do it for linear motion, but you totally can. So.
Yeah, funny how that works, right?
Yeah. The
it's like when they say go ahead.
I was gonna say the correctness of relativity only exists in abstract mathematics. When you can actually experimentally verify it, it does not compute, as Xavier said.
And when they say there's no absolute frame of reference, or there is no lab frame, what they really mean is they can't have one.
Yeah, exactly. We can have one. We're flat earthers, so we have a stationary Earth. We don't have to put any reference frames to the stars. We can just have them right here where they were derived experimentally, where the laws of physics apply.
Right, because having everything as, the speed of light as the reference, now you get to put everything at these vast distances. You get to play with all the physics, just like Alan said. I mean, they complain about us challenging the physics, but they'll change it 3 times. Like they'll change the orbits from circular to elliptical to they kind of both. It's kind of like elliptical, linear, geodesic. They change it whenever it's beneficial to them. But what are the implications of absolute space? That means it's not
the implications are the state of physics right now.
Well, it
sorry
means,
about that, buddy.
It's good. It's good. It means the space is not expanding, not accelerating.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I kind of
in finite space, things aren't at these vast distances. And now we
True
have to
that.
account for the Earth actually not being in motion, and it puts everything at the center. Because we don't need relativistic effects anymore.
Hey, RG, can you mute while he's talking,
Right.
please? We can hear you in the background or whatever. Like, there's a background noise. It's annoying.
Oh, what? Sorry about that. I didn't realize my speaker. My bad. Let me mute that.
Yeah, no, I was pretty much done. I was just saying some of the implications of an invariant speed of light would make things more finite. We wouldn't need an accelerative expansion of space. All these distances aren't really that far. They're more local. And it puts us at the center. And we don't need relativistic effects to explain away why it looks like everything is at the center as an illusion. But this is why they get so upset when we start challenging some of these things that they call quote unquote settled science, while in the same breath saying we don't really fully understand it. We can observe a phenomena. We don't care what it means in reality as long as we can make local predictions. It doesn't have to apply everywhere. It could just apply in a compartmentalized manner. And that's good enough for us. And tens and thousands of physicists do it this way. You silly Twitter flirts. But it's very damning to their model. That's why they don't like us talking about some of these different things that aren't necessarily common knowledge. It changes everything, literally. And they shouldn't have a problem with physics changing because they do it all the time when it's when it's beneficial for them.
Yeah, can I jump in here, Secret?
Oh, shit, Keon in here? Yeah, go ahead, Keon. I know RG wanted to say something too, but you go ahead, Keon. What up?
Yeah, welcome back, you guys. Sacred, Proud, everyone else, welcome back. I think a lot of people miss you, including me, probably, keep the show going. But, I wanted to say something, which is, you guys already know my position on the moon landing and Mars missions and all of that. But, just yesterday I was watching a podcast episode by, someone that I follow on YouTube. And it was very significant because he had a Mason on, a 60-year-old Mason. Apparently, that's what he said in the podcast. That made some bold statements, First of all, he's Italian. His name is Riccardo Villanova. And from what he said, he's been into this world of masonry since the age of 14. So basically, we're looking at more or less 50 years of someone that has been in this type of world. And he said he's been into different orders of masonry around the world, for example, I don't know, Rosa Croce, and I think it's been in one American order as well. But just to sum it up, he's been into this world of masonry since the age of 14. He's been in different orders. And yeah, so I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? That he kind of knows what he's talking about. But I'll get to the point. So he made some statements, right? He said that, and it's not far from what you guys saying, right? Because he said, first of all, he said the earth is flat. That's the first thing he said. The earth is flat. That's number one. He said that it's a flat plane, right? That he said the Kabbalah calls it Malkut, and that's what it means. It means flat plane. And it said another thing, which is you can't leave nor enter the earth. That's another thing it said. And another thing it said is that like the things that we see, the planets, you know, the moon, the sun, basically described them to be like projections of our own consciousness, right? Of what human beings have inside of themselves. Like the sun represents our consciousness, the moon, our physical body, and so on and so on, you know. So yeah, that was very interesting to me because, it's coming. I mean, if his credentials are actually real, I think is very significant at this point. If this guy is who we say is, then for me it's very significant because the way I go into the moon landing and Mars, it was because of two Italian researchers. One is Corrado Malanga, and another one is Massimo Mazzucco. These two guys that extensively explain how the moon landing was faked, and and the Mars missions basically never happened because the pictures were taken on Earth, and they demonstrate this in conferences where they show the actual pictures published by NASA.
DM me those two names that you said when you get a chance after you finish speaking.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, to me, it was because there's a lot of flat earthers, but this guy, if he is who he says he is, then he's very significant because this is someone that has been in the world of masonry for more or less 50 years because he said he started at the age of 14 and he's been in different orders. And so, I'm guessing that he knows what he's talking about. And if he's saying it's a flat plane where you can't leave nor enter, I think that could be considered as credible. Yeah, that's all I had to say. But the names are, his name is Ricardo Villanova. I can put it in the chat. Ricardo Villanova. That's the one that says the Mason that says it's flat. And it also denies the moon landing as well because it said you can't leave. It basically says the moon, as well as the planets, are fluid-like bodies. They're not physical. You can't just take a spaceship and go there and land on it. And I think he also mentioned the Operation Fishbowl. I think that's what it's called. When the government basically tried to, they actually sent atomic bombs in the atmosphere, trying to reap, the atmosphere to leave, right?
Hold on, Keon. Why would you consider him credible?
Because I follow this channel, right? It's called Operation Moksha. It's an Italian guy that talks about different topics, like UFOs, aliens, society, governments, consciousness, all of that. And usually he invites on people that are credible, people that know what they're talking about because they have their credentials. And, I respect the guy, right? So that's first. And then secondly, this guy, is saying that I don't think is lying, right? And I don't think that the guy that owns the channel would have had invited him on the channel if he wasn't who he says he is, So I would say it's credible, and it has basically no reason to lie, like, are you doing this for money or what? Because it's not even a big YouTube channel. It's just a channel that talks about some things that are not really popular, let's say so. So yeah, I'd like to give him the benefit.
Is it in English?
No, it's Italian.
Oh, it's in Italian. You speak Italian?
Yeah, I do. I do speak Italian. That's the language that I do my my research, and most of the time. So yeah, I think he's credible from what he said, and the way he speaks, and I don't think he has any reason to lie. You know, and a lot of those Italian people that go onto podcasts, most of them are Masons anyway. There's another one called Mauro Bellino. He's a Mason. So yeah, I think he's telling the truth, and if he's doing so, then it's very significant. Maybe maybe the shit is really flat.
Yeah.
Maybe this shit is flat. You know what? Like,
yo, heard it.
Yo, what?
Yo, let's go.
Yo, dude. Keon, that's so funny, bro. You've heard our arguments and stuff, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, man, Globe. But a Freemason on a podcast, you're like, I'll bet. Dude.
No, you know what? Because like I connect my research to a lot of different things. Like you guys already know, I'm into the UFO community and all of that. So I connect the dots on many levels. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, that it is flat, and then I wouldn't be surprised at all. So that's the point where I'm at. And just connecting the dots, with the moon land, the moon landing, Mars, the fact that they can provide, real picture, undeniable real picture of the Earth. Just connecting all those things. It's like, man, what else do I need to say? Oh, maybe it might be flat.
We be saying, yo, Keon, and we were saying this from the beginning. Like, what else do you need, bruh? I was like, you gonna find your way. Whatever research you continue to do, I was like, you gonna find your way to this point right here, bro.
Dude, that's so funny that was the thing that clicked, man. That's badass. But yeah, once you give up space and discontinue from that was what was keeping me, on the ball or whatever, so to speak. I was like, yeah, but Jupiter, man, it's a big ball of gas. Somebody out there figured that out, right? Then it's like, oh shit, I guess nobody did. All right. Hold on, let me change my entire belief system and then argue it online.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very flexible, and open-minded. So the more stuff that I see that confirms this, then I'm able to jump ship. Like I'm not that type of guy. Oh my God, it's a globe and that's it. Because I think that's not actually healthy.
I don't even like the term jump ship, to be totally honest. Like, what you really doing, you just being honest with yourself. That's really what it is. But I mean, jump ship is funny as hell.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely
Did you get that award? Did the award do it?
Yeah, I think it did it. You guys were right, Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm open-minded, man, and I believe in stuff that the regular person wouldn't believe in, So, I'm not the type of guy. Oh, this is it, And just from what the government has been telling people since the beginning of time, it's healthy to be skeptical about everything, not only the shape of the planet, literally everything, because it's a lot of different stuff that they're not telling the truth about. And then when you connect all those points, everything is possible. And yeah, because it kind of goes deeper than just the shape, because, the way that this guy explained it, he said all these planets are basically part of our consciousness that we project all these things. Just because you see something up there, it doesn't mean that it's a physical thing that is up there. It could be something that is part of your consciousness. You literally projecting that into the sky. That's what you're doing. So yeah, that was mind blowing to me, because like I said, the only two guys that ever mentioned, they didn't mention the shape of the planet, but they mentioned the moon landing and Mars missions. Those two guys that I mentioned earlier. Through my research, those are the only two people that ever mention anything regarding this type of field. But then this guy came along. This is the third guy, you know, and yeah, like I said, if you connect the dots, it might be this. This is just what it is, you know.
So if it's flat, where are your aliens coming from?
Yeah, because he actually, because it is in the same field, right? The interview was not only about the shape of the planet. He said that there are different dimensions, right? Basically, this dimension that we live in is the lowest, this physical plane that we live in. But there are other planes of existence, and these things are coming from those planes of existence. That's what he said. And another thing he said is that there are basically portals for some of these, UFOs or aliens to come in. You know, he mentioned a place in Siberia that is basically a hotspot for these phenomena to manifest themselves. So he's basically saying they're coming from another dimension, not from another planet or whatever, you know.
So are you thinking like your interpretation of aliens became more interdimensional now? Potentially?
Yeah. I mean, I'm keeping it on the, I'm keeping on the table that because see, the thing is, I don't know, right? The only thing that I have is theories about it. That's it, you know, because there are other people that say that these entities are coming from, Orion's belt, Pleiades, Sirius, and all of those places. But I don't know. Like, there's no way for me to confirm that. Like just the way I don't know whether these are coming from another dimension. So it's theories that I'm, keeping on the table, both of them, because I don't know. Like, I haven't reached a conclusion on that.
Hey, fair enough, man. There have been spiritual texts that say that there have been beings that fell from the stars. Now, what the term means, fall from the stars, what that means, like literally means, not really sure. But damn man, I'm gonna have to get me an Italian speech box upgrade so I can watch some of these podcasts that's not in my algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe some of the videos may have the captions on, so you could watch them with the captions on. Oh, I don't know. Maybe technologically, like you could probably translate them through AI or something like that. But yeah, the Italians are actually very, very much into this type of stuff. Maybe more than the Americans, I would say. Because yeah, they say a lot of a lot of stuff, man.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'm calling June 29th, Stationary Saturday, Keon's preliminary honorary Flirf Day.
Yeah, man. Because here's the thing, right? So there's a lot of different stuff that connects to this, flat Earth thing. It's not only about the shape of it. It's
Yo, that's what we've been saying the whole time. It's not just about like whether the surface is curving or not. Like this go way deeper. This literally changes everything. That's why it's so shocking and scary to people.
yeah, and I think like a lot of people are not able to change their mind. You know, like if you do research, if you're someone that researches, you should get to a point where, like, your only goal should be to find out the truth. You know, what is the truth? You know, and I have a tweet on my page that says, most people don't want to hear the truth. They just want their belief to be the truth. You know, you don't want your belief to be the truth. You know, you should be after the truth. What is the truth? And it does not really matter what you believe. You know, so yeah, I mean, think about it. We live in a world where there's so much information coming out at the moment, and there have been so many lies about our past, about what these governments are doing. And, you know, I think it is the perfect time to be open minded, like be able to take in information, evaluate it, and see what it does for you, you know? And if that means that it's going to change your worldview, you know, it is what it is, you know? But I guess a lot of people are not able to do that. They just want to stick to their belief. And I think that's a dangerous position to be in, really.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. When you start making decisions outside of just objective approaches, it becomes more subjective, more like too much bias involved. You are on a dangerous path. That means you're susceptible to all type of deception. And the point where you might realize that things may have completely been inverted is somewhat of a shaky moment, but like it ain't really nothing to be afraid of. It actually becomes beautiful to know that the truth of what this place like really may be for real. And I don't know, man, we all on our own journeys. So it's gonna take certain people a certain amount of time. You might be over here season 5 of Flat Earth Friday talking about, I don't know, Zachary. But as long as you're willing to keep that open mind, like Keon said, eventually you're gonna come to your own conclusion. And that's all we want y'all to do is think for yourself, right? Shout out to you, Keon. Stick around, man. Let's go to Uvaldi. And I see Red up here, Ken is up here. I see Mimo up here. I don't know if y'all want to jump in after Uvaldi go, but he's been having his hand up, so.
Yeah, I'm. You guys talking about truth and stuff a lot. I'm curious how you guys differentiate what is true from what is not. That's it as a question.
Yeah, that's a decent question. I would say everyone has their own truth, but I think most of us who are on the quote unquote truther side leans more on things that can be repeatable, things that are demonstrable, things that are like more apparent, not things that are kind of more based in abstraction, things that we could verify. Everything else outside of that is admittedly just speculation.
Okay, so we can agree then that it's evidence, right? Evidence is how we know because it's demonstrable, right? That evidence is really the objective standard for determining what is true and what is not, right? Or no?
Yeah, no, I agree. To be more specific, I would say exclusive evidence. But to answer your question, yeah, evidence in general could be used to support. But you really want exclusive evidence. That's like the main goal.
What do you mean by exclusive evidence?
Like you don't want evidence that can be applicable to multiple interpretations, because then you can't determine which one is actually the causal mechanism or whatever, or the cause or the actuality, right? Sometimes I give this example, like you go to a dermatologist if you have a rash. He'll give you a pill and some cream. You take both and the rash goes away. Which one worked? You don't know. You just took both of them. So like, you really wouldn't know which one is the truth or the actuality of which one cleared up whatever rash you may have had.
Right, exactly. Yeah, which is
so now you could
the whole scientific method. Right. No, I agree with you. It's isolating so that you can find out what the what the cause or what I guess which one worked. Right. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Just kind of curious. And you guys talk about truth and stuff, and then you say, everyone has their own personal truths, but that's a subjective thing, right? That's what feels good. It's not an objective truth or objective evidence. It's subjective when we say, well, everybody has their own truths and everybody has their own beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's just me being honest, right? I mean, not every flat earther agrees on the same thing. Like, we have our own interpretations trying to figure it out based on the things that we've all experienced or observed. So when I say like everyone has their own truth, there are subjective realities for each individual, but then there are things that we can all verify together as one. And those are pretty much the ones that create the foundation of shared truth, the actuality, not just your reality.
So if evidence is kind of the big determinator, I suppose, why can't people in the Southern Hemisphere see Polaris?
They can, actually. Well, I think you would want to say, why can't they see Polaris in the Southern Hemisphere from a specific point? But you can absolutely see Polaris from the Southern Hemisphere if you were talking about a globe.
People in Australia can't see the North Star. Why?
Because we can't see forever. So I would say if we lived in a vacuum with no medium, and there's nothing to attenuate or disturb or diffract the light that's supposed to reach our eyes, then I would say we will probably be able to see a lot more.
Okay. But as you go further north or further south, the angle of Polaris changes, right? You get close to the equator, or you're at the equator, Polaris is, it continues to move down to the horizon. So it's almost like looking straight ahead and you see Polaris. But if you go further south, it dips below the horizon. So the trajectory, the angle is doesn't seem to comport with, it's just a distance thing, because as you move further south, Polaris gradually goes down. So I'm curious as to how you guys explain that.
Well, it appears to go down, almost just like how when you're in a long hallway, and the hallway's flat on all sides of you, but the top seems to ramp down and the bottom seems to ramp up. So what you would say something is going down, we're saying something is disappearing into the horizon.
If you go 1 degree south, Polaris will change angles by a degree. Again, south, another degree, Polaris changes angle again. Again, south, it changes angle again. So it's consistently moving with your movement. I don't understand how that would work on a flat Earth.
Well, what should happen on a flat Earth, if not that?
Well, why would it move at all? I mean, I can understand. Yeah, sure, distance. You move away and it gets dimmer and dimmer, but that's not what we observe.
So wait, are you saying that when you're moving away from your perspective on a flat Earth, when you're moving away on the surface of Earth and you're looking at a celestial object like a star, you think the star is supposed to stay in the same place?
Polaris specifically.
Yeah,
and there's reasons why, but yes.
So you think the Polaris is supposed to stay in the same place as you move away from it?
On a flat Earth, why wouldn't it?
Because you're moving away from it. Why would it stay in the same place? Whatever stays in the same place besides something relative to like a foreground and a background when you're moving away from it? Doesn't everything like compress or seem to like move down
Compress.
if it's a higher elevation?
Compressed, but why does the angle change? That's my question. Why does the angle change?
So
it should change. It should absolutely change.
Right.
You're standing at the North Pole.
I didn't even see you. Go ahead, bro.
You're standing at the North Pole, and Polaris is directly above your head. If you walk 1 nautical mile away, Polaris is no longer directly above your head. It's actually going to be lower in your field of view. There's nothing you can do to make Polaris stay there. Now, I suppose that if you assume that Polaris is 2.5 quadrillion miles away, like it is in your model, that no matter how far you walk away, it should be in your sight, but it's never going to be at the same angle. Period.
Yeah, no,
You
I
can't walk
agree
out
with
from
you.
under it, right? You can't walk out from under it and expect it to be at the same angle, even if it's 2.5 quadrillion miles away. At some point, it's going to drop in your horizon, even on a flat Earth. We contend it's not 2.5 quadrillion miles away. We don't contend there is a distance at all, really, other than it's there. So to say, on a flat Earth it shouldn't change angle is disingenuous at the very least.
Oh, okay, fine. Why would it change angles on a flat surface? Because you're right. If you're at the North Pole, you look straight up, Polaris is there. You move a mile in any direction, and the angle changes by a degree. But why would it do that on a flat Earth?
Can I ask you a question?
Said,
Like when
why
you
wouldn't
say
it?
when you say flat Earth, like how do you position Polaris on a flat Earth? Let's start from there.
Try to understand your question. Where would I assume it would be on a flat Earth? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like on a flat Earth, where would you like position Polaris in the sky on a flat Earth?
It'd be a fixed point, I would assume.
Okay, but it's still like, if we say it's like a kind of dome on top of us, it's not flat, right? The dome is not flat. Or is it flat?
Well, I think to help out a little bit here, the causal mechanism for the displacement was your question, right? Because the globe claims mutual exclusivity for 69 miles per degree. But what if I told you there was an optical equivalence that we see in curved visual space, and the radius of that happens to be 3959? If you extend that out linearly for a line of longitude, you would get 6210. So we see a limit of our vision would be 6210. The radius of that would be 3959. So the celestial sphere that's used would be equivalent on the flat Earth if it's just optical relative to the person's position at their latitude. And for the globe, you would say, well, let's do the Earth curvature. You're slightly tilted away. You're literally deflecting your vertical away from the star, right? So due to the geometry of the Earth. But like I said, there's an optical equivalence. I can link you to some spreadsheets, math, and simulation to kind of break all that down and give you a representation of that. But essentially what it's doing is we see in a azimuthal grid of vision, right? And what that means is we all see in our little respective domes, and a coordinate system was used and mapped relative to that limit of vision, essentially, right? So when you get further away from Polaris, right, when you get to the old equator, that's where you're approaching that limit of your vision. That's why it's like Sacred was saying earlier, how well it appears to go down, right? The same way that a light in a hallway appears to go down towards the floor as you get further away from the light. But you know that it's not going, you know that it's not physically getting closer to the floor. It's just an optical effect. Well, it's the same thing applied to the sky. And actually, if you want to, when you go back to the history of it, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with, what's his name? Frederick Gauss Gauss. He was hired by his country in the 1800s to do some surveying and see if he could, find Earth curvature or whatever. And he found that there wasn't any. And what he did find was that we see in curved visual space in using a, what is it called? His own theorem, you could derive the radius based off of spherical excess. So they took the spherical excess from curved visual space from our eye, right, which will reduce back to 3959 when you apply Gauss's theorem to it. And that's how, that's like the baseline for everything, essentially, right? Because it's all optically derived. So when you're applying that to the sky and celestial observations to a celestial sphere of a radius that's 3959, well, that's how the coordinate, that's how it all works. That's why it's designed so that two people at the ends of their limit of vision can navigate across this plane. And then obviously, when you get into celestial navigation and maps in the coordinate system, it's all based off of gradicules, which is inherently spherical, which is going to lend itself to, your belief in the sphericity and all that. But it's literally just a coordinate system transformation derived from the stars. And then when you get on deriving distances based off of those stars, you're just deriving distances off of geodesic arcs based off of angles to the sky, which is derived from curved visual space. Whew.
Bravo.
I rest my case.
I don't think that's really explained anything, really. I appreciate you saying all that, but it still doesn't explain why you move 1 degree, 69 miles in latitude. Why does Polaris change by 1 degree? And then again and again and again, until you can no longer see Polaris. It still doesn't explain that phenomenon.
I got you. So taking it back to the hallway, right? It's literally the exact same. So if your limit of vision is 6210 and you start walking away from Polaris, what's going to happen in the same respect that would happen to a light in a hallway?
It's going to get further away and dimmer?
Well, it's going to appear to get closer to the floor, right? Now, we're dealing with apparent objects in the sky, so I see what you're saying, like the angular size would change. True, if it was a physical object, right? But we're dealing with objects in the sky here. So, let's take that for what
But we don't observe it getting dimmer, right? But we do observe it moving in a way that comports with a global Earth.
Well, like I said, it also displaces angularly relative to a optical limit of vision based off of 6210, which is the radius of 3959. So it's optically equivalent to the same compression that you would get in curved visual space. So there's an equivalence there that, like, you can say, like, you disagree with it or whatever, but we have all the math to back it up and how to derive the radius of your vision without any globularity, right? So it's all mapping it relative to a coordinate system. And you've been told that this coordinate system is mutually exclusive to the globe because starlight comes in parallel from stars that are, as Ken said, 40 quadrillion zillion miles away. And the only possible mechanism that could cause the displacement is if you're literally deflecting your vertical, essentially, right? Like you're looking at it from a tilted angle because you're physically at an angle relative to looking at a parallel light in the sky or parallel beam in the sky. So,
okay. Sorry.
You're good. Go
ahead. So if we take your guys' hallway analogy, where the light appears to get closer to the floor because everything kind of seems to contract, right? Because you're getting further away. Why don't we observe that with the distances of the stars, though? I'm talking about Polaris moving, but the distances of the stars that are around Polaris, they don't all contract like you would see down a hallway. They all stay the same distance.
Yeah, we see as they would, right? That's what the dome of vision is. That's what curved visual space presents. We see in that equidistant, like they're projected out equidistant from each other. So when you're moving, right, that's exactly how you would see it. There would be no difference in how you would quote unquote see it on a globe versus how you would see it on a flat Earth with curved visual space, where instead of the celestial sphere being an abstract coordinate system relative at the center of a ball, it would be you. Right? And it would just be where you're at. I think some visualizations would help if you are able to open your browser and go to adl.place. You can click on Shane's model and you could see the azimuthal grid of vision and how all that works and how it applies, right? Because it's actually already the mechanism for how it works and how everything's plotted, but you just think that it's that the effects aren't optical and that it's due to curvature exclusively, but it's not.
Well, I'm saying
Alan,
that
I have a question for you.
What's up? Well, let him get his thing off real quick.
Yeah, and then Justin was next. We'll get to you in just a second. But go ahead, Uvaldi.
I'm saying that the change that we observe with Polaris and the angle comports with exactly with what you would expect using a globe model. Using a flat Earth model, though, none of that makes any sense because the stars stay the same distance apart. I'm sorry?
Which flat Earth model? Are you using a flat Earth model with an azimuthal grid of vision or no?
Sacred himself just said a little bit ago that people have different perspectives of it. So I guess either one. I mean, that's a tough question. Which flat Earth model? I don't think that everybody in the room can even come to a consensus about which flat Earth model is the flat Earth model.
What he was saying is that the objects in the sky are in apparent locations. We all see them slightly differently, right? This is noted by a good example that Xavier likes to bring up is sun. You know how when the sun's setting over the ocean and you can see that beam of light that's going to you? Well, if there's someone down the beach, they're not going to see the beam of light that's going to you. They're going to have a personal one for them. So it's all like apparent in that regard, right? So that's what he meant by that. Not that it's like, I don't know what you were saying there, but yeah. So if we all see in a dome of vision and we all have a limit of 6210, like more or less, right? Like obviously we all have different, we see it different, slightly differently, right? Different optical capabilities, but on average, right? 6210 would be the limit. So that's what they based the celestial sphere on, man. It's literally an optical equivalent. So when you say it doesn't work on a flat Earth, it's like, yeah, if you don't acknowledge curved visual space, then you don't have a mechanism to explain anything with that in regards to angles to the stars, really, right? You would have to incorrectly argue that you can't draw a tangent from a sphere and get elevation angles that way or whatever, right? Which is, not the correct position to hold, because obviously you can do that mathematically, right? It's a tangent. But the actual mechanism here, right, is our eyes and not Earth curve. So do you kind of understand now that when you say it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, it does, and we have math to back it up and a little simulation you could check out. So any observation you make where you're like globe, well, also I'm going to say flat Earth optical curvature based off of the same radius. And there's no way to really refute that, right? Because it's based off of the same observations.
Right. So for everyone in the audience who never heard this term, like curved visual space or azimuthal grid of vision, I attached a graphic up top, and you could probably search Alan's page too, because he's got a lot of information about this, especially scientific papers and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you go to adl.place and click on Shane's database and type 69 miles, it'll bring up the 69 mile per degree article. All that has all the math on it for curved visual space, and it's a large breakdown of a paper titled Direct Measurement of Curved Visual Space, where they were breaking down the optical equivalents for the, radius of the Earth and the radius of your optics. And it's like, because those two things are equivalent, you can no longer say, well, I looked through a theodolite and I saw a slight displacement. It's like, yeah, well, we make the same prediction now optically. So how are you substantiating Earth curvature? It's like, well, we looked to the sky and we saw it was there's displacement in the stars relative to our position. And it's like, well, guess what, dog? we make the same prediction too. So we're in a real precarious situation now, optically speaking.
Sacred touched on it, but I just wanted to be sure that he understands that when you're talking about curved visual space, this isn't something that flat earthers made up. Curved visual space has actually been experimented on by non-flat earthers, globe earthers. This is established science. This isn't some excuse we made. Oh, it's just our vision. This is all based in science. So when he's talking about curved visual space, this isn't his own personal point of view.
And I have a question though. So
hold on,
when we look up.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let's jump in right after Justin. Thanks, Ken, for highlighting that, because that's a very good point. A lot of this terminology may be new. Like Ken said, this is anything that flat earthers just came up with nowhere. Like, this is some of the things that we're researching within the sciences that have been established and verified. And it's interesting to look into and to ask the questions, why aren't these phenomena or the mechanics behind the phenomena being implemented when interpreting some of these observations? So it's a real mechanic, and people should know about it. But thanks, Ken. I appreciate that. Justin, you wanted to jump in here? What up, man? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, what's going on, y'all? I'll be quick. I just wanted to add to that Polaris question real quick. What helped me with that whole concept, because it's a hard one for me to wrap my head around too, is that just focus on streetlights and airplanes, just when you're out in your everyday life. When you look at that streetlight, if you're standing directly underneath a streetlight, it's directly above you. If you walk 30 feet away, it's clearly not directly above you anymore. It's a little bit lower in your field of view. And as you walk away from that street light, it's going to continue to get lower until it eventually converges with the horizon and is no longer visible. The street light none of those street lights are built smaller than the other ones. They just appear to be setting, just like the sun. Same thing with an airplane. An airplane is flying at cruising altitude. It is level with the ground. It is not dipping and flying downward, as every airplane at cruising altitude appears to do from our point of view. If you had some way to keep yourself directly underneath the airplane or the sun or Polaris, it would never dip down in the sky. It would be directly above you and you would be directly under it. None of that has anything to do with curvature. And if you can, watch the street light eventually converge with the horizon and then walk back over to it, you're in just across a flat bridge or in a flat hallway in the hotel room, as you all described. It's just a more simple example, without getting too technical, to show that the light above you, it does look further and downward in the sky as you get away from it. So that's all I wanted to add.
Well said.
That was beautiful.
Thanks for the analogy. I appreciate
just real quick.
Sorry.
Let me just build on that real quick. Thank you for reminding me. I did include a image up top. It's the second tweet from the left, and it has like a observation of these street lights looking like they're ramping downwards, even though we know they're at the same height, and it's not due to curvature, right? And in order to have these parallel lines converge, that isn't Euclidean geometry. That would have to be some type of curved visual space. But go ahead, Uvalde. You wanted to jump in. Make sure you take a look at what we're posting up top so you can get your visuals.
So how far away, according to the flat Earth model, is Polaris?
Ooh, I would say 6210.
How does that translate to distance?
Well, it's a good question, dude. It's the end of our limit of vision. So when they get into deriving distances off of arcs based off of that. So when they get on GPs and cosines to the angles of everything, it's all based off of that limit, right? So when you get into cell nav, everything is based off of what they call the celestial sphere. So they bring everything into the same plane, the sun, the moon, the stars, all in the same plane, all at that limit of your vision, all at a radius of 3959. So it doesn't matter what distance they are past that, right? Because you know how they say, oh, well, the sun's 93 million and the other stars are quadrillions of miles or whatever. Well, when it gets into navigation and trying to get a distance, everything is 6210. That's on a globe too, or a flat Earth. So it don't, distance wise, right? So that's not for either one, right? That just is what it is. When it comes down to trying to navigate, everything's 6210.
Than most of these questions.
Well,
okay, so we sit here on Earth, correct? We sit here on Earth, and no matter how far east or west or north or south that you reside, we look up, correct? And when we look up, do we see the same sky? And if we see the same sky, see it at different angles. And if we see it at different angles, why is every object in the sky circular? No matter at which time and at which angle we look at it, it's never like a smooth bottomed kind of rounded oval. It's always just the same circle, which physics would lead you to believe that the entire mass is spherical. So I'm just wondering, like, why when we look up, everything besides us is a sphere, but we apparently are not. Like, what? So, like, where's the argument? Where's the argument that everything else is different than? Why are we different than everything else that's in this, moving spherical blah 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 plasm?
I'll let Keon jump in and then I'll chime in afterwards. Go ahead, Keon.
Yeah. So, of course, like when we look up, we see planets, right? They're spherical.
No, we see circles.
Right. Okay. But what I'm trying to say, we don't know what those circles are. Do we know?
No. I'm simplified this conversation. When you look up, you don't see a different angle of the masses that are that are within our vision and outside of our, atmosphere, within our, immediate range. If you flew all the way across the country and you looked at the same thing, it would look the same. I just wonder why people think like, so what shape are the objects that are outside of, that when we look up, what are the shapes of those objects?
Hold on, you asked one question. You asked one question already, so you got to let him answer if you're going to ask a question.
Yeah.
What shape are those objects?
We're going to do one question at a time. You said, why is everything different from over here?
Right.
And that's not the basis. The basis is why is everything circular when we look up? No matter where you are on this planet, why is everything circular when you look up?
Right. So your question is why everything is round but we flat, right? Is that correct? Is that your question or no?
If this Earth is flat and everything else apparently.
Yeah. So is that your question?
If this Earth is flat,
is that your question or no? Like, bro, you're asking the same question 3 times.
Yes, my question is, since this Earth is flat, why is everything else round?
Right. Well, I got it 5 minutes ago. So what I'm trying to tell you, we don't know what those circular things are. That is the fact, right? Do you know if these are planets or something else? Do you know if they're physical or fluid bodies? Do you know that? Sacred, you go ahead, bro.
Right. Like if I was to draw a comparison, I would want to see is Earth the same thing as those things in the sky? What makes us like that? Because if Earth is completely different, then why wouldn't we assume that, okay, we may be completely different, or at least say there is no correlation between the two? One analogy that we like to say is, just because your light bulbs are spherical doesn't mean your floor is spherical. So if the things in the sky was exactly the same as what's beneath our feet, then that may be a valid argument. But if there's nothing in the sky that resembles what's beneath our feet, then I don't know why we would be drawing that comparison. What do you think, Carl?
Well, similar means that you have some things in common, but not everything in common.
Like what?
Right? Certain similarities, certain characteristics are similar, not all, but some. Okay? And I'm talking about similarities, okay?
Like what?
When I look up, everything is circular. To think that just us, just this planet that I'm standing on is different from everything else that I look up and see in the sky doesn't make any sense to me in my rational brain. It just doesn't make any sense to be like, oh, well, we are different than everything else that I see.
Name one thing that's the same.
Humans.
So there's humans on other planets?
No, humans are very similar.
No, what's the same? Why is beneath our feet?
No, I said
the same
I
as
didn't say same. I said similar. I said similar, and I definitely pointed that out. Similarities.
Name one thing. Name one thing that's similar.
About shape.
How do you know that we're spherical? That's called begging the question. You're using the thing to say, hey, this proves the thing. Like we're saying, hey, what is similar about here relative to the things in the sky?
Because you are trying to argue that we aren't round, but we look up and we see things that are round. So
you're saying
tell me otherwise. You have to tell me otherwise.
No, I don't have to argue. I don't. Nah, bro. I don't
argue the dichotomy of the. Like you have to argue that.
No, I don't have to argue or tell you anything. What I'm trying to do is establish a baseline. You made the assertion that we're the same as the sky, the things in the sky. So I'm engaging in that assertion. I'm saying, okay, old Carl, okay. Tell me one thing that is similar between Earth and the things in the sky. And I haven't heard you answer that question.
Okay, let's break it down.
Do you agree that
do you
agree that you haven't answered that question yet?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you agree that you haven't answered that question yet?
Sure, but because I haven't tried to.
Well, that's a problem, because if you're asserting that it is similar, and when we ask you 3 times, okay, name one thing that's similar, and then you haven't tried to do that, that's an issue.
Oh no, I told you already. Yes, it's in shape and in mass. I mean, there are certain objects out in space that have similar masses as us, and just because we can only see one side of it, and it's in a circle, doesn't mean that we assume that it's flat.
Can you prove that we are a similar shape to something else in the sky?
Absolutely, I can, because people have gone out in space and they have put a projection back towards us to show that we are similar to everything that we projected outwards from our own planet.
Which one of those photos can you stand behind?
I mean, I can't name it, but every photo that has Earth in its photo lens, that
like the blue marble, like the famous blue marble from 2002.
Yeah, with no matter how close or how far away.
So NASA admitted that photo is fake, and they made it in a computer-generated image. So that's
I'm not talking about that photo.
Well, I brought up the most famous one. You said that one was great.
It doesn't matter, because you know how they do a lot of photos.
What? My boy, slow down a minute here. Hold on a second. We can't skate past that.
Because they come in pieces based on time travel and space.
Ribbons of imagery.
I hate to interrupt like this, but I was just listening to stuff. I'm just curious. Was Keon defending flat Earth?
Yo, you missed it, Cage. Keon even said, hey, the Earth may be flat.
Holy!
Today's his flirf day, man.
That's why I grabbed
Preliminary.
my hand. I was like, wait a minute. What the fuck am I hearing here?
That I kind of wanted Keon to speak on this because Keon was a staunch globe earther.
Better have a good argument.
But even as a globe earther, before he even made the statements he made today, Keon will tell you about what he learned about the images that was given to us from space. I'll let Keon say because he's probably the last most recent globe earther in here. So Keon, tell him what you learned about some of the images that came from space.
Welcome. It happened. Keon. What's up, brother?
Why do we give a shit about anecdotal evidence? That's not evidence.
This is your point. So I'm just saying, hey, I'm not gonna let a flat earther tell you. I'm gonna let Keon. I'm gonna let Keon. Hold on, listen, Carl. Listen. You brought up there's so many photos from space, and that lets me know that you haven't really looked into it because they don't claim to be. Hold on, they don't. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You have to have some self control because this is not just me and you on the phone. This is a space. So people got to hear us when we're talking back and forth. And you shouldn't want to censor me when I'm talking. Right? So again, I was just saying, since you brought this up, I'm going to let, the most recent globe earther tell you what he learned about some of the space photos so you don't hear it from a flat earther. So you can't claim it biased. Go ahead, Keon. Tell him what you learned about these space photos that he brought up.
Yeah. So you shouldn't believe
Almighty Keon.
Okay. You shouldn't believe the pictures you see from NASA simply because the pictures they provided for the moon landing are not real, and they have been proven to not be real. Same goes for Mars. So if that's the basis, you should literally be skeptical about any image.
Why do you think that they would fake the moon landing images? Why do you think they would do that? Give me 4 different things, perspectives of why they would do that. Just give me 4.
Yeah. So the simple reason why would be that we've never been to the moon.
Okay, so they faked it.
Yeah.
Okay, so they faked it. But why?
To make you think the globe is real.
Why?
Because that's your best evidence, right? That's the first thing that you appeal to.
And what do I get out of the globe being a globe? What I would get, or if it being flat? I don't know. What I would get out of this?
Well, these are different questions, bro. But I hope
what do I lose?
Before you start gish galloping to all these different things, I want you to internalize what Keon is saying, because this was your first point. That hey, we got photos from space. He's saying, hey, I looked into it as a globe earther, and I found out that these photos are not actually photos.
And I asked the question.
They're manipulated. They're manipulated.
Why would they
images.
fake these photos? Because they didn't look good.
Why would someone commit a crime? Right?
They look good, and they were in a space race with the Russians.
Carl,
they were in a space race with the Russians. They had optics were very important at the time.
When Justin just brought up the 2002 Earth, you agreed to it until he exposed the truth about it, and then you just disregarded it. So what you're doing, yes, that's exactly what happened. He asked you about the 2002 blue marble. You said he asked you about he asked you about the 2002 blue marble. You said yes, and then he said, "Hey, did you know that they admitted to that being fabricated?" And then you say, "Oh, well, I'm not talking about that." So what you're doing is you're just blindly believing the things without looking into it. So when Keon is saying, "Hey, I looked into it; these are fake,"
know something.
Because what?
Like I can know a lot of things without knowing everything.
Yeah, you don't have to know everything. That's not what I said. But if you're going to talk about specific things and we're giving you the information, you got to internalize it. So when your first point is, hey, these photos from space, and then a globe earther says, hey, when a globe earther says, hey, we looked into it, and those pictures are fake. The first thing that you should do is say, well, can you link me to that? Because I want to look into that. Because if they are actually fake and you got evidence, I want to know about that, so I don't keep on spewing the same tired rhetoric, which is not true because you haven't looked into it. And then you can ask questions about it, but you can't just go into, well, why would they be faking it? Because we can give you that answer, but it's just be speculation. The point is,
but
if it's
not
proven,
one thing is a definitive debunking. Like this is the entire puzzle piece that
what
says,
you mean? We only
hey,
got to falsify something one time, bro.
there's no
In order to,
falsification. It's called a discussion.
no,
Yeah,
there is
so
falsification when there's evidence, and when he's providing the evidence to you, you got to listen to it before you start asking about something
yeah,
else.
so Okar, before
Okay.
we can get into
Is
let
anybody
me finish.
wrong?
Let me
Is anybody
finish.
wrong in
You,
your guys' circles? Anybody
does
ever
it hear me?
wrong?
Does it hear me? Okar, do you hear me?
Yeah, brother, I hear you.
Okay. So before we can get into the why they will fake them, you have to first understand and accept that they fake them. That's the first step. And then we can get into the why.
The only reason that they probably fake them is because they didn't turn out as well as they wanted them to. And because they didn't, they wanted to make them look better because they were in a space race against the USSR, the entire
No, no,
nation,
no, no. That's not.
which is called the United States of America, was pressed upon their sofas, making sure that we were a powerful country. We were doing something, and when they did it, it made the country move forward by probably half a decade, just in the sense of motivation, because we won the race. And if the pictures were shitty, what do you think it would have been? I mean, take out the fact that you don't think they went there or not. Think about the pictures. Imagine if the pictures were shitty. They'd be like, nah.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying the pictures are fake. Not that they retouch them. They're fake. They're
That's what,
computer
like,
generated.
even if they are fake, it doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon, is what I'm saying.
What does it mean then?
It means that they had to make better looking pictures because they
So
were
they
in a
have
space
to,
race with the USSR.
right? So they have to computer generate the pictures, right? Because
The best technology they possibly had at the time, they made them look better than they actually did. But I
no.
do believe
You
they landed on the
conflating
moon.
the two things. I'm not saying they
They
make them
landed on
look
the moon.
better.
I
They
do believe they
computer
landed on
generated
the
the
moon,
pictures.
but they doctored up the pictures and the video.
No, that's not it. They created the pictures. They're not touched them up.
Well, see, I mean, you know what you know, and I think what I think. So you have the facts. I'm opinionated, so we can leave it at that. Okay? Because you got the facts, right?
Yeah, the fact is they created the pictures. That is a fact.
Yeah, you got the facts.
Yo, I don't know if you're like trolling at this point, and I know some people go through this when
it's
where they're
just so
look
stupid
every
when
single
people
time,
say
bro. You
they
can't,
know.
you have zero mic etiquette, bro, and you're not gonna keep on opening up your mic. We don't do that over here. I don't know what spaces you come from, but we don't play that. You're gonna respect my voice if you want a voice over here. That's just how it's gonna go. Don't open up your mic when my mic is open again, or I'm gonna drop you. All right. So I'm just saying, like, we don't mind answering your questions, but if you're gonna start trolling and stuff, we're not gonna waste no time on that. Because if we're more informed and you asking us questions, you got to actually internalize the information for us to extract value out of this back and forth. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time. I'll let you get the last word before we get to the end.
I'm sorry, Sacred, to jump in real quick. Man, I just gave Keon a follow, man. I'm just so fucking. You're awesome.
I'm have to. Matter of fact, I got you, Keon. I got you, brother.
I'm already following him.
All right. I know everybody's like hard pent up right now, but honestly, don't you believe that if we didn't have good picture images or video images while we were doing our first moon landing, that we probably doctored them up? And if we did so, the reason why is because we were going up against the Soviet Union in terms of a space race, and also it made our country stronger if we had a better image, correct? So whether or not you believe we went there or not, I believe we went there. I believe we stepped on the moon. I believe they doctored the images as well. That doesn't mean they didn't go there. I also believe
We that's fine, bro. Like as long as you admit to it being a belief, then that's perfectly fine. You can hold on to your belief. That's what religion is based off of, belief. But what we're saying is you don't have any. Huh?
Everybody else's voice is also a belief. They don't have facts about what happened on the moon.
Well, I mean, don't you feel like there should be a actual photo of Earth today in 2024?
There is.
Where? That's what we're trying to tell you. If you could find one that's not doctored, we'd like to see it. Because the only one that they claim to have an actual image of is all the way back in the 70s. So we're asking you, do you know of one today in 2024? Because that's fine if you want to sit there and say, oh, there's reasons why they made a fake it back in the 60s and the 70s. Why don't we have one?
Show me what doctor.
Why don't we have one? Which means it's not a photograph. That's unmanipulated.
So then you have to go to space. You got to go to space then.
Why don't we have one?
No, you got to put yourself in space and take a picture with your own eyes. Like,
can you answer the question though?
The question of why we don't have a picture of the Earth? Yes.
How can we have tens of thousands of satellites for decades and not have a single photograph of the Earth?
Yes, we do, but it takes multiple photographs to take an entire picture of the entire planet, because satellites that go too far out, there are so many pictures of the entire Earth. I don't even know what you're asking. It doesn't.
So
make any
wait, you
sense.
just told me that they can't do it, and then that there's tons of them. So can they do
there's
it?
Certain satellites. There's certain satellites that are too close to take a picture where they can actually encompass the entire planet.
You
but
don't
then
think
when you move out further, then they can get. So I mean, I just don't understand the question, because it confuses me, because there's so many pictures of planet Earth. I don't understand.
Do you think it's logical that in 50 years there isn't a single photo of the whole Earth? They couldn't have thought, let's put one of those satellites just the right distance away to get at least one picture of our home. Don't you think that's a little strange?
So what type of picture are you looking for? I'm confused.
A photograph where you take out a camera and you hit the button on the top.
And what is the image that you think would legitimately say this is a picture of Earth? What is
you know,
your
the oceans, the land, oceans, land, clouds, and clouds.
Have you never seen a picture of that?
From 1978.
Have you never seen a picture of planet Earth? Have you never tried to investigate all sorts of angles of planet Earth?
That's exactly what we're asking you. So, like, if you've investigated those pictures too, what's the one that's real that you think you can stand behind? Are there any, or are there tons?
All of them.
I
don't understand.
Okay.
The planet is round. That's why all of them are legitimate.
But didn't you just say they were stitched together?
In some cases, depending on the camera and the lens and the.
So
yes,
if they're
sometimes
stitched together, can't you turn something that may be flat into something spherical?
I mean, you possibly could, but
right then, bro, that's what we're saying. So we want something out there.
Sure.
We don't want any discrepancies like that. We want to say, hey, it's 2024. Why not just have one that's unmanipulated?
And that boils down to my next argument, okay?
But don't you think that's weird? Before you get to the next argument, bro, you did this the last one. Can you just acknowledge what we just went through before you go on to something else?
Yes, I'll acknowledge that. I'll accept the illogical. Okay, but why? Why would they do this to us? Why would they say, you know what? It'd be a good idea to just tell everyone it's round, even though it's flat.
Let somebody else jump in. I think we
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's tell them all it's round and flat, and they're going to say, you know what? What's the reason for this? What's the reason for this?
Yo, relax, bro. What did I say? What did I say?
Hey, I'm just running you through a little hypothetical.
No, you're just running on. You already asked the question. You already asked the question. Well, you got to shut up in order for me to get to the hand so that we get it.
Because the answers are not as funny as my hypothetical.
But but you're not funny at all. You're not funny, and you're not witty, and you don't know any of the things that we're discussing. So we're trying to give you the information so that way you can speak intelligently about it. But you're censoring people every time they're giving you an answer. You're not internalizing anything. No, don't open up your mic, bro. Don't open up your mic. We're going to the hands. There's people that want to answer you. We're going to give them a chance to answer you. Do not open your mic unless they want to talk to you.
Grr.
Ken, and I think we got Cage, and then we'll go back to Uvalde.
Yeah, I don't. First thing, I don't think that he knows the difference between a photograph, a picture, and an image. Second, if you spend any time listening to Globe Earthers, the first thing they will present with you when you say, "Do you have a photograph of Earth?" is a picture from 1972. The only picture that NASA maintains is an actual photograph of Earth, 1972. So, we're 52 years since we took a photograph of Earth. And if you have satellites that are thousands of miles above the Earth, there's no reason why it can't take a photograph. The strips of data are from lower satellites, and they stitch it together. It's flat, and then they wrap it around a ball. I mean, you can listen to them talk about the process. I don't understand things are round in the sky. Round is a shape that can necessarily be flat. But when I look at the sun through my camera with a lens, it's circular, but I don't see a sphere. The only one that comes close is the moon, and the stars are nothing more than lights.
Well, that's the entire point. That's all you see is circles. And if you even went to the other side of that circle, you'd see the same damn circle. And if you put those pieces together, physics and math call it a sphere.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. Can you say that again?
I said, if you can catch a circle at all angles, physics, math, and common sense will call it a sphere. If it's a circle at all angles, correct? I mean, I just don't understand where people's stupidity comes into play when they're like, yeah, it's a circle everywhere I look at it, but it's still flat. Yep. I never seen it flat.
Why you gotta go there with stupidity, bro? Why you gotta take it there? Like, we could really
Because
get
it's
to that if you
illogical.
wanna.
It's
Do you really want to get to like who's stupid here, bro? You want to get to that? Because we could do like a back and forth on the sciences and the physics. You want to do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, real quick before we get to the hands. My bad, guys. So
I'm just kidding.
What gravity
That's
we appeal
stupid.
to?
That's stupid.
What type of gravity do you appeal to? A Newtonian, an Einstein, a quantum?
Newtonian. I'm a Newtonian gravitonian.
Newtonian gravitonian. Okay, how do you substantiate the Michelson-Morley experiment?
I'm about
when they get to detect any motion of the Earth.
7.56 Newton.
What does that mean?
That means that's the weight of my body.
What does that have to do with gravity?
That's how much I weigh in the field of gravity. In terms of this gravitational field on the planet of Earth.
So the Earth has a gravitational field.
Yes, on the same. It does it the same. It has the same influence on every single body that lives on this planet, whether you're a squirrel or a person or a bear.
What about a quantum particle?
Quantum particles are yet to be experienced on this planet.
Quantum particles are yet to be. I kind of agree with you because they're not particles. That's one thing we may agree on. But I'm talking about the effects of your Newtonian gravity on things smaller than the stomach.
It's all relative. It's the same, and it's all relative based on your body mass.
That's funny because they said that they haven't been able to detect gravity on a quantum scale. So why would you say something that's factually untrue?
Because they haven't been able to detect the monetary value, but they've been able to detect the fact that they've been able to detect the fact that it actually affects
gravity has a monetary value.
The same bodies of mass in the same categories of weight, of volume the same way. Okay?
What type
That's
of
what they
word
do.
salad?
It affects the same volume of mass the same way in every field, no matter what that mass is.
Even though they can't detect gravity on a quantum scale, it still affects.
Even though they can't, it
You know
still
that
has
makes
the same effect.
absolutely no sense.
Yes, it does.
It affects something that it absolutely doesn't affect.
Okay, 5,000 feathers.
And why does
5,000
gravity?
pounds of
Why does
feathers.
gravity have a monetary value?
5,000 pounds of feathers.
Why?
Okay?
Why does gravity have a monetary value?
It doesn't. That's exactly what I said. There's
That's
no
the word you
monetary
said.
value.
You said there was
I said there's
monetary
no
value for
monetary
gravity.
value.
Why would you bring up anything monetary when we're discussing physics?
Oh, okay. I guess I meant you know,
I thought we were idiots,
basically
bro.
a value.
You not know how to
It doesn't
use
have any
words?
weight value. Volume has no value. It has no mass.
I think you're just putting together a string of words right now. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I absolutely do. It's a little late in the day, but what I know is that gravity is something that we can't measure, but it is an influence on our existence based on our volume, our mass, and that's basically it. I mean, other than that, it's like your volume and mass can change wherever you go in different environments, and that will change gravity. Gravity might change too. Who knows? 'Cause we can't measure it, but it will. But if it changes our volume and mass, then that equivalates to gravity changing.
What do you mean we can't measure it?
Okay, so what's the measurement of gravity? Give me the measurement of gravity.
You should tell us.
No,
what's the value for downward acceleration?
9.8 meters per second squared,
I guess
man.
you guys don't understand X, Y, AB, AC, and AD, because if all you have to eliminate variables.
Goodness.
You have to
This is the
eliminate
globe
variables.
earthers. Yo, globe earthers, y'all need some help.
Gravity is a variable.
Yo, this
Gravity is a variable, and if weight and volume and displacements are part
Gravitational
of the equation,
constant, man.
and it changes, and you go with outside of our environment, and you go into a different one, and it might change, then that means there is a gravitational change, because I didn't lose 30 pounds just by going from one place to another. No, something else changed, not my mass, not my volume. I'm the same.
So you agree that your
yeah.
Newtonian gravity is not applicable on the most precise measurement of a scale that we have available on a quantum level?
Yeah, you're right. I know. Yeah, I mean nothing. If that's what you're trying to say.
So that means that it's falsified. And why can't we use Newtonian gravity on like distant galaxies outside of the solar system?
Because we don't know. We don't even know what gravity is here. That's
so
why.
you don't. So what we just learned was that gravity isn't your version, right? Newtonian isn't applicable on all scales. Doesn't affect anything on the quantum level. Fails.
Did you even listen to what I said?
Fails outside of the solar system. And you just admitted that even science today doesn't even know what gravity is.
Can you tell me what I said to you?
And you want to sit there and tell us that we're the ones that are dumb, bro?
Can you tell me what I even said? I said eliminate variables.
You started talking about trigonometry, bro. You said a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I don't know what you was talking about.
Eliminating variables because you're not intelligent enough to have this conversation. I get it. Eliminating variables is how you come to a conclusion to find a close enough answer to where you can, if you don't find that answer, that gets you close enough to actually try again to find another closer answer or the answer. I don't think you ever rationalize an actual problem-solving scientific equation. I don't think you've done that. I don't think you've ever done that.
You're not one to say somebody's not thinking because you're talking about eliminating variables. When have you or anyone else ever eliminated your gravitational variable that you cling to so tightly? You know, the one that's multiplied by 9.82 meters squared per second, right? It's
No,
your gravitational
you put it
effect
down
is
to
a
a
rate
very
of fall.
small percentage, but you always include your true variables, which is your weight and volume.
Okay, so to eliminate gravity, you need to go where gravity's not, or where gravity is way different, right?
Yeah,
To
I've
be
been
able to
there.
say, see,
Been there.
when I'm standing on Earth,
Floatless chambers. I've been
I'm
there.
7 newtons, but when I'm here, I'm only 3 newtons. Then you can say, oh, when I'm standing on Earth, it's a lot different than when I'm standing on Pluto. But you can't do that. All you can do is measure a rate of fall. 9.82 meters per second squared, right? That's all you have is a rate of fall. That is your gravitational constant. That's what you have as your value for gravity, a rate of fall, distance over time, right? How is that measuring gravity?
On top of the fact, you still haven't substantiated why the Earth would be similar to any other body in the sky. Learn that gravity doesn't work on all the scales. And you got to address Ken's point, and then we'll go on to the next hand and then rotate some
Why
mic.
the fuck would you argue with people that dedicated their life towards these things, and you're like, you know what? I don't think you're right.
To educate people like you who haven't looked into it.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm the person that understands old math, and you're the person that's trying to create new math.
You understand old math?
Hell yeah, I do.
Yo, I'm not even gonna do it to you, bro. I'm not even gonna do
You know
it.
what old math is? Old math is actually
You think
being
gravity
able to
has monetary value?
talk about algorithms and equations and principles. If you can't do that, you don't know old math. Now you're just fucking Googling shit and being like, oh, actually, here's 0.12, blah, 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 blah. And then you're being like a stupid person that has no idea how to interpret the data.
Yeah, but Carl, can I ask you one question? So, have you looked into the contrary evidence to the globe Earth or no? Have you done that?
Absolutely.
Oh, who have you looked into?
That's cap. He hasn't looked into none of this before.
Like who? Name one person you look into. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
One person? Who's the person I should look into? I don't know if there is one person.
You're the one that said you did, bro. Keon just slaying it right now. Brother, welcome.
Oh, because I've looked into the flat earth movement, but apparently there's one person that I should be looking into. Tell me, because I don't understand what the point of your fucking accusation is. It's so stupid. It's like, do you not know our movie star? You don't know our movie
One that
star?
said you looked into people, bro. He has
You don't know our movie star? You don't know the movement then.
Dude, so anyway, so you don't think we're all a bunch of jerks, man. Can I ask you?
Okay, who's your movie star? Who's your movie star then?
Bro, check this out, bro. Check this out, man. So you know why you can't ever see elephants hiding in trees?
Yeah, because they can't climb them.
Because they're good at it.
Well, that's what stupid people would say.
Dude, this is what I'm saying, man. We're funny over here. We're cool people. That was a funny ass joke, and you can't even laugh at a joke, man. Lighten up, bro.
That's not a funny joke.
Lighten up.
Okay, say it again. Say it again.
And you know
say it again.
So
say it again. Say it again.
I ain't gonna
say it one more time. Say it one more time. Hold on.
This guy ain't nothing but a daggum troll.
Can we move on, please?
No, I
All
want to
he
hear
can
the
hear
joke
is his
again.
own voice, and the only thing he can do is jump in and talk on top of you when you're trying to respond to him. He doesn't listen to anything you say, and then he comes right back with the rhetoric all over again.
So
he's never addressed the fact that NASA does not have a photo they don't claim to have a photograph other than one taken in 1972.
Exactly.
So you can take all of your globe pictures that you so devoutly believe in, and you can lump them into the pile that NASA says are not photographs.
So I got a question.
And then you can go to the 1972 picture that they do claim to be a photograph, and you can cling to that one. They can lie to you 1,000 freaking times, about having pictures of Earth, but that one time that they claim this one actually is a photograph. Now they're telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because those other 1,000 times is what? Just the space race? No. All the photographs since 1972, where are they at? Because space race was over in 1972, right? So 69 to 72, where's everything at after
Why
that?
can't flat earthers prove themselves?
So hold on a minute there, Carl. I heard you call us all dumb and we don't understand stuff, and good math and stuff.
No, I think I'm having.
So hold on a minute,
I don't
man.
think you're dumb,
hold on.
dude.
Why do you not have any self control, bro? It's like, bro, man, stop.
No, I'm just saying, you're not dumb.
Anyway, shut up when people are talking and don't talk over them, because you might want to get used to me.
Dude.
I'm not ever gonna let you over talk me, bro. So you might as well just stop. You can ask anybody; it ain't gonna happen. So anyway, seeing how you're so smart. Tell me what a medium is. It's important to physics and why space doesn't need one, if you even understand the question.
A person that can transcribe thoughts, feelings, emotions.
That's what I thought you'd say, you dumb motherfucker. Get out.
Through the wavelengths that people that can't in tune with, they travel through those lines, and some people can actually tune with them. But some people can't.
I thought you'd
This
say.
guy is trolling. I'm going to get to
entire
the
belief.
Not anymore.
Look into the rest of the hands, yo, just in case they got a question for you.
I think it's all bullshit. I think when you're dead, you're dead. The fucking lights are off.
I'm gonna get to the rest of the hands.
The fact
I'm
that
gonna get to the rest.
sympathetic.
I'm gonna get to the rest of the hands just in case anybody got anything that they want to ask you, and then we're gonna rotate you out of here, bro.
Now that
we're talking about physics and mediums, and he's talking about psychic mediums.
That's how
that tells you what level he's at right there.
He's an idiot. You should learn your
we do got some mic requests too, but case I don't know if you was done. If you are, we can move on to Uvaldi if you want to ask something. If not, then we're gonna rotate some mic.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm going to drop down to listener, though, if you need to add some people's stuff. I got some things to do, brother. But, yeah, the medium thing, you might want to look into that, bro. It ain't talking about ghosts, man, you dumb motherfucker.
I didn't say ghosts, brother.
Yeah, respect. Yo, on that note, I'm going to go to bed as well. I'm going to head off. I'm going to drop down to listener, but I'll leave the stream running. Whenever you guys end, it's all good. I'll just end it when I wake up or whatever, or rejoin and see if we can't find that curvature or whatever we're looking for. Later, boys.
My man, y'all go sub to space_audience. Follow my man on Twitter.
Yeah, sorry, I thought you called me first.
Your voice changed, Alan. You sound so sexy.
Later, Alan. Appreciate you, bro. Go ahead, Valdi. I don't know if you got a question for old Carl, because he about to be up out of here in a second.
Actually, since I didn't get a chance to respond earlier, I want to go back to the measurement with Polaris and the streetlight analogy and things. I want to know why you guys don't have a specific distance for Polaris, because if when you move, the angle changes, you should be able to measure that. You should be able to measure the distance based off of you move, angle changes, you move this much, angle changes this much, right? So I got some sort of roundabout 6210 or whatever answer, but that's not a solid number. I would like to know what you guys, what the distance to Polaris is, because measuring should be easy.
Compasses don't matter, brother.
Hold on, old Carl. You come off mic again, I'll just take your mic right now, bro. Nobody was talking to you. Face and Reality also had his hand up too, so if you want to jump in, feel free, bro. But I know this is Ken's back.
Yeah, was my mic still on?
Alan's still here.
Oh, yeah.
He's still here.
I was going to say, yo, my man said, I asked him for a number and he said 6210, but that's not the number that I like. What's the next number? What the fuck, bro?
It's not a definitive distance.
No, dude, it's the limit of your vision. Dude, it's literally So what you're about to argue against and act like it isn't a thing, it's literally, spoiler alert, it's how they made the globe. So like, go ahead and argue against it or whatever and say that it's not a thing. It's literally how celestial navigation works, dog. So anyway, all right, good night, 6210. Peace. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that was an actual number that was said.
But you see that's you're dismissing you're dismissing the whole thing by using a 6210. Why can't you come up with an actual physical distance?
I won't dismiss it. You ready for the answer?
I want to know what one of you flat earthers think you're going to. What happens when you fly out of space? What are you going to see?
Now, who am I talking to now? I thought I was talking to Valdi.
Nah, you got it, Ken. Go ahead. He was trying to get removed, so I guess he don't want to be up here.
Okay. So, you want to know an actual distance to an apparent...
Yes.
Wait a minute. Don't jump on top of me.
I'm just agreeing with you.
You want to know an actual distance to an apparent object in the sky. And that's not just a flat earther saying that the position of Polaris is apparent, or the sun, or the moon, or the stars are apparent. That's also NASA. NASA, you know, the people that you believe in so strongly, tell you that when you're looking at a celestial body, that's not the actual position. It's just an apparent position. So when you tell me how to measure the distance to an apparent position in the sky, then I'll tell you the distance to Polaris.
So we are believing NASA now, or we're not? I'm confused.
They're merely saying that it's an apparent position, not an actual position.
Okay, but
you're not.
I'm talking according to the flat Earth model. Why can't you guys come up with a distance based off of the fact that if you move, Polaris moves? That's trigonometry, right?
What part of apparent location do you not understand?
I'm guessing all of it, because I asked him, how do you measure to an apparent position in the sky? And if he could tell me how to measure,
why is it an apparent position? Because NASA says so.
A distance.
You're a NASA
he's
believer.
Going to talk over the top of me because he absolutely cannot stand to hear somebody say something in response to him. You're asking someone to measure a distance to an apparent position, and apparent literally means not actual. So when you're using trigonometry to measure to an object, like say a mountain, so you can triangulate its position, that mountain is in an actual position and you can triangulate it.
Why is Polaris in a
not an actual position?
Why is Polaris in a non-apparent position though? And per your words, because NASA says so.
No,
so are we believing what NASA says? I'm just looking for a straight answer.
I'm telling. Maybe I'll reword it differently.
Gave you that, but you're not listening.
You're not listening, dude. So how do you measure the distance to a location that you can't go to, and it's just apparent? It's like literally if you were standing on the ocean, out at the beach, and I told you to go to that location right there where that pixel is, and give me a measurement.
Listen, if you move a mile away and Polaris moves a degree,
how do you know Polaris is a mile away, dude? How do you know where Polaris is? It's an apparent location.
Okay, two things. Okay, can I have the floor now, or am I going to be interrupted or talked over? Can I have the floor?
You're obviously not getting it, but go ahead, dude.
Okay, first of all, who says it's an apparent position? Okay, now I'm not finished yet. Please don't answer yet. Okay,